Oh my god, chat. Sorry, chat. Nadi-disconnect tayo, man. Salita ka nga, bro.
Hi chat,
Ayun,
welcome
naririnig.
back to the
Naririnig ka,
stream.
man. Ay, teka lang, bro. Teka lang. CCR lang ako, man. 30 seconds pa naman.
GG.
And welcome back to
You
the
got a
best
sneak peek
here.
already.
Yeah, we're
You got
getting
a sneak
spoiled
peek.
here already as Trimby is joining us after this first game of Swiss Stage. Trimby, I'm so sorry, but I'm so happy that you're joining us here. It's really nice to see you back at Worlds.
Hello, yeah, we just got demolished
Oh
actually.
my god, no!
But yeah, it's really nice to be here. Yeah, seeing familiar faces is really wonderful, and yeah, I thought this was one of the better draws we could have had. So I hope the next draw is gonna be even better. That's all I can say.
Like, were you expecting this from Team Secret Wales?
Yeah, I did expect, because right, of course, we saw like from their POV that we're very happy, right? Of course, I mean we're from like it's a Brazilian team, LTA South, very underestimated for reasons unknown, but I do think LCP is underestimated on this tournament. And when I watch their games, even versus CFO, when they, of course, they got 3-0, they were just fighting so well, right? And I knew this would happen today. And I knew that for myself, we are a team that sometimes struggle to find proper fights. So you could clearly see it during this game.
What was your experience so far? Just like, of course, coming into Beijing, like boot camping a little bit, just like practicing, scrimming a
Yo,
little bit.
main.
So what has been your experience so far?
We had very little
Ay,
time
sana
here
di na magloko.
because of some difficulties with the
Yeah.
plane,
Hindi
sadly.
din
But
natin
no,
nakita
it's
yung
not really
final
like
ng ano,
from
Clash.
Riot side
Yeah, okay.
problems. Basically, airline just canceled our flight. So we came here way later than we were supposed to. And then, of course, like since we were coming from Brazil to China, it's like quite big of a time difference.
Yeah.
It's like 11 hours. So yeah, the jet lag did hit, but that's just excuses, you know. At the end of the day, we should have shown better, and I do think, yeah, if we're gonna play like this, it's not gonna be a long tournament for us.
I know you've always been a perfectionist, Trimby, and you're going to be looking at it from being here. Of course, the early game was so chaotic, like it started right off the bat.
Yeah.
What made it difficult for
Uy.
you guys?
I think
Friendship
the
din yun.
problem is that I think we realized properly that we actually can
Friendship
fight
yung
level
ano,
1. The problem was that our
Caster.
target selection was
Mhm.
just off completely, so their carriers were hitting all the time, while
Fine shield.
basically we were hitting Vi, who was like the most useless level 1 like character from an 18. So that's why I think the fight was as sketchy as it looked. I still think we came back a little bit, but just the way they fought like so many times, which we knew they will, because they like to fight every single objective they can. It was just superior, you know, to us.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Miru had kind of stabilized the
Yes.
game because the Rise getting a solo kill
Yes.
in mid lane as well. But really, it just felt that around that Herald, the game just broke at that point.
It was just hard because they had control all the time, and then even though we knew where they could have potentially be, right, on the Atakan, on a different fight in the jungle, it just felt impossible, right? They just made their fights proper, like they got a certain angles, and they knew how to execute them, so it was just tough.
Yeah, that was the thing too, because usually game ones, especially for a Worlds event, you expect a little nerves, playing slower for a lot of teams, but then the Otacon pull, I felt like was like, oh, okay, they're willing to do it. They're pulling Renekton up.
Yeah.
They're just willing to take the fight. So the confidence from a team like this is something that I personally didn't expect.
No, it was really not like by them, of course. Like for us was not nice at all.
Yeah.
They started an objective. We were hoping we could get like 2 items on our champs, but they really just pulled it out. We even knew where they were, but it was just hard to fight. I think we trolled, of course, our positioning a little bit,
Yeah.
and I think we could have contested it from different angles. But yeah, actually they just played really good.
Something we've been talking about the fact that you're returning to that international stage, and you tasted Swiss stage before. You know how difficult it can be. Any guidance that you've been able to provide your teammates to make sure that even this game, it's not gonna matter. You guys are gonna come back.
I mean, I tried to make them realize that even though, right, like the team we just played, it just felt like it's like a good chance for us to win. It's still, they're at Worlds, right? There's a reason they're here, and they're playing in league with big guys, you know, the CFO, then with the PSG, the GAM before, and they, of course, screamed other teams. Like, we are behind as a region, of course, so we need to understand that and make sure that we are, like, ready for anything that can happen, but that's, of course, hard.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves in North America definitely recognize that too. You guys definitely like are a team that will build up very quickly.
Nah,
So,
okay,
have
I'll be honest,
faith.
they are worse than us. I'll be honest with you.
What?
I'm sorry, but
It is what it is. I'm trying to cope.
No, you should. I
Yeah.
really hope
Yeah.
they'll show today well,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
also hope they lose so we can play them.
Oh my God, I'm ready for it. All right, I'm ready for it.
That's gonna be a banger.
Yes,
gonna be a banger.
it's LCS versus CB Law. That's what it really is all about.
Ay, ay, ay.
Okay.
I love this. You're
What?
humbling him. That's what he needs.
Yeah.
We got your honesty,
Yeah.
but we need to get your honesty on the
Ay,
next
gagi,
match.
pre, in-upload na ni Coach Mobs yung ano man.
Yeah.
You can give the EU boys
Tama si Coach
hope,
Mobs, pre.
right, Trimby?
Oo,
Don't
yung
do
may
it.
And your
basketball.
former
Oh,
brother?
pre.
Yung sabi mo na ano.
Yung pinaka-latest post man, nandun na silang dalawa eh.
But I actually
Yung
believe
kapatid
in my
ko,
team.
pati yung
I actually
boyfriend
think I can
niya.
do quite a bit, like with this team. And
Rico.
EU did today. I actually think
Alda.
they can do well.
Meron mo mamaya.
I saw.
That's what I want to hear.
Si Stan.
I
Nalad
looked
mo, ano?
at first. I
Scout
looked at
ni-
first at the bench. I was like,
ni
oh
Maverick.
shit.
Ha?
Or nakalaro lang.
But then I
Na-scout
rethought
yung
about it, and
boyfriend
I
ni
actually
ano, ni
think the
Ruan.
matchup
Yeah,
was
tao,
not as
na-scout
bad as
siguro,
people
not
think.
sure.
I think
Na-scout?
G2 can
Na-scout
actually
or
win.
like
And I
nakalaro
don't
lang
think even Flyquest
ng one
can
of
win.
players.
Like,
Scout.
Like, I actually
And
think,
then,
I actually think they could be
or
like the
scout
ones that.
talaga.
Ah, scout lang. Di ba na, ano yun, puro ano lang yung nilalaro nun, like liga pati ano.
Whoa.
Think
Sa
about it
school.
from this perspective.
Yung scout,
Yeah.
We
hindi
just
yung
played
malakas.
Seed 2.
I mean,
Yes.
And CFO is
malakas
much
mag-ano.
better.
Malakas
Like,
mag-basketball.
much better.
Like, panoorin mo yung ano, pre.
And I'll be honest, I played Fnatic.
Nakita mo
against
paano
Skins.
maglaro. Very familiar.
Much better than us.
Yeah, actually, ano eh.
Like, it can be.
Sasabihin na
but
ni
I
Coach
believe, of
Mobs yan
course,
kung
I'm a
ano yung playstyle.
fan of Fnatic.
Yeah.
I hope they win. I hope.
Okay.
Malos!
If there was one matchup you wanted to look at for
Ay!
Fnatic CFO, what would it be? Something you want to keep an eye on?
Ayun, CFO versus ano.
I think the mid lane matchup is
Okay.
gonna be really crazy. I think enemy mid laner is actually the MVP of the league for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like Poby who just came freshly, right? And
Oh my
he's
god,
been
Fnatic
fantastic.
versus
Yeah.
ano man.
I mean, you picked the right
CFO?
matchup.
That's, yeah, I was about to say. That's what
Because
we want
we
to have an eye on.
completely agree with you that Honkyu is kind of the guy
Fnatic.
from the
Ayun, no?
LCP.
Yung
It feels
team
like
din sila
that,
sa ibang laro.
especially we've
Oh.
gotten to see him at every international this
Dami.
year. And he's only gotten better. It feels like it. The ramp up from this man is incredible. Whereas Poby only came in this summer split, but the dynamic change
Like,
that he brought to
magkano
Fnatic, it
magkano
felt
pala
like it
yung
was
ano
very
pre.
much needed. And I mean, you've
Yung
had, I guess, both the positives and negatives of
Fat
playing
money
in that Fnatic
ngayon.
environment. And sometimes a
Worlds.
change is
Hindi ko
something
lang
that you
sure,
just
pre.
need to make
Gaganon
happen,
pa
and
ba
that's what
sila?
he's brought to this team.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
It was same
gaya
for us
nung
when I
nasa
came with
sudo
Nova, right?
sa ano.
For the summer, it just changed
Sa
Oo,
everything.
may
previous
ganun, may
na
ano.
And it felt
Hindi ko lang
like
sure
we
kung
could-
magkano yung
we
reward
won
niyan.
the whole thing, right? Of course we
Hindi ko na
didn't, but we
tinitignan
were
pre
doing
kung
so
gaano
well.
kapaldo yung mga
We
player.
lost
Gusto ko lang makita,
the game.
manood ng ano eh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was super
Ng
close.
beautiful
They
lol
were
eh.
actually they were in semi-finals. They played T1 later. Like, it was not that bad. Like, we actually
Beautiful
played
League
well.
of
I was really
Legends,
happy
man.
with that.
And something,
Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
think that surprised me with Poby is like you just listen.
Saan lang ba? Ba't parang narinig ko yung volume ng stream nila? Parang pumipitik yung mic. Parang nagka-crack.
Communicating and like setting up for plays
Minsan.
with the team. So that's something that I didn't expect.
Oo,
Poby
sa
coming in
lalaki.
with the rookie, like that rookie aspect, but he's been
Yay.
I feel like a really blessing for that team.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be one of the most interesting matchups we have in this upcoming game. Shrimby, sadly, we have to let you go. It's been great having you on the desk. Do you have any closing thoughts, either on you, anything, the fans, anything you want to have? The floor is yours.
Guys, we're not that bad, okay? Please. Like, please. It was just first game. I can have a lot of excuses. I don't want to put them, but I really hope EU is gonna do well. Same for NA. I actually hope Western teams can actually do well, because this is a day that, even though might look a bit cooked from matchups perspective, I actually think it's way closer than people think.
All right. Well,
yeah,
I love the
there it
hope
is.
or the cope or whatever it is. It's amazing having you back on the so much.
Thank you. I appreciate everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Send him
Trinity.
some love. Send him some love. And
Thank
we're
you.
gonna keep on talking about this matchup, of course, because well, scrims might look bad, but Fnatic made it here. In the end, how did that happen, Vinicius? You were there. You saw that in 4K with me in Madrid.
Yes. I mean, Fnatic, they've had a very interesting year. Like, starting off at the beginning of the year, we actually had high expectations because we looked at that roster on paper and we thought with the addition of Upset and Mickey, it's looking pretty damn good. But then they needed to make changes happen because the progress just wasn't happening for the team. The changes needed to come, and they came at just the right time. Entering into summer, we saw the evolution start to come, the confidence return, and we saw a kind of difference in Razork. It felt like that Poby brought a new dynamic to the team, and it's so far worked very well for them, especially given that they had a masterclass performance against KC.
And of course you would turn to him. Some roads lead to him, the greatest of sometimes. And it feels like when it comes to Fnatic, like sometimes is all the time. This is an organization that has been to Worlds constantly. The last time they couldn't make it was like 2016. And of course, like people didn't expect it in this case. I mean, personally, I'll just talk about myself. I didn't expect Fnatic to be able to make it here. I was thinking about K-Corp, the first TAM representative. But no, I felt as though Razork and Poby were great. Upset and Mickey X were stars to me. So like, it's fun to be able to see this team, and yeah, I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because as Trimby was saying, CFO, another beast. Not a team
Absolutely.
that you want to outcount. They made all 3 internationals this year, and I feel like they keep on getting better.
And I really want to emphasize for any just international watchers, if you only tune into Worlds, CFO is a team you really can't afford to underestimate. And like as Trimby just said, when we think about what we just saw on stage, CFO is a tier up. And that is exactly what Fnatic is going to be going up against. So it definitely feels like an uphill battle for Fnatic
Paldo.
here in
Kita mo si
the
JM.
100%. I mean, Honkyu, we already sung his praises.
Meron na
And
lang.
how he's developed throughout the year. He's like player of the year, rookie of the year. He's
Yeah.
part of the team of the year for the team. Like everybody looked towards Honkyu and the development that he had, and it stemmed from MSI. So please, if you're only watching Worlds, what are you doing? What are you doing? I feel like MSI is so fun too.
The only thing I expect from this matchup is a bloodbath, honestly.
I hope so.
Fnatic and
I hope
CFO.
so.
Yeah. A minute away here from these casters. They're actually ready to take on the stage. It is CFO versus Fnatic, and it starts right now.
Okay, ang tagal nun man.
Oh boy, as a European caster, I am scared. I am scared. CFO, it wasn't just at MSI, to quote Rise, it was also at First Stand, where they beat Top Esports and they almost got into a big bout with KC. Luckily KC got through, but man, Rob, this team is one of the
Uy,
best
naka dito
in the
sila.
league, and they're the top
Paldo.
It's not even close.
Yeah, it's not even a contest. They've won all 3 splits in the LCP. They are the only team in the world that has been to every international event of this year.
Wow.
And they only lost a single series over the entire year, which was right the way back in season kickoff versus Team Secret Wales. This is a team that has been on a run for such a long time. And now we got to see if Fnatic can find that spark that they found in Madrid for the LEC playoffs, or if Oysters are just going to come alive today and take them down.
Seafood versus a bunch of Fanatics and one GOAT. Now, or Ghost, I should say. Dagda, this team is highly conditional. Earlier in the year, 8-1 in winter. Fnatic had a really good start. It fell down a little bit, and then in summer, if you weren't watching the LEC, it should have been KC who was here. Everyone was saying it, KC, MKOI, G2. But then here comes Fnatic out of nowhere and beats them into the dirt.
Oh my god, let's go.
And I think a big part of it is the mentality in the team is so much higher now. The vibes are good, and it's kind of what Poby brings. He's got stability, and they lean on that, and it's working.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Poby has managed to now really integrate himself well with the team. He's a massive voice on the roster as to what they want to do, how they should be operating in games, and they're starting to figure out how they want to use him in these early stages to find that success, particularly around the bottom side of the map. Although, as we say that, in our in the last playoff bout that we saw from Fnatic, where they managed to take down KC, it was Oscar Rinnan who stepped up massively to take down Kana, to find a bunch of these solo kills against what was considered the best top laner in the LEC, and just turn this entire story around for the Fnatic.
As he said, when he loves League of Legends, he plays at his best.
Oh my god,
So
nakaka-excite
today, our
CFO
only
man.
question is,
Aggressive ng team
how
na to
much
din.
does he love the game right now? when he's going
Mga
up against
crazy
CFO.
din.
How could you not love it? It's Worlds, man.
Yeah.
You gotta love these
Oscar,
moments.
you better be sending out some eye in this second game. It's only a best of one. And Fnatic have got really hard task here against CFO. High
Okay,
expectations
priority
for a reason.
ban,
How much damage
Kai'Sa,
will they do at this international? Because
Kai'Sa
remember, it is
Yunara,
Driver starting,
Ambessa.
And Driver's the one who can play range tops. He can play more dynamic tops. Rest has been banned.
Sino ba ban?
from range
Sion?
top laners, so that means Driver can
Azir-
pull out
Azir
the
nga
works here. Oscar's going to be on his game.
Oscar are gonna have to try and step up, but I think
May
across the
viable
board, like,
pick pa rin ba
Junja
yung
has been
Sion? Di ko kasi
exceptional for this
di ko
roster.
alam kung
Highway and
viable
Junja
this Worlds.
have been such a
Oriana.
focal point in the early stages of the game and trying to set up their team for success. And
Yeah.
I mean, all around, CFO
Ah,
Oysters are just absolutely
ban kayo top
insane.
laner,
Able to play
Rumble,
on size,
pwede.
They can play the macro well, they can
FNC.
play the team fights well. It makes them so formidable of an opponent to go
Or
against.
When they
Ornn.
have hands as well, like Junja and Hongq, especially in the midst of that, when you have a team that can play macro and has really good hands, like those are the fears. Those are like the top tiers, like T1s, the Gen Gs, you know, the peak BLGs.
Kiana.
Crazy.
Nagkikiana
OC
jungle ng
wins
CFO.
those. Damn straight.
Okay.
Good side. Kiana's going to be the last ban, by the way. We are taking away the Azir this time around, Dagda, so a bit of a change. A CFO have first pick. What do you reckon? Rise? this
Rise?
tournament, eh?
So still going to see the rise, yeah, with the Oriana and the Azir gone. Seems to be the premier mid laner. And then the question is, do you still go back towards the Jarvan? Do you
Pinipick
prefer
na ulit the
Wukong?
Rise,
Then
pre.
Wukong can get
Sarap.
nerfed just a little bit, but still, I think incredibly strong, even as we saw yesterday
Yep.
in the IGT1 series. It looks like it's going to be Taliyah.
Taliyah.
This has kind of been the
Taliyah,
go-to
bhai.
for Fnatic in a lot of situations. It's, hey, we want Poby on something that can have access to the map. It's been the Galio, it's been things like the Taliyah, the Rise himself as well. And Fnatic have consistently gone for this combination of the Vi and the Kai'Sa for upset to try and set
Pwede
up
magano
these
yung
fights
CFO,
incredibly
mag-Jarvan.
easy for the Fnatic side.
Or Xin Xiao.
Not his best champion.
Or
this
mag-ipick
year,
sila ng Rakan.
But I digress. Still something that can press the button. A good synergistic 2v2.
And
Dagda
Xin
is-
Xiao, di ba?
Another good
Xin
champion
Xiao.
right now is that Xin Zhao. We've seen plenty of pairings with it as well as a good duelist. Maybe support here.
Tasarakan.
Where do we go?
I think match.
Ayan na yung Sion!
Actually, I was gonna say,
Ayun na yung
I think
Sion!
the Sion is not bad at all.
Eh, sabi ko
So,
na
yeah,
yung Sion,
setting up for a
ipipick eh.
very strong team fighting composition at the moment. And I love,
Paldo.
again, you've got this very strong mid jungle with the Rise and the Xin Zhao, the easy lockdown.
Nakaharang pa pala ako sa
with
stream,
Rise
sorry.
to set up them for the Xin Zhao
Yep.
with the Wind Becomes Lightning. And I think that's where now
ang
you're gonna have a
pang-counter
lot
sa
of focus on
Sion?
towards Poby. Can he try and survive this
Pwede
early
ba Yorick?
stage, or can he get help
Not sure.
from Razork to help him transition into this mid to late game where they can try and play through sides? But I think Kai'Sa
Yorick or Ezreal, pero priority nila is. Tapos ang ibaba ng FNC here
Ezreal
is
looks like the best option here. You talked about all the skirmishing power as well.
like Rakan.
For upset. One of his
Ah,
good champs as
Xavier.
Well. Sivir taken away. Now we know that's going to be the pro. Another 80 carry ban, maybe the Zyre as well. Dagda, when we see Vi on Fnatic's side, that seems like the go-to and the obvious one.
Do we ban Rakan or Nautilus Papi?
Obviously, the Sivir is going to be great taken away, but also things that can contest.
Rakan,
on towards the
Nautilus
mid wave,
Papi,
where
CFO.
you've got, like, Ezreal not
Kahit
very
ano
good
dun.
at being able to say take away from things like the Zaya or the Sivir as you were alluding to. So I do agree.
Oh,
taking
Papi
away
na ban.
something like the Zaya, so
Okay.
you can have a bit of an easier time on contesting
W.
mid wave, means that this
And then last ban ng
opportunity to play
FNC is
sides with
pwedeng
Poby
ano,
becomes
pwedeng
Because it does feel like Fnatic as well want a fast game, and if there's
Sasabihin
gonna
ko
be a
sana,
back scaling,
sasabihin ko
any
sana
character
Saya
low,
man.
We know where their eggs are buried, right? Like Ezreal, Taliyah, the best at taking away a Sion's health in the later
Corki.
parts of this game. So as Corki goes as well, that's a bit of mobility and addition taken away, but that Zyre is still open for CFO.
Ban kayo, Rel?
I'm curious though if they banned the Gwen, because that was what Oscar Rinnan had a really good showing on in play.
Ay, wala pang top lane.
Something that can do very well into that Sion,
Yep.
opening up that opportunity for Oscar
Oo,
Rinnan to
maganda ang
be
Gwen
a bit
sa
of a,
ano,
carry. Rek'Sai
matchup
also
ng
something we've
Sion.
seen in
Oh,
World
Rek'Sai,
Wars,
yes.
Actually going to be banned away there
Ah,
by CFO.
Gwen.
But is the Gwen
Gwen
gonna be enough?
FNC,
We've seen
Gwen
one in the
FNC.
audience. Will we see one in the game today?
Gwen or Rumble?
Oscar Rinnan. Man, seeing him on Gwen as well makes me nervous because I know, like, Oscar as well, if he's having a bad day, like, that is a champion that can fall into the dirt and can never pull its legs out. So top lane match here, counterpick support. That's what we're thinking right now.
Yeah, I think you go with the. Oh, actually going to take the Sion, so we're going to.
Yan, Cho'Gath. Ay, ay, ay.
I think you can go for the Gwen. You've got good setup.
Gwen,
with Vi
wag
to
na Kasante
get
pre.
your needle
Gwen
work
na
to
lang.
follow
Okay,
through, but
nag-Kasante.
It's going to be the Kasante instead.
Mas
Another
marunong pa
pick
ako sa
that
kanila,
he's been
man.
very, very
Pero
strong
sige.
on. And in this position, if I'm CFO,
Darius?
because
Yep.
self
Ano
kill
yun?
from the Vi, good matchup, good wave clear, kind of fits all the things that you want.
Kalista, ew!
Rakan, yeah, if you
Ew!
follow up off the back of that.
Ew!
Ogre as well is a good scaling 80 carry. I mean, if they're confident in the 2v2,
Wills,
maybe they just try and
Kalista.
match and I mean, we're going to have some lane swaps anyway, right? Casante's good for that. Powerful 2v2 for Doggo. When I knew him in the LPL,
Caitlyn.
when this guy filled the shoes of Uzi
Nico.
waiting for him to come back into the league, Doggo was a great hyper-scaling AD.
Bard!
Being dominant with the Nico here is a big task when you're going up
Mickey
against
Bard,
Upset and Mickey,
pwede ring rel.
because in their prime, they are a very strong 2v2.
Mickey, what if
playing
rel?
what looks to be the weak side of the map, or at least a map that is just trying to match the range.
And if Junji's done his
What if
homework, he
Rel or
knows that
Rakan?
Fnatic are going to be playing around this bottom side
Yes.
of the map. So
I mean,
trying to
Nautilus.
have this strong duo on the bottom side that Junja can enable and trying to deter Razork from getting involved
Ay,
is
Nautilus
really
na
where it's
nila.
at, especially with Mickey taking the
Okay,
Nautilus.
okay,
This
okay.
is, we want to try
Lang,
and
ayusin
fight
ko lang
on
yung
this
setup
bottom
ng
side.
camera
We
ko.
want strong engage. We want that point to
At ako
cleanse the
iihi.
scene. So it feels like both sides setting up to
Okay,
have
okay.
that
And then drop,
focus on the
guys.
bottom lane.
I think Mickey,
Teka,
although he
teka.
can end on picks like this with hard engage, the Alistar, the
Wait
Norn,
lang.
he also has some of his best moments on it as well. While we asked what form is Oscar in coming into today, the reason that Fnatic is so turbulent is because we asked the same of Mickey. We asked the same of Razork coming into the day as well. This team beat KC, but outside of that, they didn't put up much of a fight against MKOI. Like, they are the third seed for a reason. They clearly couldn't get up to that upper echelon. But against CFO, the first seed of the LCP, we've already seen the damage that's just come through from Team Secret Wales. This team destroyed them in the finals, maybe bar a game. CFO are the best the region has to offer, and it's not even close. And this is the most impressive team I have seen out of the region since we've seen the dominance of Flash Wolves in the past in the LMS.
It is a very, very tough opponent to come up against. And honestly, I think it's incredible to see that CFO have risen into that position, right? Like, they hold that legacy in the region of teams like Flash Wolves and that. But LCP as a whole, having them just constantly at the top has been an insane run for them as I get the MKOI
One
fans.
game! Change the shirt!
Fair play for making it out, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming up next, so he's obviously getting ready to cheer another EU team. But let's see the debut of the LEC versus the first seed joining into the fray. You've got some seafood versus some crazy people. Let's see who wins it out. As Driver and Kaiwing sit in the bot lane, they're obviously anticipating the lane swap here, Dagda. As we know with that Caitlyn Nico, they want the 2v2.
Yeah, but the reset already coming through.
Okay,
so
ano nangyari?
now
Mag-dive?
Sion immediately goes to the top lane. Caitlyn going to reset as well. But Fnatic hiding in the brush here. They should be able to get control over the red buff. But now the real question is, in this fog of war, who is resetting on the side of Fnatic?
Vision, given over. Okay, they have full info.
Huli, kita kayo
It's gonna
man.
be the K'Sante on the reset. So at least at the moment, it looks like Fnatic should be able to get the lanes that I think they want. But honestly, against the as we were saying, I think even though it is against Caitlyn and Nico, Fnatic looking to get aggressive on this bottom side with this Nautilus pick and trying to find those kills rather than just letting the Nico and the Caitlyn shove waves fast and take out the turret lane.
You guys might be worried, but Dredgeline's going to be used for Mickey to get back into the wave in time. So standard 2v2, and that ward really nice from CFO to get that full information. Obviously, they know, as you said, Doggo and Kaiwing are down here. They'll clear the ward after a Mystic Shot connects, but we're just going to see how much Upset's going to land, because eventually this is going to become unbearable, depending on how Doggo and Kaiwing land those skill shots.
It's really unfortunate, actually, that Fnatic lost both of those wards, because Kaiwing still had the sweeper going. This is where, again, you want that ward to prevent Kaiwing from being able to play into the bush, but again, still, you're going to see that CFO can hit the auto attacks, get the poke down, hide in the bush now with all this vision cleared out, and it makes it difficult for Fnatic to really get aggressive.
Oba.
That ward now going to prevent Mickey from stepping up into the bush.
Oi.
Oi.
But every time Dredgeline misses, auto attacks plus a little bit of starburst coming from the Q of Nico. So Kaiwing gets good value here as well. One of the most oppressive co-laners as well, I think, in the current meta that's been around for like the last 6 to 12 months, Dagda, or even more, with annoying voice lines, like, and annoying abilities. Let's be honest, I think we all hate Nico in some passion, some kind of degree. Driver's just going to get a push in top.
Oy,
Really
ganda ng hook ni
nice
Mickey
here.
dun.
Ignite goes down as
Nice
well.
hook,
Trap
Mickey.
avoided. Mickey takes a big chunk.
Mickey!
And even that Warden's Mail, or that Warden's Wrath, excuse me, doesn't really negate too much. Doggo just pushes through.
Yeah, this wave should get the bounce though for CFO, which will make it a little bit more difficult for Razork to try and get in onto this bottom side of the map. And you can even see it's a good clear from Junja, matching that jungle popping from the Fnatic jungler. CFO, I think in a really good spot. I don't really believe there's any way Fnatic can make the plays, especially with Mickey this low.
They know. I mean, again, we talked about it. Like, Fnatic's game plan has been bot. You talked about it, Razork. Where does he love? He loves bot. Where does he pitch tent? He pitches a bot. Where's the rental price? Like, no one charged him rent.
Nangyari sa
Gotta
baba,
see if
ba't
CFO
nag-iingay
can
sila?
actually finally put the notice up. It's okay.
It's also going to be difficult for Razor to try and contest this grab. There's Ginger already moving into position for it, but I think Ginger's just here to cover. Doesn't really
Ah!
have much else.
Season Scuttle is untouched. A ward placed down. A good defensive
Ay,
ward in the try.
teka lang.
Razor just backs away. He goes, no,
Wait,
I'm not
guys.
going to fight here. One of the best duelists in the game, especially with that bot lane. And Scuttle is just free to CFO.
And this is exactly what CFO want. All that Junja has to do is make sure that the bot lane can play their game. As long as they can keep pushing, get plates, they're going to be more than happy. You're not going to get real value here. And Junja actually still sticking around. Looks like a potential dive. Kaiwing, again, could transform into a minion and end up tanking this tower.
True. That still exists. True. Very, very true. Driver, in the meanwhile, I love our observers are still going top because even though you wouldn't expect it in tank v tank, I mean, Driver's doing really well in the matchup. When he weaves those grasps in with Decimating Smash, that's when it gets quite potent. Good ward place as well. This dive, it has begun. Upset, though, not hit with the core of the damage dredge line defensively. The redive might come out, but Kaiwing's low, Junja's low. Not often do you see them fail dives. They're normally a lot cleaner than that.
Well, Mickey did a really good job there. Flashed onto Kaiwing
Chat.
to actually disrupt
Hi,
being
Chat.
changed into a minion. So Kaiwing ended up tanking the tower in Nico form. So he is to back out. The increased tower shot damage
Boom.
that goes on to the Zing out. He is to
Pwede
back
mo
out.
solo kill yung
Oh,
Kasante.
What?
Nagawa ni Oscarinin man.
Just explodes for first blood.
It has not been looking good for Oscar in the
Ay,
top
ay.
side. Manages to take a ton of damage in the early stages, and now a solo kill on so much of this CS going to go to the tower. Will be able to TP back
Aray
in,
ko,
but
tilted na
look
agad
at
yan
that
si
CS
Oscarinin
difference in
man.
that top lane.
Ano yung CSD po, 42 to 29. Tas na first blood pa siya.
Nothing whittled down by Oscar
Ay, ay, ay.
That is gigantic.
Paano na ito man?
I could see it coming, but I just didn't see how it was coming.
Still, I mean, CFO doing everything that they need to right now. Even though they don't get the dive on the bottom side, Upset still behind in CS because they have to try and outplay in the moment. Now Junja getting a nice little invade here. Razor going to see if he can get the smite.
Razzle is a level up. Room Prison starts us off. Smite comes down. Junja's behind side.
Okay, tinamaan. Kaso may ano.
Won't matter because Junja is in so much more trouble.
Makakasalba ba si Razzle? Oh, nabuhay. Kaya papatayin si Honkyu.
And the deed is done. Honkyu now in trouble himself. He gets
Wag
phase
na, wag
rush.
na, wag na,
He
Mickey,
runs
wag
out.
na, Mickey,
Wants
wag
to
na,
re-engage
Mickey.
with Driver now jumping
Alam
in,
kong
but
gusto mo
he
pa,
doesn't have
man.
an ulti. A seismic shove yet again. Poby 2 for 2 in the play. And Fnatic now on the board as well.
Fnatic doing a nice job of turning that around. The invade with Driver could have worked out, but Poby with a nice flick back ends up setting up that play. Now Oscarinin
He
trying
has
to prevent
6.
Sion from getting to
He's
the wall.
got an all out. He's got true damage. Driver has to flash away. And Oscar gets a bit of revenge for the previous
Makabawi si
play.
I
Oscarinin
was
man.
hoping, even
Nice.
though we wouldn't get the kill,
Paldo.
that he could just deny Driver all the CS on the top side and try and prevent him
Oi.
hitting level 6 himself. But Mickey,
Seismic Sharp doesn't connect this time. Honkyu steps into it. Beautifully done from the CFO mid laner, as both Mickey and Poby will fail to land.
yeah, I mean, really nice job. There's been so much action in and around this mid lane, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, we talked about how this team has been setting up Poby for success with him coming into the roster and trying to bring us through, but Honkyu has been absolutely fantastic for this squad.
He's gnarly.
He's been absolutely insane. He's won Finals MVP, Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year. This man has taken every achievement and more, and he's more than deserved.
And I mean, I remember when Maple was talked about in the league. I feel like this is bigger. I feel like this is bigger than that. People calling him Baby Faker, you know, because Caps is already Baby Faker, but like, this guy is a prodigy at such a young age. Who knows the kind of damage he'll do at this international, let alone the ones to come.
And especially when in finals, he's going up against the likes of Maples that are heroes in the region and able to take them down almost handily, to be honest. It says a lot about what Honkyu has to bring to the table, and the fact that Poby now has to try and control him here and stop CFO from taking over this game is going to be a handful, but I think that's why we're seeing that focus from Fnatic shift from what has traditionally been a bot lane focused team to the mid wave, and now Honkyu actually using that realm warp for the top side. Looks like they want to go for a bit of a swap and get Honkyu into a side lane.
Also, midwave's going to get hard push. Maybe the Talia wall from Poby to get towards mid lane as well. That might be the option here as the midwave's fully pushed. Razork also was deep in an invade while this happened, but he hasn't been spotted on
Go
vision.
Free.
I believe we can see a ping coming down.
Go
as
man.
Midwave denied. That's a cannon wave. It's actually okay. Razork is level 6 now, by the way. Just a quick side note as he picks up the camp, he backs away. And Upset is going to be able to pick up all this CS and
They're
play
considering the
tonight.
dive on top side. Driver could ult top here to help Honkyu. He has no flash. Or sorry, has his flash available.
Poby is going to surf it up though, and he's okay.
Ay, ay, ay.
And no flash committed. Razork comes in.
Putik
As
na
you
yan.
said, cease and desist. The flick back. Still not enough damage. Honkyu thinking
Ang
about it. Gets phased up,
kunat.
walks it out. The
kaya
resilience of this
i-burst,
man not
man.
to press the D button was big.
But it does mean Fnatic have control here.
Cancel.
And the interrupt on the reset.
Ay!
Flashed away. But that's going to be the pressure on top side and
Jump.
the Void Grubs.
Wait, Toxic Shove comes through and he flushes away Poby.
Oh my God, Poby!
He stares
Poby!
in the face and says, now what, bro?
The plays around
Okay,
Fnatic's
Poby.
are picking up pace here as Mickey now
Okay,
doesn't
na-cancel
actually
yung
get to
dredge
get
line
away.
ni, ano,
Driver
sa wall.
doesn't really have the damage, I think, to chase
But he
it down.
just ulted
Dugo
Mickey,
yan.
waiting for a dredge line to come
Ah,
through.
may
Mickey
flash.
has the flash dredge lines, Riptide's out. It was also that Razor could get a grub. 2 now available here for CFO.
Okay,
Committed
2 for
on
1.
play, but no
Grabs.
objective after this.
This thing is though, you get the plates on top side.
Pre, love ko si Poby, man. Kaso,
pushing in the bot side.
Yeah.
Another
CFO
big wave
pre,
and a
mas
tower play
better
going
talaga eh.
across, plus the kill. Even though CFO are pushing them off the Void Grubs, it's a win for Fnatic.
Watch the replay in action here because Poby steps up to the wave after they see Honku flash.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Honku just needed to give up on the play, but
True.
thought they could play with Junja. But Poby and these flicks have been
Oi.
perfect. And again, the fact that he ends up getting the stone toss through first means he's set up, and you can see there, Fnatic squad looking happy.
yeah. Yun,
It
good.
is not a bad start. As you said, you know, Poby's been involved in both plays, and so has Razork. And with this duo, that is good to see, considering that mid jungle is so important with a Vitalia in the early to mid stages of the game when you want to use that pressure around the map and around these early objectives. Really fun to picks.
Also, one of the biggest talking points for Fnatic has been the lack of including Poby in these early
Yes.
plays and getting him around the map. And now there's a heavy focus on actually playing towards him, and it's working out well.
In summer, they improved on that. This feels like an even better step in the right direction. Like Poby was kind of played around a little bit more. As you know what, in this early game, Dagda, we talked about it
Ay,
a
ay.
bit earlier on. Doggo in his lane, he's got a bit of a CS lead, but this Caitlyn hasn't really skyrocketed out. I think there was a bit of plating taken, but as we're getting 4 minutes away from that ending, this is around mid for now. It's not the best Caitlyn start to the game. I know it's 500 gold up, but like, could be worse.
Still though, like CFO
Oy!
are doing good things, right?
Yun
They've
ang
got
cancel.
the early dragon for themselves. They do have a lead for Doggo that they can look to play through, even using the barrier there to prevent his reset from being interrupted. And now he can start to put pressure on towards other lanes. Like you can see, turret plates
Boom.
are gone, and oh, hang on.
All out's going to come through.
Okay,
True damage
Oscar.
is nice. Driver running for his life. There was a solo kill before, but now there's
Nya,
a
may tulong man,
slow
this is
down.
Junji, ah.
Flip comes out. He dashes
Knockout pa
away.
din.
There's a bit of space created with a
Oh!
decimating smash. Oscar's
Ain't no way,
got
boy,
to
pa rin si
follow.
Oscar.
No.
What?
It's Cassante.
Oh
And
my
Oscar
God.
in a match
Riot,
to save the
Kisante.
day.
And that's the
Hello,
flash down
hello,
on
hello.
Junja now, which for if you have a dragon fight upcoming, or even those next Rift Trail, hang on, here we go.
Rumlock does calm out. Poby sets out the rocks in place. Pop Blossom as well.
Yeah.
Turret aggro not there.
Good
And
angle
the
ba
damage
to?
isn't either. It's
No.
a rise. Razork also shows his face. True Shot Barrage flies near. And Driver also TPs in.
This is what I was going to say. CFO, even though they aren't leading in the gold lead, they are still a team that is very good at keeping this pressure up, even if they don't have that tempo advantage, and making plays on both sides of the map, managing to not really get much there, but at least you're burning like a flash on towards the Cassante and keeping this bottom lane turret in check and not letting Poby continue to get more gold.
Poby sitting in a lost chapter for now. More gold would equal that first item a little bit earlier as well. This gold is dead even. Dragons up in 45 seconds. First one went to CFO, and Subset just kites away from Kaiwing's pressure. As Mickey's found at the same time. I feel like the second dragon would be a really nice start for CFO again to keep leveraging their pressure we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's where it is going to be difficult for Fnatic, as Kaiwing looking for upset, but
Upset knows.
he's counted.
A little bit obvious, yeah.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you have Doggo who's controlling this push on mid really effectively and starting to get some chip damage on the turret. They can also use that pressure to go for Dragon. This Sion is huge. This Sion is already
Hello,
becoming a
pre.
bit of a problem. And you talked about it in Champ Select. You don't really
Sup,
have anyone
man?
that can
Welcome
kill us
back.
both.
Boom!
Melee
Pag!
range.
Patay!
Poby!
Si
Driver
Poby,
does
man.
it again. Both his kills.
Grabe si Driver,
And now
man.
solo
Driving.
Bolos.
Point in case.
Ito
Driver
yung
is
sa
a
yun
problem,
yung
and he's
ano,
driving it
yung
home.
dying pag
As he
namatay.
manages to
Ay,
pick
Ang
up the bottom
silver,
side,
nabubuhay
while
ulit.
his dragon spawns, you don't have Poby
Oh.
available.
Ilang segundo.
CFO want to look for a play.
Nagiging
Almost
baliw.
purely available for Kaiwing.
Mickey spotted out on the path down to Dragon. CFO started this for good
Ay,
reason,
wag,
but
wag,
Driver
wag,
up HP with
FNC.
no ulti. Fnatic think they
Wag
have an
din,
angle, but
CFO,
upset.
wag pilit,
He is
man.
low on mana. Take that node as Drake
Ay! Na-dredge lane si
Assault on the
Junji, ah.
Junja.
Kaso walang
Still have his
follow-up,
press
man.
card up and available, but
Ay,
he's gonna
pinafocus
back
nila yung
away
Dragon
when it
pala.
comes
Hindi ko
to
nakita,
do
sorry.
anything. It shows Fnatic that
Sorry,
he
sorry.
wants out. And And Razork is going to equalize the Dragon even after that solo kill bot.
It's a good
Paldo.
bluff from Fnatic. They basically are saying, hey, you don't have TP or that Realm Warp on Honq because you used it on that bot lane play.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, we have Poby who spawned. He can teleport into the play, or he can even go for that Weaver's Wall in. So they just brute forced their way in. But Poby had already started walking top. He knew that he wasn't needed for the play, so they managed to hold on to the Summoner spell and that ultimate
Okay.
of the Taliyah while also forcing CFO away.
So far, dikit lang yung game.
Dag the next one in 130. It's Herald up in top. Upset's just trying to use the last of his mana bar to get that push. We'll look back at the replay in the meantime. And Driver,
tinamaan
he
ng
gets
slow.
the E, the Roar of the Slayer, and he
Boom.
just holds. What a Chad.
Yeah, getting that slow sets up perfectly. The damage is there, and that grasp of the Undying proc. Well, doing the dying part fairly well.
We talked a little bit in draft about problem killing Sion. Sion has 2 kills and is escalating very quickly. How concerned are you?
Quite, because he is the highest level in the game. Oscarin has only just ticked over to level 11 and is going to start becoming pretty unkillable. You have some backline threat on this team and some combos with the Vi, Ezreal, Taliyah, but at some point you're going to have to try and deal with what is going to be a fairly beefy squad. I think that's where Fnatic are going to struggle. And the fact that you aren't winning out on the side lane against the Sion with either the Taliyah or the
Yun lang.
K'Sante is definitely an issue.
Coinbase Gold Grind, let's have a look. Because Oscar's actually within driving
Okay,
range, no pun intended. But again, Driver's just
Gold
become
board,
more
man.
unkillable. And you'd expect it versus a K'Sante, but even in the all-out Dagda, that's the problem. Especially with no Iceborne yet, and a mystery bag of meat of whatever we call the items there with double chain vest.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because K'Sante scales so well with resistances. Like, when it comes towards his Q, it's all based off his resistances and everything else. So it makes sense to go for more of them as you start to go through. The problem is, Driver's starting to go towards that unending despair, which is going to make him just unkillable when it comes towards side lane. He's going to heal so effectively through that every time you go for the trade. And then when you get to team fights, again, it takes so long to take him down as
Oi.
Dogo just able to step away.
Mickey's been good
Grabe
with
si
the angle
Dogo,
of
man.
hooks, but sidestepping has been clutch. I mean, CFO showing why there. Some insane players. Depth
Ay,
charge,
nahuli
just
na yung
forcing.
jungler.
Razork is by himself. Pop Blossom in the meantime, it's a 2-man. Tangle Bars becomes 3.
Oh my god,
Driver has
FNC,
a line
07
of
man.
ducks in a row. Fnatic came in just to go. The flash away from Oscar
Ay, ay, ay.
is blown out of the water, and CFO made that look effortless.
Fnatic end up completely separated in the fight thanks to that Nico ultimate and Junja just saying, I'm going into the pit, I can 1v1 Razork easily. Now you get the objective, you get the fight, you're getting towers. CFO might have just blown open this game.
That was so easy for them as well. I mean, Dagda, maybe the proof's in the pudding, proof's in the comp. So many good buttons to start a fight, and they just showed it right there. Honq is going to try and take this top turret to boot as well, and with their Herald, to just open up mid for the Caitlyn or open up one of these side lanes. You said it before, we may as well say it again. This game definitely in CFO's driving seat.
Yeah, especially at this stage, it's very difficult, it feels like, for Fnatic to try and come back into it. The 3k gold lead already going across. Doggo has already got a 1.6k gold lead, so any sort of like Caitlyn in a trough does not exist, and even that's a bit overrated at this stage. So I think it's just going to be a follow through, and you can see the team fighting here from CFO was perfect. Kaiwing steps forward because Poby and Mickey are trying to play back into this choke point, but as Junja goes in, Kaiwing immediately goes on towards the back line, catches Poby and also
Poby
catches
and
Mickey
Mickey
on the back of it. And it sets up perfectly for Honq to then support Junja.
Bag.
Now they can turn their damage onto Poby, who ends up getting locked down. And it's easy for CFO to play the front to back when they've already caught key members of Fnatic.
Just cut off the escape route, didn't even need to in the end. Everything
Okay. Ay, bali ano sir, hindi mo na lang pag ano sir, hindi mo na pag-ipang tapik. Wala rin sir. Ang guntingon mo nga sides, Ari na lang, ang sides na lang, tapos Ari, tapos i-fold mo na lang sila to nga, ano na, pag invert ko na lang yung ano mo, para hindi na mag-ano bla. Bali, ang sa Dere, Paris. Hindi, Ari sila Paris. Sila ni Paris. Bali, ang, muna. Kag mo na. Tapos Dere sila din na. Bali, ang katon mo, Dere, kag amo ni.
But the thing is, why do you try
Kag ang
to
Dere sa baba
make
mo nila ko.
attempt at this top side of the map, but Honq has this Rift Tower in his back pocket.
Para hindi
so
na
just
mag-ano
if
sa-
Fnatic try and overextend underneath the tower, Honq can pop that down and try and keep
Double-sided.
himself safe, but looks like he doesn't want any part of it. So Fnatic just going to look for the top trade instead, as CFO like, cool, we'll just handshake the mid tower instead.
Which is important as well when you have a Caitlyn. That control is crazy. Lead as well, the deep vision is going to pay off so much. And it's not just outer turret, because outer was taken with ease. Now Honkyu's going to drive it right towards mid. And that's going to be gone in a turret at 18 minutes of the game.
ma'am doon na.
Just has to back away. Poby's going to teleport.
37,
They're turning this into a play. But
Ayun na.
Mickey's already dead. He dredged on too early with the Weaver's
Awkward,
Wall flying
man.
down mid. CFO already half out. Honkyu is covered by Driver's decimating smash. As Razork now found on an angle by Junja. And I feel
Wala,
like
hirap pa rin yung
Fnatic are
FNC.
crumbling at the seams. A decimating smash.
Buhay pa
Poby
si
was gonna
Kaiwing.
fight back, but Kaiwing will not perish. Junja
Ah,
now
patay
his
si
angle has
ano.
re-entered onto
Oscar.
upset. As it just goes from bad to worse for the European
Oh,
representatives.
Dogo.
Flash after the ace in the hole.
Aray mo.
Poby gets hit.
Kati.
And if there was another one, he would be dead. This is some Chad maneuvers coming out of the
Pinapaldo lang sa
LCP rep.
damage,
I would
man.
have said it's a sigh of relief for Upset that he didn't go down, but it's more desperation at this stage. Everyone of Fnatic tries to jump on the mid wave, but CFO are just too strong. Fnatic have to get creative to bypass this beefy front line, but even when they do, it's still not enough.
When you see a Caitlyn ulting and then flashing past a Talia trying to get the kill, you know the game is in a problem state. It's a 5k gold lead, 2 dragons, and look at the replay again.
And I don't mind this early engage from Mickey because it's, hey, let's just try and get something started. I will go down, but it buys the time we need to try and set people up. But the Weaver's Wall only separates Honkyu. Upset can't really push forward because he's fearful of actually the damage that can come through. Razork, as you said, gets caught on the side. And Driver is just sitting in front of his team and preventing both the damage dealers for Fnatic getting through. And he's lost 5% of his HP,
Almost
maybe. Yeah.
And then we don't get to see Doggo just deciding to send it forward, but that's how confident they are right now. Razork looking for a play through top side, more of the Slayer clears away. Driver, we're really going to test if this guy can die, but he's level 13 as Atakan spawns, and it seems like Fnatic are going to throw the Hail Mary, to which CFO say, yep, we have a TP rise. If you start Atakan, you will lose the game quicker.
It's just Fnatic trying to see if they can get anything. If maybe CFO split up wrong as they try to come in to contest the objective and you can find something. But CFO doing their due diligence, they're not going to overextend, they're going to be patient on this, and as Fnatic step away, it may actually be the window for CFO to start up the objective.
Except for Fnatic, they're going to have to send some ultis in. Now Upset sticks around, checks, waits for the wave top. Oscar's just covering that entry towards the Tri-Brush as well. Atakan's not started yet. Fnatic know at least that much, but Control Ward is making it difficult for them as Driver steps
Ay,
up.
si Driver
Daring
hinahunting.
not. If Razork Vault Breakers it, then what? You know, that's the problem. It's like
Sabagay,
Upset,
ano
when he
sunod
gets a
kapag
relative
nag-ulti
rush.
si ano? Ay, pag
When are we
tinamaan niya si
there?
Driver ng Q.
Yeah, I mean,
It's,
Ano
it's
next,
the
man?
problem with Sion, right? You need something that is a good tank killer, and you just don't have it, and now Razor costs.
Junjia.
onto Junja, flash away,
Ah!
Driver, point blank. Doesn't find a knockup
Antog.
though. Oscar in and walks it out. That's the one
Pwede
time
na
that you're
atakan.
happy as a European
Take,
fan
take,
that
take,
Driver
take,
didn't get
take,
too
take.
much,
Take
but
atakan, take atakan.
Atakan still started off and CFO healthy enough to play this charade.
The Driver is still
Pwede,
able to
pwede
just control
pumaldo,
this
man.
area
Pwede
again.
pumaldo.
He just does not take damage. And for Fnatic, they're trying desperately to buy access to the river, but they're fighting on 2 fronts, both towards the tower and at Driver.
They're gonna flip, they're gonna
Ah!
solve shove. Razork just flashed
Unat
away.
ni Driver, man.
Fi wanted it engaged. Driver's the one that
Ay,
got flicked back
grabe.
again. Damage is null. Fnatic receiving the wave
Dollars.
with Dredgeline onto Honkyu, Seismic Shove, True Shot.
Oh, si
right.
Honkyu.
It's good with an
Unat.
exhaust, but again they need to find a kill.
Wala.
Razork
Ang
decided
hirap
to
talaga,
go in
pre.
and die. Okay, send it again.
Unat
Now
ni
to try with the
Driver.
Dredgeline. They're finally killing the Scion.
Nakilling
They've done
Scion.
so,
Okay,
but a
kaso
flip
patay rin si,
from
ano, si
Junja,
Mickey, eh.
and he finds a new lease on life. Driver on the back line gets Fnatic nice and busy, but under the turret he cares not, as that's the best result
Helmet,
for the third
helmet.
seed of the
Huwag ng
LEC,
helmet.
but it still looks a bit
Ang
too
helmet.
hard.
Honkyu got
Waon.
the reset to teleport in, so healthy members on CFO and Fnatic blinking when it comes to some of their health bars and their mana bars. It'll be just a viewing party as CFO take the Ataka.
All right, let's throw the play a third time into the midst. See what Fnatic can do. Oscar Rinnan at full HP. Again, the Realm Walk comes out after the Atakan, but no one takes it. The main thing is CFO got the Atakan, and right now it is looking like an LCP day one, no matter how you slice it.
CFO looking very commanding here. Oscar Rinnan just going to try and be an annoyance, but it's not going to matter. The reset's going to come through, and look at the items that were starting to come through after this fight, because it's absurd for CFO. But again, like Fnatic try desperately to get in here. Hongq is a good call to try and go for, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage to follow up. And here, Razork thinks, if I can get in range, I can ult Hongq, and that would be enough
Hirap,
to
di,
move the ball.
di kaya
Doesn't
sumabay
manage to
ng
get
ano,
it off.
Fnatic.
And then it's one kill back as Upset and Poby are able to play away from Kaiwing's engage. But Junja with the flash forward, they've already done enough damage. And there's no threat onto Doggo. The long-range Caitlyn don't work.
Now, Arnold has a quote saying, Arnold Schwarzenegger, if it bleeds, we kill it. That applies with Driver. They did actually kill it. But it took the whole team in the end. Optimism, I don't know. Right now, I feel like CFO, we have to really just call out how good their mechanics have been, but how structured their fighting has been around Driver. This is why we're excited for this team, because they destroyed Team Secret Wales in the same fashion in finals. They are showing at Worlds, they're doing the same thing. They're just so concentrated in their efforts. And it is so nice to see from the LCP.
Yeah, really good understanding of how to take fights, where to be positioned, how to enable picks like the Caitlyn for Doggo, and even doesn't quite have that rapid fire cannon complete. I thought he'd have it done at this stage, but still, setting up his trap line. How do you try and break this as Fnatic? So you can see they're not even going to bother. They're just going to let them have this third dragon and hope somewhere they find the damage. But I just don't see it coming again. Like 2 items only for Upset, 2 and a bit for Poby, trying to work towards that magic resist shred, but it just doesn't matter.
Poby, he knows they're there, obviously. Seismic Shove goes onto a clone. And as he clears this wave, note the Baron's up in 20 seconds. Now, 15 seconds in that Baron, and there is a very deep pushed wave for Oscar, so he's kind of set up the cards right, as Fnatic are going to be able to get vision off this. But the question is, what is going to stop CFO from just pushing through and clearing that vision afterwards?
I mean, I think at this stage is just a swing and a prayer, hope for the best, and you can kind of see this. The vision hasn't been set up by CFO, and you're hoping maybe they miss one, and you can get like a TP for Oscar in to kind of flank something along these lines.
Makes sense.
But unfortunately, like as you say, the vision is completely cleared out. You're not really in a position as Mickey to try and go for these like cheating tempo plays to get vision down, because CFO have already established themselves on the top side. At least with that bot lane tower going down, Poby getting a bit of gold for himself. I don't know if it'll be enough to complete the Void Staff here. Maybe on reset. Or, actually, not the Void Staff. It's the
Crypto Bloom.
There you go. Yeah, Crypt Bloom now completed. But again, CFO are just playing this so well structurally. Not overextending, constantly playing off of where they need to be on the map, setting up their vision correctly, and they're just not letting Fnatic have a moment to find a pick.
Like this, I mean, Razork sets up control ward. Okay, there's Junja, goes back from Tri-Brush, Vault Breaker, Ghost as well. Mickey wants a hook onto Hongq. They say, hey, we found him. Let's get the mid lane. A Seismic Shove.
Ay, nakuha si Hongq. Ito na ba?
Pick with Upset setting the True Shot Barrage. A shutdown to Mickey's unfortunate, but a shutdown nonetheless.
Ito na ba? Turnaround? Kaya ba? Alam, makakab ni si Driver.
Driver ulties out of Fnatic, there's still life yet.
Fnatic find the pick. Doggo wasn't there to be the catalyst to try and help out afterwards, and now CFO backing away. Baron potential on the cards for Fnatic, but I don't think they have enough. I think if they end up in that pit, they end up getting shredded by CFO. So just be a pick, back away, and hope for a bit more gold.
Was a bit committed there as Doggo sends his ulti out, but it's a good block. And I will say, if Fnatic find isolation, I think you talked about it before, Dagda, there is still a way. We're discounting this game just because of how CFO have been playing with the Seismic Shove around mid lane. You CFO disrespect with the Dredge line coming in as well. There's danger. Junja at half HP, no flip back, and Poby's getting good poke damage with the threaded volley. There's no dragon to move to for Fnatic, so it'll be sticking on midway for the time being, with them having control over Baron Vision.
Yeah, it may have looked a bit funky from CFO, but it's a good call to keep this mid turret alive. Using those ultimates, you know the Fnatic don't think they're strong enough to actually go for the
Ganda talaga ng trap ng skin niya. What the hell?
In that play. So for CFO, yes, it's a pick that went across, but it's not anything that's really game-changing for Fnatic right now.
You know what it is? We get towards that soul in 2 minutes. I know it's only a Chemtech soul, but still, getting that extra tenacity when you have a lot of chain CC, a lot of pick potential. CFO's just extra stats that help them win this game. Make the LCP undefeated
yung
on
ano,
day
kailangan mo full charge bago may stun. Ayun, bag.
With the Rune Prison as well, and with Mickey maybe getting caught out.
Ow, Mickey!
Get the Mega Blast
Run!
Junja punishes for that.
Ah, wala, huli si Razork dito, pre. Hindi na makakatawa si Razork dyan. Ay, ginagawa ng FNC, man.
True Shot Barrage after the fact. it's nice, but it's not going to cut it as Razork is in the dirt for 40 seconds and Poby's poke tries
Laki
he
niyan,
might.
40
He won't
seconds,
be able to
man.
mitigate CFO starting the Baron.
Timer
He
yun.
just sat on that
Home
blast
team.
cone and refused to let Mickey use it. So he ends up having to leap out. And Razork dies for his sins. And now CFO start up the Baron. This is a miracle if Fnatic hope that they can steal this.
Poby's going to come in, decimating smash block, but midway, Oscar gets
Ay, 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 ang lambot ni ano, Oscar, napupoke siya. Si Driver ang una, to tignan mo.
He's alive as Oscar
Oh!
finds away. Meanwhile, Pop Blossom mid-realm warp.
Mid-realm warp, man.
Away goes Oscar. He manages to shield it out as Honkyu gets shoved away. Poby's trying to stop the defense.
Oh my God, Junji, ah! Oh, si Driver, oh, beep, beep!
Driver going for another spin.
Beep, beep.
CFO have brought the game back into their favor again.
There is nothing that Fnatic can do.
Literal na driver, man, nagdidrip, pre.
They're putting everything they can into this Scion. And he will
Beep, beep.
not fall. CFO. Actually, might have caught Doggo.
Oh my God, si Doggo mo huli. Wala, patay na naman si Razork. Diyos ko, kaka-respawn mo lang, man. Mabubuhay ba si Doggo? Hindi. Okay. Shutdown gold, man. Paldo, shout down. Shout out. Kaso patay pa rin si Oscar, hindi siya makaka.
As Junja puts another one in the basket.
And that's going to be Chemtech Soul for CFO.
Wala naman, it's sarap naman, chicken wrap.
Before this, it has just become
Price in the
so
bag.
much harder. CFO making a statement here in game number 1 for themselves at the World's Championship.
Doon na.
Who's going to pick up the soul any second now?
Doon na.
Fnatic's chance of an upset
Doon na natira.
been thrown by the wayside once again. This game
Yeah,
looked done.
yeah.
There were a couple of picks, and then we just returned to the scene of the crime. Thank you, Muscat, for your priceless moment. As now it's only an Elder flip or potential Baron because Fnatic hope.
And honestly, it's kind of just been strong play coming through from Junja. But Driver, again, getting a bunch of these solo kills in the early stages. And you can see here, look how much damage is being tossed his direction. And he's just slowly walking away from everything until they find that moment for the Realm Warp into the Pop Blossom, catching Oscar in. And even afterwards here again, Driver understanding, look, we're going to get these plays because everyone is focused on towards the Zinzao. I'm going to squeeze past to focus the back line and make sure that there's no damage that Fnatic can put through onto any of my cards.
Nice sold kay Driver, man.
That was Razork saying sorry as he died as well. Maybe it was Poby at the end. But it's a 6k gold lead. It's now the onslaught. Doggo has 3 and a bit items with the last whisper. He's 6-1 and 6. It's been a fantastic debut. Exactly what we expected from CFO. Junja now just moving into position as well. Inner turret under fire and Fnatic struggling to clear the wave. It's Poby who's doing the most work right now as Upset's just trying to deal with mid.
Exactly, Honkyu pushing in this mid lane, going to make it very difficult. Oscar in, trying to play around the trap line, but...
He sat on one, headshot. Oh
Boom!
my
Kate!
God!
That's the tank!
He's such
Inuso
a
yung
good
tank.
boy, and Junja is too. Everyone's getting
Oh
praise.
my
in this
God.
CFO Ross. There's a Realm Warp taking 1 minion into the base.
Ayun na,
If
Diyos
you're
ko,
unable to
dinadive na
engage,
lang.
ace in the hole,
Di na
it's
nirere... Oh! Nakuha dalawa!
It's two.
Nakuha si Poby. GG.
Poby about to drop the greatest of some time.
Oh my God, put the fries in the bag, Fnatic.
Wala ka, dinadive na.
Alam mo, pre, may tower pa sila, di pa naisira, oh.
Finishes one here.
They didn't even
No.
bring Driver along for that. He ended up
Kompleto pa.
bolting out of it.
Like yung tier 3 towers, pre.
Come along for the rides.
Kompleto pa yung tier 3 towers, pero dinadive na sila, man.
It feels like for CFO.
Not just for CFO.
Ay,
Dave.
ay, ay,
It's a
aray
victory
mo.
lap for the
Palo.
LCP on day 1. 2-0 is the kickoff.
Grabe, 2-0 LCP.
CFO, we said they're the best of this region. They damn well
Kumbaga parang region na
put
rin
their
natin
money
ng
where their
pinaglalaro.
mouth is
GG's.
as they kick Fnatic in the jawline.
Oh ma.
And they made it look easy.
Oh maga.
Driver
Ganda.
getting kills against Poby, getting kills against
Victory.
Oscar.
Drink muna.
Driver, grabe si driver. Pre, literal na driver, man. Nagda-drive ng sayon, man. Si Johnson.
Nico looks so oppressive.
Nagjo-Johnson, man. Michael Johnson.
Man, they kept trying to find picks, but every single time
Upset.
it's like, oh,
Upset
no,
talaga.
wait, there's a sign in the way.
Okay.
Yeah, the Nico just cloned. Oh, that's not a real engage. It's such a hard game for Fnatic to play, but to be fair, CFO were the ones that
Shit.
made it so damn hard.
Congrats CFO. 1-0.
How constantly they set up those fights.
Okay, okay. Wait lang,
And
pre.
there's just nothing that
Iihi
Fnatic
lang
can
ako,
do.
man.
CFO will take a well-earned bow here. Because my God, that was incredible stuff from the LCP first seed.
And from first seed, from second seed, LCP 2-0 desk. That's what I'm saying. That was my region once.
I mean, they've been surprising everyone all year. Honestly, amazing showing here for the first game of CFO here at Worlds. Yeah.
It's still a reason to
very
stay. I
happy
just want
right
to say.
now.
So happy.
Yeah.
Look at him! Look at him! That's
No,
the
but
Sion cue.
He's emoting on us every time.
I mean, I think it's just it's a reality check.
Yeah.
You said that, yeah.
The LCP, you can't mess with them. You can't underestimate them. We already had very high expectations for CFO, but for them to just come in and dominate the way that they did, I mean, I like their draft approach. It was very simple, very straightforward. They executed well, and I mean, this team, there's just so much to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, they came in and did a lot. Driver especially, because early on in that game, I saw that solo kill on Oscar, and I looked directly at you. It's like a sign to come. Because Driver on Sion is a different kind of beast, because I just talked about the solo kill that he had versus Oscar, but the solo kill bot lane versus Poby was insane. He just had like a lethal when the Taliyah was like 100% HP.
E connects, and the man said, okay, calculation's done.
Yep.
Easy kill for me.
But that's my question here. We know that this guy is, I'm not going to call him a one-trick. He can play other champions, but he's pretty cracked on Sion, honestly. What was the idea?
Named
this
after
he's named after Sion. How did they think they could handle this when you look at Fnatic's composition and how they wanted to play that?
Oh, I mean, I think they had a plan with getting a bit of comfort early on. They wanted dive. We know they're a bot-centered team. Like, one of their most successful drafts from, well, I would say the year is like this Vi, Kai'Sa, Ambessa traditionally. No Ambessa this time around, of course. But then once they saw the Sion, and like not being able to get your hands on the Kai'Sa, it felt like that they then kind of had two different ideas of what they wanted to do, and it became very difficult for them to execute. Still a strong showing from Poby overall on his debut. I will give him credit there, but CFO, the way they approached the fight, their discipline around the map, I mean, they are a strong team for a reason, and they demonstrated why against Fnatic.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yo, man.
Raz, we know that they've been ramping up all year. We saw that at first end felt
Thank
like a
you.
surprise.
Red Bull sa
MSI
likod.
felt like the confirmation.
Paldo.
They feel
Baka
like
naman,
an even
di nyo
stronger
ginagalaw
team.
oh.
It's just a reality
Akin na lang.
now, and especially with Team Secret Wells winning in the game prior, like, no, the LCP is a strong region that you must respect. And
Teka.
so I
Wait lang ulit.
was very shocked with it. I will say for the HyperX Reflex replay, it was Kaiwing on his Nico ulti that was a big shock to me, because like it was just like, yes, they're great within the lane, they're dominating there, but then also the team fight there, being able to push out Razork out of the pit and then see and separate the rest of the team with an amazing Nico ultimate. They're a great team fighting team. The setup is beautiful. They're a team to watch out for.
We heard from Trimby earlier say that the way in which Team Secret Wells set up the fights was obviously very good, and CFO is a cut above them. And again, I think that we saw that the way they approach their team fights is clinical, well executed, and when you also factor in the kind of coordination issues that Fnatic are demonstrating, it was just easy pickings for CFO.
And it's just a little bit of swagger as well. Like, of course, Driver coming in with a Sion Q emote afterwards. Doggo, anytime you miss an ability on him, he's just spamming emotes. Like, this is a team that has fun on stage. It's day one, game one, and they're already just chilling.
I mean, that's the thing. They show up strong here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm not worried yet.
Yeah.
As an LEC fan, but Vidius, you talked about
Ay, copium. Copium na naman yung
back to
mga
the drawing board
Europeans,
for
man.
Fnatic. What are the first things you're looking at?
That Vi damage
5.3.
right there, you see that Vi damage?
Copers na naman sila.
Razork we need back in action. I think
Di daw
this
sila worried
draft
sa
I
Europe.
didn't love.
Okay.
I like the idea
Ilang years na kayong ganyan,
of
man.
Taliyah Vi.
Yeah.
Short, but I think like if they want to play dive, I think they should stick to dive. If they want to play team fight, I think they should stick to team fight.
Tigil
And I
nyo
feel
na yan,
like
man.
that
Tanggapin nyo na
Fnatic
lang
need
kasi
to
pre. Tas
lower the
perform
barrier to
better.
entry of their
Ay, ay.
composition. Take a page out of CFO's book and kind of simplify their approach, because right now they are definitely not one of the favorites in this tournament. They are very far down in terms of the power rankings, and I think simplifying their game plan is their best approach moving forward.
Yeah, and I mean, just some of the notes that I took about this team, and I'm looking at you guys just to confirm, is that they're an unpredictable team. Fnatic is. Because, like, yes, they looked poor in this game. They can easily just look completely different. Oscar in this game. Yeah, so it's like, that's the main note I took. I bolded it. It was very clear to me. So, like, even though, you know, you look at them in this game, you're expecting just poor play throughout the tournament. No, that shouldn't be the expectation. So we'll see what it looks like. But at least for CFO side, they stamped their way with a 1 win on day 1, and they're a team to watch out for. I don't want to draw them into the next phase. Because we're going to win this next. That's why.
Fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
we
also
got,
be
we
a
got
1-0 team.
another EU team coming up right next. We'll also have an interview just a little bit, but for now, that's all for us here. Driver, emoting on us, GG, well played. You get this one for now. We'll be back in just a few minutes for KT versus MKOI.
Paldo. God damn!
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, okay.
Ubos na. Ubos.
Ang cute ng kanta, ganda. Chillers. What the hell?
Ay, ay, ay.
Kulit niya talaga.
And welcome back to the desk ahead of Nkoi versus KT roster. Here, it's fine. Back to the drawing board. Another LEC
Okay.
enters
Control
the
yourself.
stage.
European teams ulit man. Tatalo ulit ba ang Europe?
Draw that, yes,
XD.
because this is a precognition as to what's happening. MKOI
Alright.
win versus KT free. Am I right, Law?
You got it.
Nah, di mananalo MKOI sa KT man.
See the
Hell na.
loyalties, staying true.
Ain't
Always
no
loyal,
way, man.
Always loyal
I
to the
absolutely love
LEC.
that.
And
Ain't
actually,
no
we're gonna
way,
have two
man.
teams that know each other because they've been screaming each other for the past 3 days now.
Pag natalo KT dito, ewan ko na lang.
Ended up KT canceling. Ew.
Yeah, what that kind of bad look, honestly.
Ewan ko na lang sa
Very bad.
KT man.
Had nothing to do with the fact that they happened to realize that they were playing against each other. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that as they were attempting to scream, there was in fact an immediate response of, well, we're playing against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait a second.
But the trash talk from Dogdam, like that just came down
Yeah.
immediately, right? He was threatening. He was just making Jojo very clear of what was going to
Yun
happen.
yung tinave sa scrim kape pre, kagabi
What's
pre.
going on here? I gotta
Yung
defend
tinave sa
my boy,
screen.
Jojo.
Ayun.
I love it, but you want to get that mental edge on the side.
Yung
of
KT tsaka MKOI,
here, of course,
nalaman nila na sila maglalaban ngayong araw habang mag-i-start yung scrim nila.
What happens on stage, so I'm wondering
Hihi.
how did these scrims go?
Ay no,
And what
shit,
is the level of
bye.
confidence
Don't
for both
cancel.
teams here?
Yeah, I mean, I already talked about in the previous game how it's
Mag-i-start pa lang yung scrim nila, nalaman nilang ano, kalaban nila isa't isa bukas. Cancel daw yung scrim, baka may makita.
For MKOI, I look at like Mirwin and Elyoya, and they're really exciting players to watch. And
Baka may
so, like, I
masilip.
want to hear your opinion,
Tunay.
Andy, on
Baka magkaroon ng
basically,
idea
like, what to
bukas.
expect.
It's
You're on
official
first name
name.
basis here. I
Oh, naka-faker sila na mouse, oh. Ito, yung support ng
You
ano.
can call me Barento.
Can I?
Yeah, you can.
Idol.
Wow.
We're allying here. I got Jojo on the team. I have something to play for.
Actually, parang halos lahat sila naka-faker mouse, oh.
Taking this
Of
race.
course.
Ay, oo nga. Lahat nga sila.
They brought Jojo in at the beginning of this year.
Ano,
and to
siguro
be
yung
honest,
sponsor?
Ramsey,
Oh, sponsor nila Razer eh.
But spring and summer, my goodness.
Pero,
Laban nila.
Viper.
Tapos nakalaban nila yung ambassador.
Home team.
Ay, like yung ano, yung
Mismong si Faker, no?
Yung
Like
may-ari
man,
ni-
Viper B3 Pro pre, may version naman na white or black. Eh, yung Faker talaga ginamit nila, XD.
Ay, ay, ay.
Idol talaga lahat, man. Diyos talaga si Faker, man.
Struggle as the year continued. We've only seen a continued ramp up from this MKOI squad. And while at MSI,
Parang
they
malakas yung tong
ultimately did
MKOI.
disappoint
Ayoko
compared to their
i-underestimate to. Pero
expectations,
KT na yan,
falling
man.
short against both BLG and
Pag na-choke tong
CFO.
KT, ewan ko
I
na
think
lang.
that they put a lot of weight on their own shoulders to
Ay, ay, ay,
perform here
talaga.
at this year's World Championship.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think handshake.
Pero okay lang yan. 0-1 pa lang naman, eh. Pwede pa naman sila bumawi.
We are. Yes.
What's happening here? There's a shirt underneath that, isn't
Wait,
there?
no, there's
Ah!
not.
There is absolutely a
May
shirt
t-shirt sa
underneath that
ilalim, man.
shirt.
Huli.
Show what you're hiding here. What are you doing?
What? May jersey siya ng KT. Sa ilalim ng jersey ng Movistar.
Okay, you know what?
Traidor.
You know what?
You said you were Law. Should I call you
There's a
Law or should I call you Cadril? Like, what is
Yeah.
Ay, nadamay si Kadril.
this?
The only thing I know is that I'm the only one who's going to be a winner at the end of the day. You guys...
Oh, no.
Nah.
Hedge on that, but no,
Hell
no,
nah.
no.
I thought you were on board with the KT free. We prepared that.
Ay, sponsor din ng MKOI yung Kappa na brand. Okay.
I'm on the winner's side here. Yeah.
Well,
Ready?
okay then.
The professional flippity floppers.
What?
I didn't flip flop yet.
Captain flip flop. Okay,
I didn't
you-
flip flop just yet. All right,
Oh.
I'm clean.
Okay,
You're,
I mean,
you
okay.
have bloody
But I mean,
hands
to be
on
We
you.
fair-
let's talk about KT at the
Okay,
very
let's
least.
do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because okay.
BDD, 3 letters. That's what I'm looking at.
I mean, that
BDD?
is fair. I mean, it's worth recognizing that they did create quite the upset qualifying to this championship. No one expected them to beat Gen.G, but my goodness, I mean, you talked about BDD. That
Yun, no?
mid-jungle
Tinalo nila
combo
yung ano man, tinalo nila yung
absolutely
Genji
popped
man,
off in this
KT.
series.
Yeah, like it was surprising to me. Not surprising with how BDD was performing the regular split, but to being able to see
Grabe
how
si
Cuz
BDD,
was
oh, yung mid
performing
laner
throughout
nila.
that, and also
Nag-lock
Peter
in,
and
man.
Perfect, two of the players that I didn't expect to
Pinalo
show
yung
up
undefeated
in
na
the
team,
game
man,
series
for
versus
2
Gen.G.
years.
They showed up massively. So I was
Sa Korea.
watching this
Nag-undefeated
series,
sila sa
wanting
Korea
to
ng
make
ilang
fun of
taon eh.
both Emily and Julor. Didn't get the chance to be able to do that.
You added me in the middle of the night, man. I was like, where's the respect? But you gotta be happy for this team because it's been the BDD show for so long. This team came together when it mattered, and honestly, the tears on BDD's face when he qualified, you know what it means to him. You know how bad he wanted to qualify for Worlds again, and they made it. But the
Umiyak si
issue with this
BDD, oh
team is
grabe.
you never know what you're gonna
Nag-qualify
get.
sila dahil sa game na yun.
And that's the thing, because I want to bring up the bracket, because
Alright.
it was an awesome upset against Gen.G, but then reality struck once
Yun
more.
lang,
It was
na
an
lower
immediate
bracket sila.
3-0 in favor of HLE
Na
into
3-0 sila.
another 3-0.
Nang Hanwha.
I mean, our expectations suddenly rose, and I think they fell into the same trap that KT often. The moment you start getting excited,
Oh.
you know, and I'll tell you
He
one
said the
thing.
word.
Aren't you excited to see KT today, Raz? Because I am.
I'm very
so
excited.
to watch BDD play on the international
Super
stage.
excited.
I'm super excited to see them play in their first
Nah,
international
ginijinx nila si
competition.
BDD,
So what?
man.
It's been a
GG
year.
What is
naman.
there not to be excited about? What is there not to be
There's so
excited
much
about?
to be excited. Don't you agree?
Sos,
The
ginijinx
top laner's
nila.
name is perfect.
That is a great point.
For the sake of me wanting to keep my job, we're gonna move forward here, and I'm not gonna say anything to you
Dagot.
guys. And one matchup that I'm looking forward to, though, is
For the sake
JoJo
of
versus
keeping my
BDD.
job, man.
Small spoilers here. It went well in script for JoJo.
Oh, we're getting the
Of course it did.
info.
He's the boy. He has become a pride of Europe, one could say. Okay, we have accepted
Oh,
him
maganda pinapakita ni
warmly
Jojo
within
sa
the
screens.
LEC.
Of course, of
And
course.
again, we talk about this
Mm.
anything. You only have to go back to MSI. He was having fantastic performances against Knight, of all people. Knight even showcasing his respect after the series, saying how well Jojo played. And this mid lane matchup is going to be one to keep our eyes on, because given the way BDD has been playing throughout this year, this is going to be a matchup to watch.
And just as a reminder, this is just a visit. Don't get too comfortable with JoJo's presence in Europe, but also for BDD. For BDD, I mean, like, he is really comfortable with how the competition has been. Even though you're looking at the stats and you're seeing negatives, no, he has been a real playmaker for the team, a real engine for the squad. And I really want to see, you mentioned mid-jungle, Cuz and BDD really take over the map. That's my eyes. And also, look, let's defend Perfect if he's able to get Dove. If he's like, if there is somebody looking to dive him, please protect him on the wave, because I feel like sometimes they send him they send him over the edge.
I know Myrvin was pretty much looking forward to facing off against him. We know what is needed on the side of KT Rolster is going to be BDD and Cuz syncing up together. Confidence is what I want to see on the side of MKOI.
And just as an EU fan, I have to say that like there is a lot of pressure on Koi, because they want fans to believe in them. And I think that this is going to be a really important kind of tone setter to showcase what they have prepared for this tournament, because they do want to change the narrative, they want to shift the perspective, and they want to reignite that hope in EU fans.
Absolutely. That was the lesson from MSI. MSI, it was just go, be aggressive. If you see an angle, take that angle. We need to see it from MKOI.
And it has to come together today for MKOI taking on KT Rolster here in their first game at Worlds 2025.
Let's go, KT! KT.
Thank you very much
Let's
from
go,
the KT
BDD.
Fraud, and especially when this team is so
Like, andyan din si
excited.
Kaz, oh. Dating jungler
How
ng
could you not
T1
look
man.
towards KT and look at them as
Kaz,
the
my
favourites?
goat.
Yeah, I mean, there's excitement in the air for KT.
Oh my god,
today.
nakaka-excite
lot of
man.
excitement.
MKOI.
I don't think
MKOI
there's
pati
any other way to
ano,
put it, but
KT.
No.
we'll have to see what they do bring. Because as the desk alluded to,
Pag nanalo yung
they
KT,
had an
may sumpa so far yung ano,
Gen.G.
yung right
They
side
got
ng
them into
stage.
that third place. Like for so long over in the
Ako sa
in the
POV natin,
LCS,
left
people
side.
kind of looking at them as, okay, well, it's
Ay, tama, may
tier
sumpa yung right
3,
side pala, tama sa
HLE,
POV
Gen.G,
natin.
and T1. It never really featured KT, but that performance
Like,
netted them that
kapag
third
ano dyan sa
place.
side ng
Now it's
MKOI,
coming
so
into the
far,
second
talo yung
game,
dalawang
the
teams na
LEC
nakapuesto dyan eh.
upset the apple cart a little bit and show that the LEC can compete with the LCK.
That's why there was a lot of focus on mid, especially when BDD is driving.
Ganda ng
force. Jojo
keyboard
has
nila, oh,
become
Razer din, oh,
one of
all
the
green,
greatest
oh.
laners, if not the best laner mid
Tas
in
yung
Europe.
Faker na
When we
mouse,
have
ay
that,
sana all, may
that's
Faker
such
na
a
mouse
statement,
man.
that's such an accolade
Paldo.
away against Gen.G. You know, a couple of those games bullying down, keeping Chovy in the ground and escalating BDD. You remember the Zoe game where he got 3 kills early and he just ran over the game.
Game 5 as well.
It was so nice. Even if he didn't get the perfect flank of the fight, he just had so much impact every time.
2 games na,
And that's
ano,
what you're
pagtapos
going up
ito,
against
isang
with
game pa,
BDD,
tas
'cause outside
T1
of the
na, let's go.
allegations to KT, it's like
Let's go.
this team,
Ayun
when
si
they're
Kaz,
at a
oh,
high note,
Kaz!
can be so good. But that's the same with MKOI. It's just that
Dating
bout
jungler
of
ng T1.
variance, which I think MKOI can share in, because
Uy, oh,
Spring
yun, oh.
Champions into a team that didn't show up in summer.
Lay, narangan! Sos!
Summer I
No,
look
joke
at
lang.
almost like as a split of growth for
Oh.
MKOI.
Yeah, it
Because you
was.
could tell they are trying to move away from those motivational strong. when you look back at like winter and spring, it was we want to try and use Elyoya and
Paldo
Alvaro
na eh.
to get super ahead, find strong team fights that enable our AD carry, who was performing incredibly well. Not and he
Ay, teka lang
he's
guys. Wait,
continued
may
that
tinignan
strong
ako sa ano.
performance, but
Okay, okay.
towards Rise, we want to play this 1-3-1 style and make sure that we're able to play through a side lane around Jojo Pyun and try and lend to that as our strength rather than it being the team fighting that was already working for them. So my question mark for this series is, what style do we get from MKOI? Are we shifting back towards team fights, aggression with Elyoya and Alvaro syncing up early, or is it a continue of, we're going to go for Rise early, we're going to try and play for side lanes and build on those things that we learned over the course of summer?
As we get our MKOI fan now wearing the exact right jersey for the right game. Good
Lock
on
in
you.
lang pre, lock in lang.
And to your point, Dagda, as well, that style, big question, because then it leads to Super, right? If we get that.
Okay,
style
lock in na.
from
Speaking of
MKOI.
lock in, drop.
So we haven't talked about him yet, but this AD carry, one of the best team fighting AD carries in the region.
Ambessa, Vi, Kiana, Azir,
Wukong
Wukong.
already taken off the board. Wukong and
Oriana ban?
incredibly strong
MKOI?
play for KT over the course of the summer split in the LCK. So going to try and remove that here. Another big pick is going to be that Nico.
Oriana
Peter.
Aurora.
Peter considered one
Or
of the
Nico
best, if not
ban,
the best
oh,
Nico
pwede.
supports in the league.
Hindi na
So
mention ni Nico.
maybe worthwhile trying to remove that. But we'll have to see. It's actually
Rise.
going to be the Rise taken away. Oriana still left
Yeah,
one to
Ori
play
open.
with, if that wants to be the pick for me.
Ori, open, open.
Okay, well.
Ori, open.
I mean, I do like the Rise ban here, just a quick note, because we've had Rise as a priority pick over the past couple of games to start the day off.
Okay,
But
lock in.
Oriana's also been really high up
Tapos,
there, and KT a given.
Pwede na tayong mag Yunara. Good chick. Tapos Jarvan. Okay.
It is going to be the Jarvan. A nice take away.
Ay, Katsu, what's up, pre?
From the Oriana combo.
What's up, what's up?
Game 3, ano naman, game 3 naman, pangatlong game na.
I mean, if we're talking about pairings,
MKOI
not a
versus
bad
KT na.
rumble, but I feel like here in the meta,
Best of one naman yan, no, diba?
so many
si-
AD junglers up and available.
Ayos.
It
Next-
does
next
feel
game
like something
pati
that,
one.
again, the hot pot here in China, it goes
Uy.
hard.
Like, payapa si Xin Xiao man, pwede i-pick lagi. Lock in na yan. Sus, hintayin pa ba yan?
Sa Sinjo, ba't napakasakit niyan?
Home sim. Kahit ang bilis din mag-clear man. Ay, si Lotus nandito na rin. Sup guys? Rumble.
Oh yeah. KT know where they are.
Ooh.
Pala akong nakikita.
Autolock Galio.
Jojo wants
Ah, kaya kayo
something
umalis?
to support this comp, and it does look like we're super
Nakikringe
on
ako,
carry.
pre. Ay, lock
Could be
in
one
lang
of those
man.
games where they're gonna dive in and super
Flex
gonna
to
have
eh.
to carry.
Pwedeng
But
Galio top or ano eh.
Emila.
Ban natin Nico, yan. Nico. Ash ulit. Sa MKOI? Ano ba wala sa ano? Like EDC? Pwede rin Rakan. Ayun, yun. Rakan na. Ayun na nga.
Nanalo
Support.
flight doon sa ano, best of one kanina.
FlyQuest? Wala pa, wala pa.
Wala pa.
T1 kalaban nila mamaya. Paldo. Sarap. Alistar. Okay. Like, magpipick ba ng ano? Pipick ba ng Talia or ano?
Stem this early game.
Ah, una Kisante. So, mid lane na yung ano?
Get Mirwan on
Mid
his
lane na yung
K'Sante. We have seen
Galio,
some
yung
insane
Gargoyle.
Mirwan K'Sante run up against Fnatic.
pick na tayo MM guys.
Saw it firsthand,
Napick
Dagda
na
as
yung
well.
Yunara.
He's
Pwedeng
one of his
Kate.
best champs, I think,
Caitlyn
this
or
split.
ano? Ay, nalaki na yung Kate.
Caitlyn
Caitlyn Brome, Aldo.
I was actually going to say, I don't think you take the Braum. I think you can go for something like a Lulu Hill for Alvaro if you really want to, or even
Pwede
maybe
Nautilus,
Vargas
Yunara
would
Nautilus
enable
man.
a bit more on that bottom side of Enchanter for this Yunara.
Enchanter.
But I will say that has not been Alvaro's strength.
Eh di ano? Sino ba yun? Yung babae na taga-zone? Si Madam ano? Ay, open nga pala yung Lulu. Oo. Ligtas sila Lulu ngayon man. Sino ba to? Sinong ano yun? Pwede rin
And you
kasi
got
yun
your
eh.
answer. We asked at the start of this, is MKOI going to play these side lanes heavy or are we going to get this front to back? We got the front to back. We
Ano ba
got
to? Sinong
the
support yan?
superstar. The build that is all about super dealing out the
Lulu.
damage here. It's just a question of MKOI. Can they stem out the game? Can they stem out the
Sa bagay,
bleeding that
para
you were
rin sa
concerned
Braum.
about
Ganda ng
because
Lulu.
on something so heavily skirmish based and that top side and even the Caitlyn being so good.
So far, laging talo yung red side eh.
The Caitlyn not having the traditional range support paired alongside her does make her a little bit less threatening.
Ay, ay.
when it comes to
Makakasabay
trying to
ba
get
si
the
ano?
access to
Makakasabay
Jarvan.
ba si
So I think
Jojo
you
kay
should
ano?
be fine
BDD?
Super and Alvaro in this lane
Tingnan
matchup
natin
to
man.
do kind of whatever you want. The only thing is it will make the linking up like Jarvan and Lulu not a
KT
crazy
Rollster.
strong combo. Sure, when you get like access to level 6, you can cataclysm into wall growth for that double CC combo can be nice, but from a auto-attacking standpoint, it's not exactly where Jarvan's strengths lie. So I think the main focus here is going to be on trying just scale into a portion of the game. We have 2 items, 3 items. You've got good access to side lanes thanks to this Cassante and the Galio. And you then
Dumadami
just
na yung
try
crowd.
and play for these
Malapit
team
na yung
fights
T1.
with this Yunar enabled thanks to the loop.
Well, Dagders, we're about to get into game 3 of our first day of
Okay,
Swiss. I have
Paldo.
one thing to say to the KT fans. You were rewarded. You were all rewarded
What?
for
Parang-
KT getting to this point.
Parang sinasabing talo yung M ko ya.
Across the way because she and others
Bias ako
like
sa KT
her
man, pero kaya ng M
got
ko
their
yan man.
just desserts with KT returning to the big stage. But now it's about if they can go further. Peter's going to start it off. There's a nice winter's bite, but unfortunately Alvaro's near a heater. He cools off, or rather heats up. He just pokes out. Good attack.
Kasi Pilipinas.
As he just gets some damage down. It's a little bit on the tier, and I should say Dagda on the mana flow ban, excuse me.
Yes.
But man,
Di ba yung Pilipinas
boy,
kanina?
what can they do here? It's single
Team
game,
Secret?
best of one.
Oo.
Hindi, Vietnam yan.
Want that front to back. How the lanes
Hindi
can
ba
go is
Pilipinas
obviously
mga
a
yan?
big question.
Vietnam,
the-
Team
so-
Secret.
If I'm KT, what I'm going to try and do is
TSW.
operate off this mid-jungle support. As
Oh,
a like
TSW.
combo, this enables
Akala ko
the Zins out
Pilipinas.
so
Team Secret
incredibly well.
Wales. Ang
There's
cute
the
talaga na skin ni
CC,
bro mo.
the speed ups, everything works so well together. And then you can force an isolation where Duckdam on this Caitlyn is able to try and fight against Super.
O, ito lang na siya
So,
movement
if
speed
I'm
Ba't
KT,
nagaganyan pa rin yung bro?
I'm going to try and find creative ways to link up as a unit. And we already
Wala
talked
nang
about
home
how
guard.
Emkoy don't exactly have the strongest jungle and support pairing. It is nice with Jojo, but you're lacking a lot of that DPS. So I think that's where KT going to try and find these moments to link up with their trio and use that advantage in the early game.
Well, already you also talked about the potential of invading. For now, it's just a standard start from Cuz going from top to bottom, but again, when you have the Brom and Caitlyn, you expect that there could be a potential dive on the horizon, you know, with Brom as well. Very easy
Lulu.
to lock in place with Trap on top.
Fuck,
Obviously,
all
down
in,
Super,
man.
Just steps on up.
Ay,
He does get
tinamaan ng
heavily
first
traded
kill.
against.
Wala, natigil na.
Kills over
Tinamaan na ng
Peacemaker
first
that
kill
hits
ng Brom.
Super in the face, but still, at half HP for both AD carries.
Lakas
Just
din
the early
mag-disrupt
goes
niyang
for
bro,
Super, so
talaga.
we can try and use the fact he's just hit that empowered auto attacks and does get a nice trade down. And we'll continue to try and, as much as possible, now that as E take these
Yep.
auto attacks good sidestep.
You talked about this. The lane's not as potent for KT because
Ay,
again, we've got
potato.
Brom instead of something as well that can
What up?
something like a Karma.
No, no,
Again, that can
Nonod kami.
face Alvaro, doing a good job of
Nod ka din.
enchanting Super
What's up,
to just
potato?
run at them.
Ay no, may gumagamit ng ano. Sakto may gumagamit ng Lulu.
Bottom side that you should have the
Tara, sabayan natin maglaro yung nasa, ano, Worlds.
He leveled up, so he got a bit of health back, but because Shield of Duran didn't connect, Jojo couldn't just hit
Gamitin
and
natin
get
yung
out
drop
there.
nila,
PDD
man.
at full HP, and this is what you expect of the lane early. Range advantage being used
Tara,
well.
sabayan natin. Laro din tayo.
Tulog yung queuing. Nanonood lahat. Naglaro agad. Binabash ka man. Ayan na yung Galio man. Malapitan lang ng Galio yan. Yung ano, Ori. Hampasin yan man.
That's the only saving grace. A Clockwork wind-up is doing work, though. Jojo's walking back in, Shield of
Ayan na,
Duran.
kaso sobrang
Taunt
low
is
health.
good for the Winds of War to get them
Grabe si
level up.
Dogo kanina sa
Make sure
Caitlyn.
that he can just TP back now.
Yung kay Sante, 5 hits. Uy, uy.
Dating T1.
The Arclight is sent out
Ah,
as
si
well.
Kaz.
There's good poke damage. Dr.
Jungler
Peter
ng
gets
T1.
level 3.
Lakas din yan.
But the wave
Sa totoo lang.
instantly cleared out. It's a single wave. There's the flag. Now spotted
Si
out.
Elioya,
Dokdam knows
run.
he's in trouble. Puts the traps down because Kaz is heading towards top Dagda. So Dokdam does not have the support he needs. Peter stuck around for the wave. He wants the experience. And the main thing is it's not going to Dokdam.
That's
Di
the point.
nag-work out,
Even though
man.
Ayoya could have looked potentially for the dive there, they don't want to. They know they're already getting the lead.
Ngayon si Lulu. Pak, night ng tower. Makulit kang bata ka.
This Caitlyn not looking good after this early stage, and Super and Alvaro playing this lane incredibly well.
That's a 30 CS lead. That is, sorry, that's a 30 CS lead.
Ay,
You know what I
akala
mean?
mo
That's 30 to
malulugi
20
yung
CS,
Galio
but-
sa mid pag ganyan yung matchup. Like poke mage.
That'd be a statement from Super and Alvaro.
Labo niya.
Early.
If it
Mahirap.
really
Oo.
were, perfect trade it
Pero
back.
kayang-kaya
Getting
sumabay
burnt
niya.
alive up in this top lane, and you expect the crispiness to continue as
Braum. Ayun na.
Pag
Pag naslow ka niyang Braum man, nahabulin ka niyan.
Winter's Bite was just used. Alvaro on the run. Now, the
Ah.
Winter's Bite would slow him down, but Alvaro is going to get a chance to back Alvaro slow.
So Alvaro will get the reset. Again,
Ah,
though, I
si
think
Lulu,
we've
yun yung
kinda got
kulay
this
blue.
focus of, hey, now Emkoy are in a really good spot when it comes towards the bottom side of the
Rumble.
map. Jojo is
The first killan agad yan ni Perfect.
And even though he's been pushed back
Wala,
up
okay.
with the
Hinaber
CS,
ng
it's
ano.
still fairly even.
Ay, tinamaan.
Even if it isn't,
Paldo.
they aren't CSing as well as
Ay,
they could have,
naka-face rush si
still, I think they're
BD.
pretty happy with it.
Oh, nyari.
I think mid for Jojo again has been one of the biggest highlights in Europe. Not only just
Like, ewan ko bakit hindi binan ng ano kanina, ng Fnatic yung Sion ni Driver. Diyos ko po. Di nila mapatay tuloy buong game.
Is showing you why we've been hyping up this guy.
Ilalakaran lang sila nung Sion kanina.
Yeah, especially if he can take over to level 6, which he's very, very close to, he does kind of become a safety net for these side lanes. Because again, I think you can already half see it starting of this run with the Braum to try and get some advantages and see if they can get control over River for KT. But if that does continue, they should be in a decent spot.
There again, just a quick
Oh,
reminder.
split 3, halos ano lang sila.
Well, BDD obviously insane stats, but Jojo does come out of
Like,
lane.
dalawa panalo kay Jojo, dalawa kay BDD.
I think a lot of it is off the back of him. Cuz now trying to change it back in bottom lane.
Ah, ayan na. Sayang di napalo.
Burns a heal as well. They do get out of there. Super gets chunked on the way out, but where the wave
Run.
is.
Again, this is kind of what KT want though. Burning that flash makes Alvaro way more vulnerable.
Rat yan si Lulu kapag na-utilize mo na
That top path
maayos.
Alvaro would be taken if he didn't have a jungler nearby.
Wave out in the meantime. I don't think Elyoya was spotted out.
Magalulu.
The control ward is clearing all vision of the Pixel Brush. He does back away in the end, so no play used by MKoi. And the fact that the bottom lane survived and just chilling out with this cull on this
At
Yunara
shop ko sa ano,
is still
sa
a big
solo
win.
duo.
Super still going to be
Duo lang din.
holding a small CS lead. I am surprised actually
Ayan
the
na.
only one who's down in CS here in this game.
Teleport na yung Braum sa mid man. Aalagaan na.
Because that was meant to be another winning lane, and it has been.
Still though, KT using the fact that the unsealed spellbook advantage on Peter.
Alagaan yung mid.
Looking mids, Jojo able to get away from everything there. This will give them control over towards the Void Grubs though, and you can kind of see the reset now starting to come through for MKoi. But I think KT with the early swap going to be able to get this wave pushed in and should.
Late na
first
sila
on
nag-swap
towards
ah.
the
6
objective.
minutes.
That should make things a little bit simpler for them if they can get control.
Kanina hanggat magpa 4 minutes,
Obviously, no
pinaprayo
TPs
na yung lane
available,
shot.
so with that change, with that swap, we are going to be isolating our top laners, and Shield of Duran this time
Abot
does
pa
come
din
in
yun.
again here for Jojo.
Grabe.
We'll see if there's anything that leads to it. 45 seconds towards the grubs. Let's see if those top laners move up with more meaning, and see if there is just going to be a drag and trade here in this game. We see no meaningful gold. Like we
Hey,
talked about a little bit
Lulu
before,
player si ano talaga eh.
Stupid 2's gonna
Si
continue.
Lotus eh.
Stupid is going to continue to be okay here for Super and Alvaro.
Lulu.
I didn't expect to be highlighting the 2v2 lane Dagda. I'll be completely
Diba? Ang useless ng ano.
I got worried when I saw
Yun
Dogdown
nara sa harapan ng Braum. Eh no, gumagaw na naman yung Braum. Di lang hinahaber dun.
Alvaro, we kind of mentioned this, like he has not been a Lulu
Marami
player,
kasing
even some of the
skill
positions
yung
he's had on Bardo,
Lulu.
of course he's played a bit of
Totoo.
suspect, even if he does get the wins on it. So the Lulu, I think caught KT unaware. That's why you go for the blind Braum, expecting something like
Spectator,
a
pahaber sa top.
Yeah, good
Thank you.
point. As you said, engagement.
Boom.
Wala na, Goro.
Speaking of
May
engagement,
flash ba yung Braum?
okay,
Wala.
Cataclysm
Kill
now
yan.
available, and Peter's caught
Ah,
out.
dito si Kaz.
Kaz here to support, but
Ayun,
Cataclysm
yun, nagkataklisin.
enables Jojo
Heroic.
to pass the flash away,
Heroic
but the
entrance.
gun for first blood.
Paldo, first blood.
Jojo, Super, runs into knockdown. Okay, he sends out the Arc Light of
Mhm,
Judgment.
naabot
He
pa
sends
din.
Elyoya to get another knockup. Whittling away his knockdown, running for his life, smited down, barriers there. Super wants to be in range. Elyoya taked it up.
Ah!
Arc Light was close
Oh!
to a kill. MKoi almost at
Boom.
2, but Elyoya will survive the ace in the hole as
Sayang.
MKoi hit first.
But
Nice
the
try.
fact that Elyoya took so much tower aggro means they can't actually go for
Crazy
the
indeed.
objective. MKoi will be able to push out this wave, but it will be KT that are getting these void groups.
This is a big objective to take
Alam mo
away.
gano'n nakaka-irita
Got a lot
yung
of
Lulu
power in
mamaya
that
kung
rumble.
maganda yung game state.
Caitlyn as well. For KT, it is a meaningful win despite the kill. The flip back though, Mirwin's going to all
Ayun talaga
out.
nakaka-irita yung
Perfect, that's a
Kesante.
flash away.
Diyos ko po.
An ulti for a summoner here in the isolated 1v1.
I think Perfect was kind of lucky that Mirren didn't get the
Paldo
full
kay
reach
Kas.
over the wall into the alcove.
3
That would have
grabs.
been a very different story, but for MKoi, still pressure on the map. Over pushing on that top side though does give KT the objective and a little bit of a window now to get back out into the map first. Elyoya though moving towards this dragon, happy to at least answer.
Lugi sa bugbugan si ano eh, si Perfect kay Merwin eh. Pero pag farming,
You're right, that small inch of a health bar.
GG.
Plus the fact that Elyoya took
Sa
3
pantala,
turret
parola,
shots
Goro, ma'am.
really hurt them in the end. So Dagda, 3 grubs versus Dragon might be the call here because Elyoya's already taking it. Kaz obviously resetting, he's going for his bot side clear. So there is an objective trade and maybe a kill as well. As
Run,
BDD.
BDD.
Never mind, he gets phase rush, he gets out of it as Alvaro makes the move.
The Lulu ganks are a little less threatening.
Gonna say, send a glitter lance, send a pixie.
You're slowed and can't catch you
Oh
anyway.
no, I'm a squirrel.
But again, I like the presence
Oh.
that we're seeing from MKOI, right? It's even if they may have flubbed the top
Polymorph.
side, it is still them controlling the pace of this game, which I think a lot of people would have been surprised at coming into this. They had good picks coming through with the Galio and the Jarvan. They've managed to keep Supa into a relatively good spot with a nice little lead for himself. Even the Cole starting to pop in a little bit for him too. So if MKOI are looking at what are our win cons for this game, how are we working in that aspect, it seems pretty good at the moment.
Lock in MKOI, sabayan niyo yung KT guys. Please.
We've
Parang
highlighted
di
the
boring
bot lane
man.
enough, but they're surviving in their own legs. Jojo again got through the early parts of the lane, and now it looks like he's close to getting his first item as well to negate some of the magic damage coming through from KT's comp. And from BDD in this individual lane, Winds of War comes out, trying to clear the way.
Galing na
just a punch
spacing
away
ni
before a
BDD.
Shockwave,
Oh my god.
and Elyoy is nearby.
You're just going to TP back into the lane because it has the ultimate to try and move around the map, but just wanted to try and get as much gold as he could before he goes for the reset. Again, though, KT still have decent scaling in the composition, especially when it comes to the Orianna and the Caitlyn. So for MKOI, keeping the pace of this game up is going to be very important.
The Durand pace is going to be there though.
Oy,
Just as much
na
for the
ano.
buffer.
Na-buffer
Other
ng
wins are lining
E.
in the meantime, but Cuz not
Husay.
going to audaciously charge. Jojo survives, and that was a good time, D.
Yeah, well played on the Justice Punch to buffer.
Mukhang totoo yung sinabi ng mga casters kanina. Ang ganda ng performance ni Jojo sa scrims
Does come through now. BDD doesn't have that as a safety tool to try and interrupt some of the plays from MKOI. He could end up burning this flash from BDD before some of these upcoming objective shots.
The thing is, their health bar and staying around in mid lane, it might lead to a bit of disastrous loss of experience and gold as well. There's a hold out here from Jojo as meanwhile we're looking for
na.
It's going to hard clear this wave with, again,
Pipikit
Elyoy
yun,
in the
nagre-reset yun.
vicinity. Trying to stop
Sana nga
knockdown.
makuha lang nila sa
Basically, ready,
jungle
Elyoy
yung ano
looking for an angle and BDD
Vi
has
or
flash.
ano
So you gotta get
Vi
rid of
or...
Tag that flash gone, so then
Xin Xiao.
Re-reboot ng system.
Nagre-reboot ng system yun si Faker pre. AI yun, iklanka rin si Faker man.
Okay, Justice punch in, shield of Durand, BDD out of range.
Thanks po.
And the wave clear comes through eventually, but BDD still playing it safe, and I mean they bullied. Remember they bullied Chovy in that round 2 that got them into Worlds. They
Totoo.
bullied him over and over when Chovy was playing the
Aura
Orianna. It was like
Bibigit.
BDD taking a page out of his book, making sure that the opposite rather, he's just not
Nagme-meditate siya eh. Kailangan niya yun.
Up, Dagda, but just getting some deep vision here.
Alimutan ko lang kung anong vlog yun. Tagal na kasi nun. 2015 something. 2017 something. Hindi ko na mahanap. Korean kasi yung title.
And the Zinzao as well for Kuz.
Pumunta ng therapy si Faker.
They see all three members on the top side, they realize they were nothing for, but damage.
Depression nung ano eh, nung finals. 3-0 sila. Umiyak siya.
The Kraken Slayer
Oh.
doing work, and MKOI winning out on the bottom side.
Killer
And
ruler.
BDG trying to see if he can push back MKOI as they start to take Vision River, but that's gonna
Golden
be
Road
so
din sila
much
sa
gold
ano nun
to
eh.
Supa, alongside the kill, the plate, and loss of minions for Doctor.
Wala pa nakakagawa ng Golden Road man.
MKOI, as they open up bot, I mean, Super, he already picked up a plate before, but he's denying yet another
At
wave.
perfect buong
1.1K.
split sa domestic tapos
This
MSI.
Caitlyn ain't like the
Tas
last game
Worlds.
we saw.
And the Cole hasn't even popped for him yet. That's going to be another
Kumbaga,
burst of
takot na siya
gold into
matalo
Supa
eh.
too. So across the board, Supa looking fantastic. And this was kind of what the talking point was for MKOI.
Pinaka nangihinayang ako na
They
run
said it
ng
on the
ano,
Euphoria podcast.
Golden
They
Road
wanted to
yung sa
change the style
JDG.
to understand how to work through side
2022
lanes
ba yun?
better.
23.
And now they always
Sobrang
had
lakas
this
nila
fallback
buong
plan
year
of
tapos
playing
nung
for
nakatapat
Supa,
nila yung
playing for
T1
these
sa
massive
Worlds,
team
ay ay
fights.
ay.
Supa has been fantastic for this team. Hits the slow, pops the ult,
Nanlambot
and
man.
there's nothing Doctam can
Oh
do.
my god, Yunara, Riot.
Damage. We're doing it
Oh,
again.
ayan na naman.
Elyoy is back down. The Arclighter Judgment slows him down. Doctor
Diba?
is dead again.
Sabi ko ni,
Super
isa sa mga
at
team
2
na kayang
kills.
talunin
I
yung
see
ano eh.
Europe.
And that's
Kayang
the feats
talunin
War
yung
picked up as well,
KT.
as now MKOI want to look for more pressure on towards this bot lane turret. KT trying to defend.
Trying.
MKOI KT, tapos
Remains
yung
the biggest
TES
question
versus
here.
ano,
There's
kayang
Galio on
talunin
the
yung
way down.
TES.
4 versus 2
G2.
it would be.
Tas
And
sila
Orianna
Faker,
will
pwede rin
manage
sila.
to get there fast as Super.
Pwede rin sila talunin
Still doing
mamaya.
So much damage. Anyone steps up. The turret under fire. Peter puts up the unbreakable at half
Live
HP.
boys.
He's happy to step forward again and
Pwede
get
sila
that attack
talunin
speed
ng
buff
mga yan.
down. Cuz is just going to have to go back to his camps. The mini wave is cleared, but
Yeah,
Super's so
Genji.
close to taking down first turret.
Yeah, he still wants to keep up the pressure.
Diname
on the
5 yung
bottom
Genji
side.
man.
Doctam is making his way in here, but I think still MKOI should just be able to brute force this, if not just move over towards the dragon as you see the pings going down. And Doctam just needs to kind of sit here and hope that he can hold on, but he feels scared underneath the tower.
Bagay naman
Keep
ganyan.
hovering around mid, so you know that Docdam's just isolated. You got full vision of him.
Nangyari
Super's
sa'yo,
trying to
man.
deny the wave, and Docdam all of a sudden is
Dinidina yung wave.
30
Sira ulo
CS
ng
down.
supa.
I was right before. He said
Ginagaya
30
ko lang din.
CS, and Super's
Ginagaya
made it a
ko lang din.
reality as Dragon's gonna go with it.
MKOI are playing this early game fantastically. We'll have to see if they're going to
Bagong
keep up
language
this
ngayon.
pace. As Alvaro just starting to pop his head into mid.
Bagong language, bagong update.
Can farm it up. Rip Terrell is taken,
Bagong patch.
or he's been taken by
Lu
KT,
isa,
I should say,
yusa.
as Miran TP back in. So MKOI may look
New
for a
patch.
test here.
Super's on the way up as well with Transcendence available. Shield is round.
Ay na, pwede na yan, bro. First target. Pa-start na round sa, Xin Zhao.
Here with the wild growth. MKOI looking to advance, but they've used quite a
Okay,
lot of
nahuli yung Xin.
target on Kazu's isolated for the
Si
time being.
Merwin.
Merwin joins in as well.
Kas,
Williams is gonna
Kas,
come on
run.
down and give KT a bit of a lifeline.
Nawala
Jojo's just
yun,
getting out of there,
Kingsley.
looking towards bot while Docdam doesn't want to join.
That's the thing. It's an empty threat from KT. They have the Caitlyn in the bottom side. It's
Ang
4
iyong
versus
kakampi ay
5.
napas lang.
And they're still trying to contest onto this. You look at where this Galio is, just hovering with that ultimate available.
Jojo wants to jump
Galio
in. If they find a
looking.
fight, it's all for naught here from
Galio
KT. They're
looking.
soft advancing, but a flash on and
Ayun na, heroic
And there's
entrance.
Jojo
Boom.
finally. Kaz sent packing. And now with the ulti out, Perfect's in trouble. Meanwhile,
Sabi ko
it's
sa'yo,
on
Darko, pre, pwede matalo yung
Super
KT dito eh.
The superstar on the right,
May
MKOI
sumpa.
on the left, and 5 kills to 0.
Ay.
KT have got nothing left.
KT were
Kaya
trying
kinakabahan din
desperately
ako
to
sa
keep
T1
MKOI
kahapon
interested.
kasi mostly
Seeing
sa
if they
mga
could buy time for Docdam
top
to
teams,
get some
pag
gold
game
on the
1
bottom
talaga,
side.
kaya
And
silang
he will get
talunin.
the tower, but you've lost so much
Ay,
on
kahapon
that
nga,
top
nakambak
half of
lang
the
ng
map.
T1 yung ano,
5
game
to
1.
0
Hirap
for
sila hanggang
MKOI.
game 3.
And now Jojo moving down towards this bottom side, but
Actually,
Docdam's already got away.
ang dami
Really ask
nilang
themselves how
mistake.
much for KT is that
Totoo.
going to be worth it. Good noticing there, Dagda, as Herald goes down. That turret brings some gold back, but Super getting a kill.
Yung game 3 yung
Big part of
malala.
the fight,
Diyos ko.
As MKOI, watch how they forced it again.
Ay, game 2 ba yun?
KT didn't want to actually engage them. They're just like, hey, look, we're just going to try.
Game 2, dami nilang error doon. Nakambak lang nila yung mid game eh. Tapos nakawakan na nila yung mid. Grabe yung ano, katinang Yunara. Ay, bukas kung mag-best of one ulit bukas, pili ko ipaprayo ba yung Yunara sa ano, pag MKOI kalaban.
Starting to get a bit of an answer here that
Or kahit iban lang yung Lulu.
they're struggling to really to deal not only with the pressure that came through from bot, but also these fights, how easy they are to set up from MKOI, walking right into a trap.
And they had that huge upset against Genji, but as Vedi was saying on the desk, immediately 3-0'd by Hamwa.
Kanina sa Fnatic, ang laki ng gold lead, 15k something, mas mataas pa.
Kind of jumping on top of that and taking advantage of it here.
Kailan kayo magkakabab
You always
ng
have to
babae
keep
sa
in the back of
world?
your mind. You've seen MKOI with leads like this. and
Wala,
they
di
haven't been
naman
able to
kasama yun.
Volume up, volume up.
compositions that were very different, weren't built around Super, weren't
Volume
trying to
up,
build
be.
around this team fighting.
Bati o, no?
So we'll have to see if that version of MKOI has bounced back from Winter and
Speaking
Spring
of
and
kailan
can
magkakaroon
settle
ng
into
babae
the
sa ano,
We
may
heard
issue nga
Melvin
recently.
on the whiteboard over the split put the word patience. It's been said. MKOI have to be patient
Panong issue yan?
against KT.
Yung kay ano,
No
kay
objectives to run.
Buipo.
Elyoya is trying to take away the blue buff and everything
Ano
else.
nangyari?
Kasama dapat siya sa ano eh,
Topside jungle.
Yan.
opening ng
As
Worlds
you
eh.
can see,
Na-delay,
sitting
tinanggal siya.
with Elyoya, he's got a bit of a CS lead
Ano ba
himself, but
Yung ano,
that
about
might
sa
change
ano.
with how much
Kaya daw
MKOI
hindi
is
pwede
deployed.
magkaroon ng ano,
MKOI are just trying to play off
ng
the two
esports yung
lanes.
mga babae kasi pag
Get
inano
the
daw,
vision
pag
of the
nagka-red
top
day
side, look to try and
something,
put pressure on towards mid and top turret at the same time.
like hindi
KT,
daw
how they
makikip
lose
up
the
yung
blue
ano,
are defending
performance.
the space relatively well, especially as BDD
So yun,
was
mananakit
able to
yung,
come up
mananakit
with
yung puson something,
now,
ganun.
MKOI have to
Ang bilis
move
ma-stress.
Jojo across.
Stepping up.
Oh, hang on.
Knockdown went up for this.
Tawa ko ng tawa dun.
Super kites it
Na big
back.
deal yun.
Transcended time and space for a little bit. And did he even
Love trip yung
sacrifice
issue na yun.
question?
Diyos ko
That
Lord.
was just a
Hindi na backfire yun.
Ha?
That's strong right now with
Hindi na
Rams.
backfire yun.
And
Kaya
Docdam
nagsabi ng ganun.
Nag-backfire yun. Dapat nga kasama siya sa World's Anthem eh. Like, in-edit pa yung World's Anthem, tinanggal siya eh. Yung music video ng team ngayon, yung official vid, Buipo. Last year, nagganon din si Buipo eh.
Ay, oo, Buipo. Kaya siya pala yung nakita kong tinanggal.
Like, inano, tawag dito.
have they even that top
Ano ba na gano'n?
Nang ano siya, nang rage bait siya, nang rage bait ng ano, bago mag-start yung Worlds, kung ano-ano tinatrash talk niya ng player.
in the first 10 minutes of the game. As Docdam steps up to the wave again.
Pero ano,
They see a
kasali siya
super
sa play.
inbound.
Sa
Oo,
World.
oo.
Pay respect
FlyQuest.
this time. Alvaro also on the right
Pero
side,
meron
doesn't do too much. Steps up.
ano, support,
Poke
ano,
Docdam,
trans.
but regardless, he won't push his luck.
Boom.
45 seconds until the
Fresh
dragon
main.
goes. Already the resets
Kaso patay na
coming
yun
through
eh.
from MKOI, trying to control this space and make it difficult for KT to enter.
Yung Pinoy.
Even moving Jojo
Transgender.
in here just to provide that front line as they set up the vision with Alpha.
be third dragon in 30 seconds, and for Dokdam,
Lakas
he wishes he could
mag-ano
get that
to eh.
infinity edge that's sitting in his inventory, at least components of.
Fed na fed yung Yunara man.
He really is, and he won't have it for the fight. I mean,
Parang galing ah, yung pacing ng MKOI ngayon pang ano ah.
they just got to send it all
Pang
one.
Korean pace ah.
I think you just play again patience. He said it. Just let the.
May nalaman yata sila sa scrim nila kahapon eh.
And now with Dragon in just 6 seconds, you have
Tawa ko
no
ng
fear
tao,
of
mag-i-start yung scrim
going
nila,
into a position where you can
nagda-drafting
actually
ng
go
ano.
at this objective.
Nung nagda-drafting ng pool sa World, ay sa Swiss ngayong araw.
Maybe for the graves of KT in this third game of the day.
Cancel daw yung scrim nila kasi katapat nila yung KT pati MKOI ngayon eh. Eh sila may scrim nung ano oras na yun. Pinapanood nila yung ano, drafting ng pools bago mag-start yung scrim.
Third dragon.
Cancel daw yung scrim.
It's a full commitment with PP. Dokdam is sitting around mid.
Ay, di makalapit si ano, Mirwin. Kailangan yung Jarvan talaga lalapit dito.
But there's no true damage yet as MKOI try to find a way in.
There's Rift Herald on the bottom side, creating pressure as Jojo
Ay,
going to move
makunat naman
across
na si
that.
Mirwin.
And MKOI are constantly threatening this Adakan as well. KT trying to brute force mid to pull MKOI in towards the mid lane.
Kaya ba i-trade mid? Hindi kaya. Recall. Reset na lang pre.
Done and dusted. KT are going to A-ram a bit while the Herald is NPCing his structure bot.
MKOI are just playing the map better.
That's it.
Again, it's
Hirap
keeping
man.
pressure on towards the bot tier 2. Jojo putting pressure in through this bot side jungle, constantly contesting a flank position. So KT can't commit to that mid tower, and MKOI can get back into position. KT just look confused as to how they're supposed to break this version of MKOI.
Could have been Betty saying he got excited for KT. I don't know. I don't know what started off the day here for them. I wouldn't blame the Welshman, but then again, I wouldn't put it past you. So do what you must. When it comes to Worlds, I mean, we don't know what people's forms are, right? It's been a while. Patches change. For MKOI, you could say the same as Adakan might be a thought here. Let's get right into it as Elyoya decided to take a deep, deep gate. Peter's there waiting over the side, but he can flag and drag, and Adakan still seems to be the objective as Vision's cleared out.
Still, MKOI, I think just unsure of if they want to really commit towards this Adakan. It does reset, and they're moving Mirwin over. BDD on the reset, can TP in to join on this bottom side as Jojo. Pop by the way,
What's up?
Hilda Duran, though, MKOI can peel off and
Hello,
join
Chris.
the fray. Wins the war, they jump in, but Super's just over there. Onto Cuz, he gets poked out a little.
Oh,
Mirwin
nandun isa?
Oops,
got
sorry.
a flank, but KT have seen him, I believe,
Name
on
mo
the
sila,
edge of
oh.
the ward. BDD
Ngaw.
teleports in. 5 members in front
Ngaw,
of
ngaw,
Adakan,
ngaw.
and Perfect has a spider.
Ay, may summoner spell sila lahat oh.
This is a little
Halos,
from
both sides.
MKOI. Mirwin going to move back towards mid lane and try and keep up the
Atakan
pressure
fight na ba?
Ha?
towards that mid
Kaya
lane
ba?
turn. KT may just start up the Adakan to try and draw MKOI in here.
Again, Mirwin looks for mid. He can get that push in. He's done so. He'll deny the minions and now move down at 13k.
Napanood
It's
ko na
slow.
to eh.
It ain't that fast.
Jarvan pati ano to eh.
Shredded with
Galio.
MKOI have
Ang gagawa
been
ng
yet.
himala.
Yeah, you can see MKOI setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Dokdam.
Mirwin, all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left
Oh my
by
God,
his
naiwan si
team.
Cuz.
The jump in there. Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a
Oho,
whole
na-turn around na ng KT.
MKOI ran in. It was
Paldo.
a bait. It was a ruse. And Cuz drew them in. Flash
Ay,
from
nice
Dokdam.
Q.
Ace in the hole. He
Patay,
sets it
si
up
Supa.
now, and
Patay yan,
Supa's
di
in
mo
the
buhay yun, man.
ground. Cuz
Ignore
is
Elyoya,
a
guys.
freaking genius.
The trap was set,
Hello, Pre.
and
Hello,
MKOI
Pre.
walked into it
Tumawag lang.
perfectly.
Go lang,
As
Pre.
BDD with the shockwave, as Perfect with the Rumble
Ganda ng shockwave,
ultimate.
man. Tas ulti ng
Decimate
Rumble.
MKOI where they stand.
I mean, I thought that guy was in team, but BDD, when you have him on his team, just play for his
Tunay.
setup. Redemption's going to come down. Dokdam gets
Tunay.
hit at 3K.
Cuz na yun eh.
A steal looks hard. Elyoya.
Wag muna.
14 flashes. There it comes.
Nakuha. Wala eh.
King of the jungle from Madrid.
Wala silang smite eh.
That's him.
Ay, Gab.
Spanish secret agent.
What up, pre? Good afternoon, man.
Steal away the Adakan
Basta, pre.
and
Basta,
get a kill
pre.
back.
Basta yung
As MKOI now
research.
back out onto the map first as well, will start to get the lanes in their favor.
How are you,
It is
man?
a small
Where's it,
silver
Jan? Where's
lining
it?
though, because that was a near 4k gold lead that has come back to 500 as we get into this. You see, like it's a great start on the fight. Mirwan's doing a ton of work on this backside, but everyone's committing on towards
Aray ko,
Buzz to make it
Saul.
happen. The
Nakat na pala
shockwave
yun.
from BDD was huge.
Defended
the
na yun.
follow-up with that ultimate from
Paldo.
Perfect. And then Dokdam, crucially,
One
got three of these kills on the back of this fight,
God.
which then sets up for him now to be in a
Sana
much
all.
better spot to actually
Defended.
deal some damage in this game. And Oyoya sneaking
Sa amin,
in.
offended
Oh,
lang,
he
man.
actually
Missed the
failed.
cue.
So,
Ah, dito nga mo yung kanya, kaya nag-force flash siya.
It's good that he missed the cue.
Di nakita.
As he's
Di
able
nakita
to-
saan eh.
Peter ends up going low enough.
Natulungan pa siya pagka boom.
Smites it away, finishes off the support. He does kill Peter off the back of that as well. As mid tower now
Eh,
very
walang
low.
makuha yung KT. Grabs lang.
You are right.
Nagtagom yung difference din ng flowers, oh.
Lead shrinking down, but remember Soul Point. Peter
Laki.
stepping up with despite
6
the
to 30.
BDD an insane shockwave.
Tas 3 dragons.
Should have given him more credit. I was just amazed that Cuz threw them all in. And BDD clapped his hands together.
Worth
Bit
it
of
yun.
Thanos seeing as
Grabe.
KT hover around mid lane.
Ewan ko bakit.
Still big.
Ayun, ang ganda ng cataclysm.
As well, Peter caught in the middle.
Paldo.
His Winter's Bite saves his life. And Shockwave only one man. As there's a hot pot
Ayun yung problem ngayon sa ano eh. Problem sa Jarvan ngayon. Ika mas pina-priority pick si ano eh, si Xin Xiao eh.
But then the wind becomes lightning
Like ang
once
baba
more.
ng survivability ni
He was
ano,
over
ni
the
Jarvan
wall. He
ngayon.
gets out, but KT have some life in them yet.
The patience that MKOI have demonstrated
Bukas
all
nag-bar kami sana
game
matuloy.
long has dissipated.
Tuloy yan,
And
man.
KT are punishing them so incredibly well.
Man, sama kami.
MKOI over
Aray ko.
force and flashes are burned, but it's MKOI who fall.
Super as well. He can't deal when Cuz can land on him.
Tuloy yan.
Press that
30 kami
ulti.
under. Oh, sige. Plus 1 muna ako, Gab.
Soon to
Plus
follow
1 muna
KT
ako,
on the
please.
Baron now as well. They've stopped the soul push and they're going to get this Baron.
one.
Sa shot lang isang tagay, tapos uwi na ulit.
For the Hexgate.
Oo.
It's not even going to get him there.
Mag-
Anywhere close.
nakamiss
He
na
knows
ako, oh.
he's going towards the bot side. He's going to clear his
Tuloy
camp.
ba?
And KT land on 2.5k gold.
And look, and as that goal difference at the bottom of your screen, Supo was so far ahead, and now instead it's this Caitlyn that is coming through. But you see here, MKOI go for the play. But
Ayan, ito yung ganyan situation. No? Bilis na ma-burst ni Jarvan.
Peter's fine just standing there. And that
Lead pa sila niyan.
again, both
Pero tignan mo yung ano, tignan mo yung Xin Xiao.
Kasama niyo yung presence.
Mawalang yalang ng ano, carry.
has, completely shut down
Dahil
that
sa
play.
ulti.
Presence ko
And Supa
nandun.
just not able to follow up in so many of these fights. It's over
Ayan,
force
nako,
going too far
Paldo.
ahead and not thinking about where Supa is and how we can try and be a part of
Boy,
these fights.
and he stepped
Ay!
up. Crit. Knocked down.
Kote
An ace in
nun.
the hole maybe, but he knows it wouldn't really hit
Aray ko.
Alvarez in front. But that opens up mid turret. And even though he didn't get ahead early, it doesn't matter. That Caitlyn's still going to bloody scale.
Yeah, Duckdown pretty happy now that the shoe's on the other foot and Supa having to go back to base. MKOI, they
Oy, oy,
have
oy.
this game under control, but KT are fighting back. And now with the Baron,
Oh,
they're going to get
some
so much
plays.
of this standing gold as well. And we talked already about the late game scaling that KT have. You can see the damage that this Caitlyn is already doing. MKOI need to find a way to stop it, but is it too late?
You're a Yunara. You know, it's an 80 carry as far as 80 carries
Wala,
go.
ma'am.
Like, yeah, your range is actually not bad. But
Charger?
is it a Caitlyn? No,
Lightning
of
ako,
course not.
Charger.
Caitlyn
Punta kayo point niya.
Oriana.
Oh,
Wala naman entrance fee yun,
So
pero kami may
control.
reservation
How
kami.
hard is it to
Ah,
play
sa
the game here? And especially with Baron,
Tatagay ka na
he
lang.
continues with Red Bull
Paldo.
Baron power play. At 2.6k, it stands for now, but an
Ay,
inner
babayaran
turret
mo na
in
lang
this
yung
bot
drinks,
lane is
man.
gonna be up next, and Docdam is critting these turrets, man. He's headshotting them, and they're going down quick.
Jojo going to try and push in mid, look to take the mid lane tower. KT trying to collapse on him before he can do so. One auto,
That is a nice take
still
for
a collapse
TP.
though.
Yeah, he's going to ulti out. I think that's a good call. Perfect was there around one side.
Baka di ako
versus KT
makainom.
another.
Oh, bakit?
KT, they're going to reset, spend all that gold that they just picked up. Zonya's Hourglass
W,
very
man.
close to being completed for BDD. And again, you already kind of said it, like Supa is still incredibly strong in this. Now that he's got the Infinity Edge completed, but I just don't know if he's strong enough to compete with everyone, especially if a couple of wayward headshots from Duckdown can pick him off. MKOI needed to be patient, and now it's KT who are stepping up full control and a lot of standing goals.
Ayan na.
It's gonna be
KT
bright
lead
number one
naman.
for the event.
Ay,
KT,
ay,
I
ay.
mean, it was such a clutch factor that came in as well. Full respect for BDD for finding that shockwave, for Docdown for fighting back in this game. And now again, the siege will continue with the last of Baron. 20 seconds left to use it, but it's already 4k. Flag in. Elyoya thinking about his angle though after last time he thought he had a winning play. He thought he found a pick. He needs to get a powerful cataclysm and lay it up perfectly.
But who do you try and go for?
Hindi ako
BDD
nainom
now
ng
has that
Jhin.
Sonya's
Tower.
Hourglass completed, even though he doesn't have
Sarap
flash
ng
up.
Jhin, pre.
Duckdown still
Solid,
has
man.
his flash. Everyone, apart from Peter, has their flash. So your targets are disappearing. Instead, MKOI are saying, look, we're just going to try and push in on
Solid
these
mag-Jhin,
middle
pre.
lanes instead. And try and find something back instead.
Just slower though, isn't it, Dagda? I mean, there's no grubs in MKOI's pocket. They forego. They've
Mabilis ako matipsy sa gym.
English. They lost that
Ganun
early.
talaga.
Foregone. They were a foregone conclusion, at least when they were up. And because of
Like,
that,
ang
Jojo
mura din ng Jhin, man.
Inner still stays standing. I mean, it is
Paldo.
nice macro for MKOI
Baka
when
di
they
ako
are
makauwi.
so far behind now. But it does feel like
Nag-grab
again,
lang ako. Oh.
you know, maybe a pick that's set up, maybe
Eh
a
di
final
hinay-hinay
mid,
ka lang.
a minute till the next dragon comes up. This one a contestable one, no, you're gonna have to tell me.
But still, KT, like, it was BDD.
Sari-sariling baso naman kayo dun.
Across playoffs with some of these other members, but again now, at Worlds, huge shockwave to turn this game around, and he is now once more a
Pero maganda yung paikot kayo.
point of contention here.
Like, 6-6 kayo sa
Control
30.
he offers with like Dugdam's free to play up here because he has the speed ups with BDD, he has the shield from BDD, and the ability to now control these entrances into River are going to be
Feel ko
massive
gamit na
for
gamit babe
any
ko
of these
bukas.
teams.
Eh di wag mo labas.
I think if it's MKOI, they just have to try and bypass them.
Wag mo ilalabas,
This
man.
push once more.
Flag that from
Ay, teka lang, Gab.
blessing down.
Lock in lang sa pinapanood.
Something, however, for Super,
Maganda na yung game, ano eh.
goes towards what looks like an immortal
Game
shield
state
over
eh.
there.
Na-record ni,
Offensive
Rick
items
Mar.
needs it sooner. That dragon foregone conclusion.
Wait, pre, ah.
Seconds up, and you can see MKOI are just trying to put their pinky toe in the bar, but it's way too damn
Puno
hard.
sa Verify.
Pinapadala ka nila,
They see
pinapa-charge.
Jojo sit on
Aray
vision
mo,
if
lagot
they
ka.
try and move through this choke point in jungle.
Sabi mo, gusto hip-hack babe, bili ayaw. Sarili. Kawawa sa inyo. Patay! Ayun lang! Ayun, na-block! Wala, di na kaya. Oh, yay, yay.
Lucky to be alive is the Galio. There was a bit used from KT, but Jojo now with nothing up.
Kikihipak babe, bili sarili ayaw.
Contest there, looking to see if they can just take these turrets on the sidelines and again be
Kawawa
useful,
sa
but
inyo.
Jojo having to burn so
Bili ako
much
ulit isa
to get
vape.
away from that play.
Ano ba maganda?
KT again,
Kahit
track
ano.
and taken. They're
Na-enjoy ko.
looking so
Yung last na
strong.
flavor ko, masarap. Yung banana.
Something.
Wala, 41.
Sarap. To, yung ano, pangalan nito?
That's 4K the lead now.
Yellow Monkey.
1500 gold because of top turret.
Bonak di flavor. Na ano ba?
So I'm
Plus 1.
weirdly optimistic
Na
on the
vape?
play.
Ah, plus
At 30
one, plus
seconds till Baron.
Plus 8.
Obviously, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. That's a 4-item Caitlyn. BDD also 4 items on the horizon.
Wait lang.
Speaking as far as the elephant goes, that's a colony. That's a family
Send
of
mo here.
elephants. I don't know
Hindi
what
ba
they call
flavor?
the group,
Like
but
in
I think
device?
some elephants.
Sa kon.
Especially if you can
Device ba?
finish
Device?
round
Device?
Hindi ko natanik mo. Wala, bay na lang kayo. Nawala na taon.
for
Ano ko gagi? Hindi.
MKOI.
Plus 2 yun. Kasi ano.
Super.
That was a crit. Super needs to get out of there. Elioer alongside with him. Mirwin too.
May
Running for their
nakasakay
lives.
kami
Mirwin had
isip.
to flash for that as well.
Was on the flank.
Tags him. Alvaro, he's the one almost when it becomes lightning. Cuz re-engages on the minion wave. They've got priority. And with that chunk, it feels like Baron might come with it.
Jojo in behind them though. MKOI gonna look for the flank and see if they can all in on this. It looks like
It would be a miracle. Mirwin needs the flip. They need the right target. The engager on Kaz. The all-in.
Okay, Eliolia.
Under Docdam.
May ulti ba si ano?
The damage at. It's all up to Super, who's getting burned asunder with 1 kill already going down. Elioer sacrifices his life. Peter jumps in. Super re-engages with the wild growth, but it ain't enough. KT, we got excited for a reason. There ain't no false hope here.
there was just not enough in the tank for MKOI and KT. They looked a little bruised, but they will stride forward into the base of MKOI.
Just remember, BDD got glazed for a reason. And here
Nanalo
at
yung
the start
KT,
of
guys.
Worlds,
Oh my God.
they'll
At least
break
ito,
that little
at least
curse.
yung
Not a
palagasan niya,
game
ano yan?
won since their qualification
Bal-
to
at
this
least
event,
yun ang balan
but
niya,
they'll
ano
start
yan?
off the right way. They'll put LCK's name first, and we are looking exciting on KT.
It looked good to begin with for MKOI, but that man in the mid lane for KT shut down those hopes fast. BDD once again stepping up, and the man is just so damn good.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but the recovery. I mean, Peter's a great support. I think they've been talking about him in the lead up to this event, and analysts and external streamers alike. Peter had, I'd say, he's a clean enough game, especially when mid-late game's going so
Wala
well.
na.
Cuz, though, I mean, Cuz again with BDD. This mid jungle
Oh.
is so exciting to watch because of how well they execute on plays like this.
Yeah, and these, like, the fact that you end up getting so much of those kills in that bottom lane fight, turning into Doctam, immediately set up the rest of this composition for success. The Caitlyn gets accelerated back into a position where she's just as strong as Super. Doctam then ends up picking up the rapid fire cannon, and at that stage it's lights out. Like, there's too many flashes, there's a Zhonya's on both the Rumble and Ariana, it just doesn't work.
Well, maybe not a fraud at all, Haylor. Maybe you're not a fraud at all.
No, am I happy? Am I sad? I'm feeling a lot of different things right now, honestly.
Two-Face.
Following this game, it was the most KT game ever, but it was also, sadly, very the most MKOI game ever. It is never over, never won, never lost until the Nexus falls, and we should have known that.
I was trying to give you
Sorry.
confidence. I was trying to give you
CR lang ako,
confidence
guys.
throughout the
Wait, wait,
entire
wait.
time. What did you keep saying? What did you keep saying?
I'm so sad, but I'm so happy. I
Koi are
don't know.
very good at throwing.
Yeah, they are. Expert quarterback material.
Yeah.
That's that American JoJo in them
I am
right there.
upset,
Or
okay?
Canadian, I guess.
And I need a little bit more sympathy right now, Raz.
Yeah.
Also, you don't get to talk to me. Okay?
Should I exit the
On
test?
a great list of traitors, okay, you're there right next to Judas, okay?
sorry.
Benedict
Wow.
Arnold, perhaps.
Wow.
I am
But, like,
alone on this desk,
What?
suffering. Why did they have to throw? Why are they so good at throwing? I said to Raz, look at me, I
Yeah.
said to Raz
Okay.
explicitly,
Yeah.
they've thrown a 10k gold lead with a composition just like this one. And he's like, nah, they'll be
Nah,
fine.
no way.
They'll be fine.
And then they did it again.
Little did he know that it was gonna happen again, and you can never outcount BDD. We've talked about him. Usually when an upset is gonna come, usually when a comeback is gonna come,
Yeah.
it's gonna be off the back of this player, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he finds the perfect shockwave.
I mean, it's a
from that
gorgeous
fight.
shockwave. It is a gorgeous play from BDD. And I mean, we talked about him for a reason, right? Coming into this matchup, a lot of our focus was on the mid lane matchup, and the impact that BDD had in those moments is really what defined the series against Gen G coming into this World Championship. So we know that he's a clutch player. You give him that
wow.
opportunity and he turns it around, and he really set up for the rest of his team to then do what they needed to do.
And I apologize as a first step, Betius.
Yeah.
I should have defaulted to trust on your lack of trust. I think that should have happened. Because I was so bought into how well MKOI was playing, I just didn't believe it was going to happen. But KT was ready to catch that pass.
It is really frustrating on the MKOI side. However, if I think about MSI, if I think about the lack of confidence that this team had, when I look at the early game, and the early game only,
Yeah.
until the mid game, let's say, it looked good.
I mean, the problem is I've been saying this about Koi, like, for all year.
Yeah.
Like, their potential is real. The talent that this roster has is real. But we've heard it from JoJo. We've heard it from the players that sometimes they just make silly mistakes. And ultimately, it is these silly mistakes that we see continue to plague them. Now, obviously, I'm frustrated with the result of this.
Yeah, you are.
I have to hold on to some hope
I'm
that
hopeful.
they're
Yeah.
able to clean things up. It's a best of what. Don't run away from me.
Your
It's okay.
frustration,
Come here,
you're a little
fine.
angry, a little
I'll give
angry,
you
a
a
little
jersey.
pissed, all right?
It's okay.
Fuming.
It's your turn next.
What? No,
It's
we're going to come in strong, okay? Don't put that on us.
But I'm still hopeful that they can turn things around. At least they show the baseline level that you can't underestimate this team.
Fair.
Absolutely. We'll see them next. It is hope for now, for Europe. We'll see about this right after the break, because we're headed for one for now, and we're here from Peter on the other side before we set up BLG versus 100 Thieves.
You can see MKOI setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Duck Dam.
Ewan, all
Bah.
it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Kuz has been
Oh,
left
long.
by his team. The jump in there, JoJo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3
Kainin
men with a
niya,
hot
long
ball
iya.
inside.
Long,
MKOI
ang
ran in.
pasensya.
It was a bait. It was a
BLG
run.
100 team, sabay FlyQuest T1, HLE AL, paganda na ng pagando.
Nagbalik.
Ganda na ng next 5 na 5 games. Sarap.
Naglisin siya sa gina Simo, lakabate.
Genius.
Naglisin siya sa Simo, gina
Ando.
dyan, lakabate. Yung travel order
Uy,
sa
oh,
Simo.
ano to? Oh, ganda ng emote. 07 emote.
Boss, ayan, makabate ka na.
Let's go emote. Paldo.
Makabate ka na, boss, dyan. Para makabakbak.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal. You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mas siguro may ina-inject naman sila guro eh. Padaan niya.
2 minutes. Nung sarap pre oh.
Banta ko galigid mo.
Fly ko T1 next oh.
Wala sila
Tapos
ganyan sa
ng
ano
game.
niya. Wala sila ganyan sa...
BLG 100 teams.
Ano ganda tawag mo? Ang test server kag live server bla. Bara nga ang ilang test server nila, dira nila i-test na nila nga ano. Ang test server dira nila na nga ano matistingan kung gagana lang ano ang program. Pero tapos kung gagana muna na yun that sa time na yun nga ma-down ng system. Labi kay ang ilang test server, live server man. O do nga testingan lang ano, testingan lang danay nga kung gagana ang program sa server na magbalik-balik na magbuhat sa load ang data. Ila kay direkta nila yan, magubra sila yan, dapat i-down din nila yun ang server. Rektada na, o ano, tinamad ah. Tinipid na, tinamad pa. Oo. Next amp. Next amp. Pakagat kinikit lilo, tralala. Ipakagat sa kinikit lilo. I'm untouchable, untouchable.
What the fuck? Ano yun pre? Ten seconds. Bilis. Palo na ulit.
First ever Worlds game, how was it? 이제 막 첫 월즈 경기 끝내셨거든요. 어땠나요?
지금도 막 정신이 없고 너무 설레기도 하는데 정신이 너무 없는 것 같습니다.
Everything is so hectic, you know. I was so excited to actually play, but also everything is just happening. So many stuffs are happening at the same time. It's so chaotic to me. And Peter, you said this is your first time actually taking the airplane for Worlds, your first international experience. So how are you
Suerte.
dealing with all of this new experience for you? 피터 선수 첫 국제전이고 얼마 전에 한 인터뷰에서 처음으로 비행기 탔다라고 하셨잖아요. 이런 새로운 경험들 어떻게 잘 헤쳐나가고 계신가요?
일단 비행기를 처음 탔을 때 이렇게 비행기가 높이 올라가는지 몰랐어가지고 상상한 거 이상으로 너무 높이 올라가는 거예요. 그래서 좀 많이 무서웠던 경험이 있고 그리고 해외에 대한 이제 그 두려움도 있고 좀 그런 게 있었는데 중국에 와서 보니까 다 사람 사는 나라 같고 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Well, when I first took the plane, it actually went up higher than I expected and it was so scary. I was so high up in the sky. I was sweating, but in the end, I safely managed to land to China. And at first, I was afraid of, you know, kind of being in a foreign country for the first time. But actually, after I spent some days here, I realized it's another great country and everyone is super nice. I'm having such a great time here in China. So KT Roaster managed to turn the game around at the Otacon fight. So how did you see the angle and whose call was it to set up around there?
Post game
KT가 사실은
interview.
초반에는 조금 많이 말린 것 같았는데 아타칸 한타로 사실은 성공적으로 경기를 뒤집었습니다. 어느 선수분이 이런 각을
Goated
보고
talaga si
설계를
Jisun
했나요?
man.
일단 팀 전체적으로 좀 불리하다 보니까
Asawa ni Bang.
빨아들이면서 싸우자 이런 콜을 많이 했던 것 같고 퍼펙트 선수가 오늘 아카탄 쳐야 된다 결정을
Sarap nun,
내려서
putik. Best man mo sa kasal, si Faker man.
Composition, we were like, we have to make enemy start engaging onto us, and we can kind of team fight back. And Peter made a call. We have to set up around Otacon. We have to go for the play and let them start to fight. And I think it really worked well. And truly, this game was the perfect K-tier roster experience. I know a lot of the LCK fans are, used to this, but there will be a lot of Western fans experiencing this for the first time. So what would you like to say to the Western fan that there are a lot more exciting and fun rides to come? 이제 KT 롤스터 정말 롤러코스터다운 화끈한 경기력 오늘 경기에서 제대로 보여주셨는데요. 앞으로도 더 재미있는 롤러코스터 라이드가 많이 남았다고 서양에 계신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Masaya to, BLG 100 teams. Ayayay.
저희의 이제 시작점이라고 생각하고 저희는 롤러코스터 타듯이 더 올라갈 것입니다. 항상 멀리서도 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. KT 롤스터 keep going up.
Keep going up. What the fuck?
And as every roller coaster does, we will keep going up. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And that was Peter from the KT Roaster side. Thank you.
W Peter man.
KT Roaster.
Uncle Peter, I'm so
we're
happy.
on a roller coaster ourselves.
I'm so happy that
What's
the
going on
Western
over there?
fans. What are they doing?
Hey.
Yeah, they are kind of a little, yeah.
But yeah, Western
No
fans
power there,
finally
Dial
discovered who
is either
Peter is.
unattended or
KT
out of
take this
coverage
one.
area.
Now we're heading into 100
Please
Thieves
try your
versus
call next
BLG.
year.
Vidi, which side are you on?
What the hell is this?
I mean,
Lakas mo, pre.
hey, I put a lot of effort
Okay.
into that.
Mine is
Okay,
better. I'm
That's better.
listen, man, EU has gone 0-2 today, so I need Raz to be my brother on this one. I need you to go 0-2 for me.
No, hell no.
It's
Okay.
100% win rate for the blue side, all right? And like, listen.
Turo,
Look
Oh
at
my
100
god,
Thieves here.
100% yung
It's
blue
not
side
exactly
talaga,
been
pre.
an easy road. has
Yeah,
Raz.
one would say.
Ay, ay, BLG na to, pre.
Mo na yung personal
For 100
space.
Thieves, I mean, split one, it was looking great. They were
Angas
Angas
talaga ni Knight Kaliwete.
So I was quite happy there. And then you continue on to split two.
Cyril
Starting
gani,
to see some
ga pa
cracks
hindi,
there.
alas
It
12
was
kinatawgan.
awful, honestly, during the end of split two. And you go to split three, you see Dokla come in, and he was the one coming in to save the vibes. Also hearing from River and Quid, just the fact that him coming into the team, of course, the experience that Dokla provides, being able to talk about lane assignments really helped out Quid, so we got to see a real boost in performance from them. And they really just had, speaking of a roller coaster, just gliding straight through into the finals in the LTA North Conference.
It's pretty much similar to last year where Quid and River were the main characters.
Yeah. They were. I mean, for a team like that, like for this team, it always is about Quid and River. How exciting they are as players, the fact that they always look for engages. A playmaker like Quid, his Akali is something we always really call out for. So like last year, it was about Quid and River. This year, it's still about Quid and River. There was a dip in performance when they were performing poorly in Split 2 and in the beginning of Split 3, but they've really cleaned it up.
And River, it's his last time to show himself on the international stage, alongside a lot of players here at Worlds, but he wants to make his showing here.
Yeah, that has been the real story, is that River, of course, talking about his last year before Korean military, like that has been a real motivating tool for this team. So even during the split, they're like,
wait for me.
Yes, 100 Thieves last ride, like River specifically, and how good he has been for this region, how talented he has been both on Golden Guardians. He started on Dignitas, came on 100 Thieves. He has been somebody that has been so smart as a player, so
Ay,
losing
teka
that
lang guys,
hurts.
wait.
And absolutely will.
Masisira ako,
Unfortunately,
teka.
his journey isn't going to start with an easy path. Because it will be up against BLG, reigning world finalists, of course, and they are reigning world finalists. They are the ones.
They made it there.
They were there in the world finals last year, and of course they still finished with a solid performance at MSI. But their year also has been a bit of a roller coaster as well. Start at the beginning of the year, kind of falling short of expectations, especially after what we saw from them last year. The introduction of a new jungler in spring, getting them to the finals, but falling short against AL. Now, though, finally finding success domestically, but again, it comes at the cost of finding another jungler in Shadow. And while all of these things have been happening within the team, the one thing we can say for certain is that Knight is still Knight.
Yeah, Knight, of course, is beautiful. Finals MVP. Like, he also had, like, exceptional play throughout the season. Like, he has just been somebody that has been stomping within the lane, outside of the lane. When he was going up against IG, I talked about it just yesterday during the playoffs. Like, he was getting solo kills every game, and they balloon that. So this team will scrap constantly in the early game, hand-checking you, and it always starts from Knight as a player. Just when he entered the league, he has been showcasing this like exceptional dominance that has gone on till this day.
And I think that for the LPL, there is just a sense of skepticism around their performance coming into this international event. The consensus seems to be that the LCK are the powerhouse region, with 3 of like potentially all 4 teams sitting at the top of the power rankings. And I think this is a great opportunity for BLG to demonstrate what they are capable of, where they are coming into this tournament. Because while there is still some doubt, I think that this is also a team that come Worlds can turn the power on and show what they're really capable of.
I want to give it to Raz quickly before we head into walkouts for the players. How do you feel ahead of this matchup? What is the expectation?
Amazing! I feel great. You guys have been dragging down the vibes based off of your guys' performance, okay?
I'm doing great.
Dragged out. Okay, you got the KT one on there. But 100 Thieves, look, you saw the earlier post from Dokla how their boot camp has been run a little bit poorly. Like River, the visa question, was he even going to be able to play today? The answers to all of that is yes. River is here. They are playing today. It's when you doubt them, they come out stronger. I am a believer. Just don't look at the predictions online. Just don't look at that.
Don't look at the predictions
Don't look at that. All right, don't look at that. Don't look at the predictions.
While we're getting ready to toss, why don't you all jump over and check those predictions
Don't do
online
that.
right
No,
now.
the game's about to start, so don't do that.
We'll leave it there. Let's head into the game.
I mean, honestly, sometimes I think Raz is the biggest worm. He just flip-flops all over the ground.
Yeah.
Like, pick a side, man.
It didn't even take like half a day. It was just,
like, it's not like Betty has pushed him into it or Law like forced him. He does it himself. He's a very fun man. I used to work with that guy a lot, so I'm used to it. 100 Thieves, let's not forget, by the way, play-ins last year, it was an embarrassment for NA when they got knocked out by PSG and didn't even make the main stage. This time, again, similar roster with Dokla being talked up, you have to say the expectations are that they'll fix the rights, or the wrongs, excuse me, Dagda, make it right, and give NA something to spruik about here. But for BLG, it is a hard task for an opponent that just played 4 best-of-5s, went to Game 5 in 3 of them, and one of them was the grand final.
Yeah, especially when it feels like BLG have started to get back on track. Like, you're seeing On back to his old ways of being able to provide a ton of pressure in the early stages, even having his pocket picks like the Elise as you go further into the draft, but also like the solo laners stepping up huge. Bin looking fantastic over the course of the last couple of series that he's played. Nice, I mean, MVP for Split 1 and Split 2 for the team easily. So I think, sorry, for Split 2 and Split 3, but BLG just look like they're firing all cylinders again, and that is a very terrifying prospect for 100 Thieves if they start to come into this. So for 100 Thieves, their backs are against the wall. It is the last time that we will see this organization, as it is going to be their last event. So if they can find a way to upset the apple cart, to give 100 Thieves fans just one last hurrah, it would be incredible for NA fans.
Because they're making an exit, it's just about when the exit is, what they can do. So we're about to go into draft for our 4th game for Dagda and I, sub out. And remember again, BLG, their run up, like, yeah, Bin during the split was a little bit hit or miss, I think. We talked about Knight's consistency. I feel like playoffs just rebirthed the BLG that we all know and love, the BLG that, again, with Shadow playing at the helm, with Beichuan still there, that's provided a little bit more flexibility. Now, of course, it is Beichuan starting here today, so we will not see Shadow at the very least, which is EU talent, the first EU player ever to win an LPL finals, by the way. So the Italian Stallion's not here. We still get Beichuan, who, again, was like I guess the risk factor when they lost weight.
It is insane to see Beichuan on BLG though, because you remember back in the past, like, he was an Echo one-trick streamer that got picked up by FPX to be in their academy roster, and then they were like, hang on a second, we need you immediately because Tien is having struggles, and now he's on the winning team in BLG. It's been an insane journey for him to find himself here.
Well, here we are, finally in a big ban in our champ select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Orianna taken away. We've learnt that from today, but Dagda, we know Rise has been the pick of the tournament so far. BLG says, screw the Rise. Jarvan B1.
I mean, the Jarvan is incredibly strong for Beishwan. Again, this is, for BLG, a team that loves to skirmish, a team that loves to find these early fights. So Jarvan fits very nicely into that sort of situation and will provide the engage tools that you need for Bin and Knight to kind of step up. Elk has been decent, has been good, but it is very much been about the solo laners and finding those skirmishes.
I don't know if it's going to get locked in. Would you be worried about immobility? I think the answer would be yes. So Aurora instead, but now pairings.
Well, I think it's the Aurora kind of a pick away from Knight. He has very often been pairing this Jarvan alongside the Aurora and finding a lot of those dive combinations. So 100 Thieves kind of doing their homework to take that one away. And now Xin Zhao could be an option if you really want to. Or do you go for the buy, as you were kind of saying, to look for that dive and just continue on that trend?
Xin Zhao was a good call out though. Again, one of the strongest junglers on the patch, still has been for the past couple. 100 Thieves going to put on River, something that can carry when we talked a lot about this jungler and how he achieves on 100 Thieves. But now for BLG, are we going to get a strong bot lane? Oh, classic. I feel like Elkanon, when they have strong 2v2s in the meta, they will pull them out in a heartbeat.
Oh, it is the Elise. There it is.
What a treat.
This is the on special. They love this Caitlyn Elise bot lane and bringing it out already. I mean, that's just going to put some pressure onto FBI and Ayla to see what they can achieve. But looks like Dokla going to be happy to go back towards tank duty with the Scion and take that one for himself in the top lane.
Okay, well, it's still a strong pick in its own right. Caitlyn can cut through, but let's see if the Scion can scale faster. Because we have solo laners for 100 Thieves, but no bot lane. So for BLG, they start banning away some of these annoyances, these nuisances, right? Like Brom, I assume, would go with an Elise and Caitlyn. But what else, Dagda?
Well, the problem is it's really difficult to play against because you can reset the aggro underneath the tower as you go for dives. And that's traditionally how BLG have kind of played with it, is like push into dive into all these setups. So I think this is where for 100 Thieves, you have to be incredibly careful what your bot lane is, because as you're already getting the supports banned away that can counter push, I think you need to go for something like maybe the Rakan, maybe the Xayah, to try and say, hey, if we can at least hit level 6, we can try and survive some of this dive and try and keep ourselves safe. But it is a tough call. This has been such a strong pairing for BLG.
Maybe they're predicting that FBI is just going to pull out the Ezreal here and like try and add a little bit of range, versatility as an AD carry. Maybe pair up with River and play the rest of the map. For now, Rise does go away, so Knight's not going to get the chance of what is right now a tournament favorite champion in the mid lane. But we question that last support ban. Are BLG going to take away an AD carry instead? Is it going to be the Ezreal, or is it something else that makes their life annoying? I mean, their 2v2 is so strong, Dagger, it's like it's limited.
Because that's the thing, like you would into Caitlyn see things like the Karma Ezreal, so then that could be a pushy lane you can try and play around. But and maybe the Corki has enough push with the Phosphorus Bomb, enough safety with the Valkyrie to make it difficult. But are we going to just fight fire with fire as FBI hovering the Kalista? I don't think that's what you want. Okay, yeah, they're going to try and go for the old school answer, which was the Ashe, try and outrange with the volley and just try and keep this push at bay.
Oh, that's range too, and I respect that as well. Smart move. When the Aurora is the only AP so far, it's nice from FBI. And now again, we question like what that support's going to be, because you have support already up on the board, but it is a counter pick that Ayla gets to play with.
It's also when you get poked inevitably by this the Caitlyn and the Elise, it does set you up where you can now have that TP for the Ziggs to TP back into lane and keep yourself safe. Because that's one of the problems that you'll have, is that it's going to be such a hard time against the poke that BLG have on this bottom side.
Rexar gets locked in. Good against a take top laner here. So Bin also provides a little bit of setup, a little bit of dive. Taliyah would do the same thing, and I mean,
Uy,
Knight,
BLG,
like,
Elise support, okay. Let's go. Finally,
there was a few things
different pick sa support.
We didn't see as much anymore. I think Taliyah was always on that list.
I mean, to be fair, Knight's list only just seems to grow.
We are scared of Knight.
It's just nice, yeah. I mean, very much has been the best mid laner in the region for a significant portion of time. So
true.
And it has been the rallying point of BLG. He has been the performer on this roster. And it was kind of waiting, as you say, until playoffs to see the rest of the team hit a point where they could be just as strong. And now it's on 100 Thieves to see if they can be stronger. Taking that rel into the bottom side, it's great setup. It's great presence and pressure on towards a back line if you can get that rel combo set up. But I will say 100 Thieves, very magic damage heavy when it comes towards their composition.
Very very true. It's Xin Zhao with the AD, right? And I think also with his contact, we're going to mention that
Sa
it's going to
subong
take
ni
a while to
Dan
get things
Dead
going if Quid's not in control, if Quid doesn't get the snowball in the game. Because I see BLG and I see lane dominance here in this game. I see BLG doing what they do best. And I feel like BLG are a great laning team. The quality we talk about with Knight especially, I think they've got all the eggs in the basket. And LPL's #1 seed that again went through the whole rigmarole of 4 best-of-5s with 3 of them going the distance, including the top esports one in the final. They had to work damn hard to get here. And they had to not be a 3rd place team, which is where they finished in the regular season. They had to be a 1st place team and show the world that they're back. Here they are once again. It was a year where a lot of people hyping up top esports. But no sir, no sirree. Dagda, there's a stat on the screen. Thank you to our production. You should read it.
It's just on Elise career 9-1.
Oh.
It has been a very, very strong pick for this squad, and it's been the pocket pick that traditionally they brought out as the draft goes later, as you start to see a lot of those picks.
Fourth series up today.
We're starting to see kind of what we're talking about, those like scrim bubble-esque vibes, where we're seeing the Caitlyn's picked up by teams like T1 yesterday. Now we're getting a lot from BLG. We just had it as well in the last game. It's definitely starting to pick up the pace, and Elise works very well alongside this.
The Chinese fans are out massively.
Yeah,
for
yo.
BLG. And I can hear the gyos as we begin. All right, so electrocute naturally. All in bot lane. We are going to be focusing a lot on bot here, ladies and gentlemen, as you'd expect. We haven't seen an attempt for 100 Thieves to try and get this lane swap in order in the early game, much like we did last game where favorable lanes were
Huwag ka na magpaliwanag,
talked about a little bit, the game before I should say. But this time they're just going to
huwag ka na magpaliwanag,
just going to ride out the storm.
Yeah, if they didn't take the Ziggs, I think they
Supermay lang
could
black
have
ay
potentially
mapaldo
tried
boss.
to lane swap around and make it a bit easier for themselves. But opting in towards the Ziggs, I think they basically said, hey, look, we know what way this is going
Supermay lang da black ay mapaldo boss.
so we can have the push and not fall as far behind. And maybe if it was something that was a little bit like another AD carry that
Bullo.
struggled the matchup, they could
Gabulong ka man dyan, aw. Mito, mito.
RDC. But it'd be very impressive if that was a Sion instead.
Yeah, it was already a big start, wasn't it? And on, we now see Cocoon is started. Good dodge away. Actually, a little buffer from Ayla. Hells up, comes back. Again, On can't really do anything. Doesn't have the Venomous Bite, doesn't have the launch to combo, get that electrocute off easily. And burst down as FBI already paying respect.
Yeah, and this is where, again, like FBI in time will be fine to push out this wave and just make it difficult for the Caitlyn to find success. But in the early stages, it costs so much mana to try and constantly throw these bouncing bombs and see if you can clear out the wave. So Elk just stepping up.
Cocoon.
Steps up even under turret.
Wala.
Mad respect.
May dapat kami mabalaan.
By the way, if you want to know where jungles are in the heat of all this, actually on Vision.
May dapat kami mabalaan.
Both will be in a second as Baytron's going to pass through Raptors, and there's a deep forward place there nicely as FBI takes a, I believe, a trap, a headshot. Also, edge of Raptors on Vision too. Through a pass down.
Nice duli,
for both teams.
Both junglers trying to make it down towards the spot lane, knowing just
Balak. Ang baldo ni Serto, may right kami manukot.
Again, the push is going to be here for BLG, and they'll be happy to just set up that grab for Beishwan and make him a little bit more comfortable as 100 Thieves, the pressure is on.
Now let's also remind people, if this Elise doesn't get to do much in the early game, it can be a pick that falls flat.
Oh yeah,
now 90% of the time for him it has not. But that 10%,
10% of the time it works all of the time.
Yeah,
that is a very slim number, and you can see Ayla is essentially just trying to body block for FBI. You already saw that he can buffer the Cocoon and make him safe, get the shield so the trade can't really go as effectively. But now Beishwan walking through here.
I-unhide ganit mo doon, paano ko na mag-unhide?
He's walking in
Only
as
si
you said,
River,
on
man.
there,
Kita.
and Quinn becomes lightning. Blue buff now shown out, ward down. A steal, no, a flash instead for the engaged. Blue buff goes over, but for River, can he get out alive? A flash match,
Out.
1 HP. All it takes is an auto, and it was from on the heal out as well. Baytron, the
Oh my god, the boy.
just out of range. River
Boy, si
survives
River.
with the prize.
What
River
the hell?
gets the pick and gets out.
Suerte, man.
So close to going down. I thought maybe one of the Spiderlings had actually gotten caught in the blast cones going with him, but they don't make it happen. He's lucky to have his life and his blue buff, sorry, to go with him.
And Zon returns back to bottom lane. He couldn't find any means of a combo either. Baytron's not going to pass up top in full vision yet again. Flag and drag. Just gets in there sooner. It'll be a full scuttle take. feel like if
Ituon
River
lang
was
cursor,
good, we'd be
tapos
talking
i-right
a
click
lot
lang.
more seriously about how the game state is for him.
Still though, pressure is on like that. Flash burnt early. And also still didn't
Hindi
get like some of his other camps as well. Didn't end
i-out,
up getting that.
tapos i-control D.
Dismantling smash, Rivers coming up top. Maybe a kill here for 100 Thieves. Doklet's a little bit low. Bin's trying to get the wave with him as well.
Yan, kung hindi mo
Oh,
ginman-high,
knockout si Bin.
i-out mo,
Yeah,
tapos
Beishwan up in the
i-highlight
area
mo
as
ang
well.
file,
Bin,
tapos
bin,
i-control
man.
Ready looks
D.
to follow. Ayla, getting a good trade back here though.
Isolated 2v2. The trap is down. Ayla walks around it, repel up, and
Tapos
Thieves are going to survive just fine. They know that both their junglers are paying attention to Bin and Dokler right now, so anything that happens down here is going to stick.
The nice thing though is that it did buy the time for FBI to reset and TP back in, so it is able to pick up at least an early amplifying tome and get some of the money he needs. But with this push, I imagine he's going to reset once again.
F4, enter.
And it just, like, this was kind of what we're talking about. It's about trying to survive this early laning phase for FBI and Ayla, and then hope that you have enough of a combo with the crash down, with the follow-up with the Ziggs, and then that ultimate from the Aurora to immediately burst out some of the members of BLG.
Come back to top. Bin is just going to get himself close to the turret plate with Demolish. Bit of a CS lead from Bin as well, by the way. And we've seen a lot of Rek'Sais as tunnel out just before the turret hits. Seen a lot of Rek'Sais, you know, a lot of people take Rek'Sai into the tank matchup, Dagda, simply because, again, you get true damage when you have 100% of the Fury from that Venomous Bite. Really nice trading patterns being added in and buffed out over recent patches. You see again has been, look how quick it is to stack, boom. Thank you so much for true damage, that's great.
And as you say, it's the healing afterwards as well that makes it so obnoxious.
Yep.
Because it's then very difficult for Doklet to find any sort of trade back because you're just going to heal it all. And obviously Tank's not exactly high on the damage threshold. Well, in theory, not high on the damage threshold.
Yeah.
Although Sion, I think, exists kind of outside of that fundamental.
That's true. I take that as a good laning phase, a really good laning phase. I feel like there's a lot of tanks in the meta right now, and this is probably why tanks are so good. There's a lot of health in the game. It's a little bit cheaper than it has been in the past. And a lot of tanks have good laning phase. I feel like Horn's laning phase against certain matchups has been something favoured. Hope we see that pick come out more in the tournament. Of course, being in best of ones, we expected things like Design to come out more frequently. Things like easier, but evidently does not get banned. Tagged up, we're focusing on bot. Classic. That's just how this game's going to go. There is a Mountain Dragon up. H1 looks like he wants to kind of be around for it. He's almost level 6 with Cataclysm available as well. Might just be trying to maybe either dive FBI or set up that neutral.
Yeah, it looks like set up the neutral off this push that you have at the bottom side. FBI doesn't really have much damage at this stage and hasn't ticked over to level 6, so BLG trying to play off us.
Repel up, hang on, Quid sets up between worlds, on close to
Okay,
death,
on.
he gets bursted. First blood to 100 Thieves. Satchel charge
Fever,
out,
dead.
Freeman
Oh!
danger, but he gets a kill before dying himself. Now Elk might get one, but as
Outside.
he flashes away, he's got numbers against him.
Oy, oy, oy.
100
Grabe yun.
Thieves on the board first. Nice fight.
Nice pick onto the support as well. And his only end up losing their jungler. Bin, what?
Bin? Huh?
BLG. I don't know. Question that man.
Question mark pings across the board, to be honest. That was a
What the
series
hell?
of unfortunate events for the BLG side. 100
Ano yun,
Thieves
man?
Going to be delighted to pick that one up. They get the kills in the fight. They get a mistake from Bin that they punish, and it means that you now got lost. Chapter picked up and finished for FBI, which is such a nice moment for the Ziggs because you can
What the
very
fuck?
quickly start to clear out these waves thanks to the extra mana. And now you got Doklet TP into the bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and lane swap for the Void Grubs.
That play from Bim was about as good as the quality of Raz's predictions. We look at the replay down bottom.
Yeah, I think On has to go up into the air because immediately River tries to jump on him, but this fight is now very, very separated. You can see Elk is kind of able to ignore FBI. That's what we're talking about. You don't really have that damage. But for 100 Thieves, they're in a great spot where they pick off On. You've now got Beishwan who's too far forward. And they make it work off the back of
Nangyari.
a great ultimate from Quid.
Watch again how this happened. I think he's going to pray seek at a stop. Tunnel. Oh. And then...
Oh my god.
Okay.
That was terrible.
that was probably not it.
Ginagawa ni Bin doon.
Ewan ko man.
Then
Ano na, palala na ng palala yung nilalaruan niya ngayon ah.
pro players
Home sim.
making realistic plays. You know? I mean, solid cue for
Ewan ko ba dyan? Naluto na si Bin man.
Well, 100 Thieves are going to get grubs on top side. And let's not take away from the
Like,
bot
what
side
the hell
play, 'cause
was
I think
that?
the bot side play was fantastic.
Ano yun, man?
Like, River really bought time. The target selection
Hi,
was
Lotus.
beautiful. Quid's impact was felt. And as grubs go down, as we try and recover from what Bin just did, it's triple grub game. it is 100 Thieves with a small gold lead, but a nice edge to start off this game.
Hindi ko intindi si Bin, man.
Especially as you kind of already alluding to, a lot of that presence that they want is, hey, can we survive the laning phase against Elkanon and then start transitioning to a later portion of the game? Well, Elk still is doing relatively well, but definitely not as strong as he could be thanks to that early fight relative to the rest of the game. And if 100 Thieves are able to find these moments where they look for fights and they look for plays around objectives, they're in a good spot. And when you look back at 100 Thieves in the LTA, they were actually the ones that were making these silly mistakes and oftentimes would find themselves in a goal deficit. This time around, it's BLG who are making it. 100 Thieves are finding the success, and now they're getting to the portion of the game where they are stronger in general, just off of their stylistic play. So this is kind of a good look for 100 Thieves, just based on how they play.
Especially when they've already got grubs upside. This Dragon that was visited before with the big play is now going to be looked at more seriously. Again, a ward by BLG spots it out as Beichuan hovers by the side. Knight as well. We've seen a pretty stable game from him so far, and he's got Weaver's Wall up and available. Ayla's not getting anything with the Shattering Strike as BLG looking for lane push, then maybe push out and look towards the Dragon themselves.
BLG trying to threaten this, but you just saw that it didn't quite work out for them the last time around. This time, at least, On a little bit healthier and can start to get in position. BLG wants to make plays off of this bot lane push. 100 Thieves just aren't letting them do it.
Division meantime. Bin versus Dokla, exciting stuff. They're going to smash each other. Dokla is actually fine. Bin will sustain this up as well. You know it's a slower early game when you watch two tanks fight it out.
What's up, guys?
Hello, pre.
I think we might be getting some action.
Laman, last ng tama ng BLG, man.
Should be them starting up the Dragon, I believe, at the back of
Wait,
this.
pre, nagdulog yung yung stream mo.
Ay, wait ba?
By the way. Dito sa amin.
Opportunities if they want to try and look
Nagsistart, ewan ko lang kung sa starter ba.
Loggers?
Sa kanila or sa akin lang.
Hindi naman.
Hindi naman.
FBI wasn't there, and nor was River. A bit egregious from the Australian supporters.
Naglulog ka daw, man.
Ay, nagsilig ka rin, Darko.
He's had the reset coming through. Just finished his Lianju's anguish. And they're waiting on that TP to come in so they could look to contest, use that item advantage. But Ayla checks a little bit too quickly, and BLG
stop there on
Yun lang. Kailangan mo na ulit bumalik.
Kill does go over the L. While again it's been a stable early game, I have that knockdown feeling again. You know, where like you still get some resources, you still have a bit of gold. Elk is kind of that Caitlyn once more as he sits at 700 gold.
And I think this is where you've been able to find punishes as BLGs, like Elk and On. The flexibility that they have.
Ano to?
Like they still look
Wala assignment yan, boss.
They still have things like the Caitlyn that they can bring out. Like they are a very dangerous bot lane.
Side quest. I think it up.
Side quest yun, man.
With 2 kills, a nice little gold lead for himself. Gonna be able to finish off that collector. I think this is where again you can kind of lend that strength through.
Amula ni
Titanic Hydra na yung ano, man.
Amula na yung padala? Wala mo nito realaw.
Parang halos si ano na lang maganda yung Titanic Hydra ngayon, eh. Rek'Sai. Hindi na ako magtata kung tatanggalin na yung item na yan, man. Dating ganda sa lisin yan, eh.
Hindi na masyadong binibuild.
Kaso nagkaroon ng ano nga bang item yun, yung pang-assassin? Ayun na lang yung pinalit sa lisin. Yung may shield.
I was about to say Knight is up in this top side and pushing in, and this is what BLG were looking to isolate. By shifting people down to that bottom side, they're covering the potential dive from the Thieves. Oh, wow!
Oh!
Melee range, Elk flashes in as well. One more auto though.
Oh my god.
FBI getting away is criminal. Call them.
Grabe si On.
And he even
Nakakatakot yun.
to clear it out. I cannot believe.
Ano to si On, eh?
FBI survived.
It's either sobrang galing niya or ano eh, sobrang enot niya.
Actually, dalawang flash.
Gambling player rin si On.
Dalawang flash yun. Sayang.
But again, like this is where BLG are still trying to make plays, and it may not have worked out this time. But 100 Thieves,
Arise.
they are still needing to keep pace with what BLG are doing, and a lot of that is still BLG kind of playing defensively on the bottom side of the map.
Minapalo ka man.
Nice into a good match against Oakland.
Tumaan ako ng ano.
Found
Side
their
trick one.
matchup that they want, which is quit against Knight. So now they're feeling a little bit more
Naka-naked
confident.
kasi yung electric pan namin dito
They're
sa
starting to put
office.
some hurt on.
FBI also
Huh?
went for the gun first rather than something that's a little bit more
Naked
scaling, so this is nice. Ango
Paldo.
as well. Meanwhile, though, Quid in a 1v1 versus 9 ain't winning out. The flank
Uy,
turns bad, turns salty as the ground laid
Kaya pa mabuhay ni River na matagal.
for a damn long time, but Elk
Kaso ang ganda lang.
and fires
Early
the
game pa
big
lang.
gun. Quid comes back alive as Knight couldn't really finish the job by himself, but BLG on the board again.
Ayla tried to find the flank, and 100 Thieves thought with the collapse they might be able to pick off the squishy Elise, but they can't finish him off. And it's BLG once more, a third kill
Ano
into
pre?
the hands of Elk.
Elk also has collected
Sila Faker na sunod.
3-0
Ah,
so the damage right now is quite immense.
Burrow.
Kaya
Watch this a little bit more as Doklu is taking the bad end of the trade, but
At ever since na nilabas to si Rek'Sai, eh na talaga build niya, Titanic.
topside again because it is 10 seconds towards the Herald build. You can reset here, and especially Elk and Knight. The fight up
Rah,
top of
rah.
it's going to get the game moving.
Kati.
It's going to be a difficult one. As you say,
Yung
like,
pinakamataas
Factory
kong ano
finished
sa
ending up the
jungle
seal
dati.
coming through for Elk. FBI can deal some decent
Yung
damage.
nilabas yun, grenade ko
But
ng
trying
grenade.
to lock down some of these members on BLG is going to be hard. Like, the flash is still available on Knight. You have that net for Elk.
Ang unique ng
And apart
character
from
na yun,
Ayla,
man.
There's no real threat onto the back line unless you completely miss
Rar, rar.
which means that he should be relatively safe from finding the CC on top of him that enables things like Quid and
Magre-Rek'Sai nga ako mamaya.
Check mo kami dito, ka naman da. Check mo kung ano pa mga kinanglan niya, iluwa to, yan nun. Ay, para mapaseta din meeting siya. Para isa na lang.
They haven't really had many fights, that's why. A lot of these skirmishing picks. Herald's going to start off now by BLG. 100 Thieves here behind, and River
Para makapaseta meeting.
FBI also with a nuke, but Smite comes down. It's late. River comes in, and is it better late than never? That's the biggest question.
Ano
BLG
nangyari?
will return. Win becomes
Ano
slightly
napanood?
First present.
Ayla also with the engage, but 100 Thieves, bit of a commit here, and there's no trade on the other side of the map.
No, BLG going to be able to escort Knight back into a position to keep this top tower safe. They get the Rift Herald, and especially with a Caitlyn, you can very quickly start to get through a mid tower with her. So BLG, again, it's not flashy, but they're getting the things that they need.
Again, they're holding the gold lead. It's not what a lot of people, I think a lot of people when they see LPL, they're like, LPL's always going to fight. BLG here, they're going to find picks, but right, maybe they don't have to.
Di abot.
Quid
Ah, abot!
pop the ulti,
Kaso may
leading
pang-out yun, third.
Jump doesn't connect, and ulti comes through. Quid escapes, Base 1 drops the Cataclysm though. As Knight's going to look for some
May
turret
mini
damage.
dash yung ano nun eh.
That's all the BLG really want here. Force Quid away from the tower. You're going to have 100 Thieves trying to make their way in. On
Patay si On.
That's a busy
He's nowhere to go.
spider. He's up in the air, yeah, there's
Nope.
no try.
Boom.
Nuke down, and FBI gets the kill from afar.
Nicely done
3
by 100
points.
Thieves, collapsing better. And On, this is kind of the stuff that he'd get caught out on, trying to take shortcuts into positions that he shouldn't be in. And it's River who ends up spotting them.
Again, I feel like On had some suspect plays. We talked about his recent performance, but over the course of the split, and I think earlier in the year especially, very sus on him. Off texture, you know? Rift's going to start dragging. In fact, it's just going to take it. So for
Yun na
Thieves,
pagkan sa
not only do
BLG.
they get the pick and punish the enemy
Yung
squad,
jungle.
getting that dragon, making it one apiece. Then stalling out right now. Heads back towards them.
Nakalimutan ko yung last na jungle nila, si 369 yata yan.
Play around this,
Oh,
Rift
369 na.
be a big effect for BLG.
Ano siya ng BLG man, dinetret siya ng pagtapos ng MSI eh.
In a bit of a diversion. As they should be able to
MSI ba o last year na
And if
Worlds?
you now as BLG are able to access side lane.
Umuwi daw siya ng China pre, papatayin siya. What the hell?
They can potentially drive this into the bot lane.
You gotta
and get
bend
us
it
well.
like Beckham. Hang on.
Toxic ng mga Chinese man.
When it's
Oh, he's got
Grabe yun, driver si Bayshon man.
Alright, Beichuan, midfield
Oh,
of
anyari,
the
wait.
Taurus. BLG, there's no dragon down here, they're just holding river control.
Hindi naman siya yung nagpatalo.
Step up.
And just
Oh,
using
kaso ang pangit
Knight
lang
here
ng
as a threat from
performance
Reaper's
niya.
Wall to completely isolate him.
Yeah, Dope
Dami niyang
stepping up
maling
to the
play
turret,
nung
lucky
ano.
to be alive. He's hovering over the fact that
Last year
100
pa
Thieves
yata
are
yun,
nearby, but
maalala.
now the turret's gonna drop down, River looking for a tag, but he
Or this
smoked out
year.
instead. So now the turret's gone as the trap sets on by Quid. 100 Thieves can't step up to the plate anymore. BLG walk away with an objective at hand.
Ano si On? Anong gagawin ni On?
FBI has just teleported in.
Maganda o pangit?
There's a turret here. 100 Thieves are grouping up and there's not much to take.
Seryoso, ayan yung pinang ano, yung pinang support.
Now maybe looking to see if they
Elise.
can brute force this tower.
But there is weight
Caitlyn
flip on
Ellis.
Knight. I mean, brute forcing is hard, especially when you've got the range poke and the pick potential.
Alam ang pangit ng support.
Maganda siya sa ano, sa specific na pick na yan. Yung ano, Sigs.
And they will spot out the reset interrupted. But
Tulad nun.
maybe, as you say, step away
Ay,
from
pwede
top.
niya rin i-hard engage yung
And
Sigs.
with the Hextech 8s, you can get the resets from
Ang ganda rin
BLG
yan
as
sa
you
Lucian
get
namin na
together
comp
the
eh.
map. So not really too much there for 100 Thieves. Now, the TP from FBI was used, but not exactly.
Hanap na lang sila ng first target kung sino i-burst.
Hey,
Still gonna be fine.
he's not a big flank, you know. There are 4 of them on
Exactly.
100.
Kasi grabe yung burst
At
niyan
this
kapag
stage,
ano
I
eh.
think, it
Yung
was a nice
first
attempt
ano,
from,
first
100
15
Thieves to
minutes.
catch BLG out. Just unfortunately, this is
Hi.
the issue with some of the competition is
Ara,
it is
ginugli si
heavily
Ma.
reliant on Ayla and Dokla to be that engage tool.
Tsaka grabe pa
Can
mag-rotate.
engage with the Xin Zhao, but it is a very difficult one for it to actually make happen.
Monitorial.
So if BLG are up in
Thank
the
you.
back style, it's very hard for 100
Aray
Thieves
mo,
to
may
crack.
shield pa yun ah.
Damage a little bit there. So let's see Blessing just getting rid of as
Bakal pala na ako guyogoy.
Caleb as well. And we've also got
Oh, naka-horizon sa FBI.
so a bit of range.
Sarap.
Dali. Mabuti yan.
Really nice. Those extra units and
Pag-abuto sa balay nyo, may igda ka malang na.
for the time being. But
Kay
it
kapoy
does
ka na.
feel like again FBI has gotten to a
Diba?
point in the
Ligad
game
yan.
where
Rekta
Linggo.
are, rekta are FCCL ko.
it's gonna be a lot more hurt.
The timer here for BLG though, pushing mid, that wave needs to be caught, and the top wave needs to be caught. So this is usually where BLG will try and start things like the Adacon to pull people into the objective, get them to burn those TPs, and then just back away. But we have to see if BLG want to
What?
try and go
Kinuha
for that
ng
timer.
ADR?
We still see lots of
Share.
people sitting around. The waves have kind of been cleared. I think
share?
they might
Ah,
have
okay,
a
may
window
share.
here.
Share buff.
Share, ano nga pala sa ano na.
Tapos kapag 25 minutes yata, something. O, pag nag-spawn na yung Baron. Pag nakill na yung red buff pati blue buff, lahat kayo meron na.
Very pretty, and Quid does take it away. He's just there to receive the wave. 4 down in bot, River not spotted out for the time being. I like this picture of getting a picture on the picture. Down here. This is
Ay, kung tinamaan si Elk.
Shows that On is hiding in
Ay, ay.
that bush, though, and BLG maybe trying to base.
Parang magaling to si Elk ah.
See if they overextend that a little bit too far. But again, 100 Thieves, patient. We're not going to try and overforce. They know they can clear these waves very quickly. BLG now dragging
Pati yun.
Radicon
Putik na
away from
Caitlyn yan.
Thieves area.
teleport picked up by Ayla. He's going to use it straight away.
Yung Elise naghahanap na ng angle man.
Atacant well underway. 100 Thieves need to nuke this with FBI. It's possible. River needs a big steal. BLG just going to throw it in the air, maybe. At 6,000, it's more and truly aggroed. If 100 Thieves can keep this up, they might be able to steal it and bring this game into their favor. 2,500 gold be damned.
Doon nyo na makikita yung value ng Sin Xiao pati ng Jarvan. Ba't priority pick yan?
Patient, back away. They're not trying to overforce.
Parehas din silang may ano eh, may cons eh.
BLG essentially want them to try and come through these choke points.
Survivability mas lamang yung Sin Xiao eh. Pero pag huli mas lamang yung Jarvan.
They can use that terrain to their advantage with the Elise. But 100 Thieves not allowing
Pick your poison na lang talaga eh.
Midwave is looking for an angle. spot
Depende
out by
sa
100
comp.
Thieves. We are dancing down bot. We are just stuck down here. The BLG are like, come on.
Huli si River.
Binis na. Hindi ko nang binis ah.
Just moving back. Vision's
Uy,
still there.
grabe, sexy
Line is
innovation.
up. That's gone. It's getting harder and harder
Ayan
to
na.
see anything. Baytron gets a knockup. Trying to bait Ayla in. This BLG are there with
Walang
their snap
W.
engage. Connect over the
Pwede
side
na
to shut
bumalik.
down. Dokler on the left.
It's a war of attrition though.
Atras
with
lang.
BLG are slowly but
DR,
surely
man.
gaining the ground that they need to keep people separated. Dragon now going to be started up.
Okay, Knight. I see you, Knight.
Continue this push.
X-Gate angle from Rivers, not too bad, but for BLG clumped up. They now send out the Weaver's Wall to make him put a bomb down. Rivers angle though.
Layo ni Bin.
That's what I'm looking at. As Bin's tanking up the damage.
Pwede
Now,
mag-ulti si Bin pabalik.
with the teleport.
Kaso walang layo pa rin
Vision for the
nakakampi.
time being, that ward in front of Dragon paying dividends. As
Hindi
Ace the
na-block.
hold onto Ayla. That's their engage. Maybe gives BLG a chance. There's still that potential at 3k. The Dragon in front of Page 1.
Oh,
not
napatay.
stolen. And he'll die with it as well. The Cataclysm has been separated
Bin.
from the team. Dokler's
Talon.
only got BLG.
Rar.
He's getting poked out.
Barrow.
Again.
Nice Barrow.
Finally connecting.
Isang Barrow ulit.
Until
Wala.
now,
Meron.
Bin survived for a long time. There
Yeah,
just ain't
wala.
enough. He bought all
Ayun,
the
meron
time
na.
in the world.
Nakapag-Barrow na.
Out with the tunnel for now, but
Pasok
there's
ulang.
with the range. BLG
Si Elk.
running away. Elk can't do too much.
Quid,
Press
Quid,
start
Quid, Quid.
in the
Oh
way,
my God,
and
Quid.
on. It's just a dead spider body. 100 Thieves for 3. BLG with 2. I see the play. I see the
Oh
play.
my God! Yung Aurora.
A triple turns into an ace, and the long con patience paid off.
The heist
Grabe.
continues for 100 Thieves as Dokla bought so
Palo.
much time on the back line. Immediately
Kaya pa
runs
i-steal,
onto
man.
Elk, forces his flash, and as everyone on BLG is dealing with him, it's the ability for 100 Thieves to take down Bin to keep
Take yung
themselves
portal.
healthy.
Info yan.
Beishwan, he wants to steal.
I mean, I've seen El Yoya steal this earlier on. Bechuan, do not let him near the pit. 100 Thieves, you
Ayan.
got a good game state. You brought it back.
Wag.
On's also
Atras
on the
onte.
way, but Artican within smiting range is down. A TP in front of Quid. They see it, they run. They're looking to escape. A tunnel user TP as well.
Oo, ginagawa ni Vin, man. What? Bakit? Para saan?
Over the void, Queen. Also doing the same. Sends the ulti.
Oh my God. Si Knight. Nauntog pa si Knight, pre. Nauntog yung flash, man.
BLG are crumbling, and it's 100 Thieves who are stamping them
Ay.
into the ground. They've been playing so well around these setups. Like, watch Dokla as we start to get into this fight, because River moves in towards the pit. They know Bin is on the back line, but Dokla immediately runs an
Grabe
L,
si
forces
Dokla,
the
naano
flash,
si
and
El.
everyone on BLG is
Na-zone
dragged down.
talaga, man.
But Beishwan goes low in the pit
Snag out.
thanks to that damage. Now they get the turn on towards Bin, and Dokla again, even in his passive form, forces everyone on BLG to deal with him again. So 100 Thieves can then deal with Bin. Doka played this fight perfectly and buying the space 100 Thieves needed. And here, BLG brought
Dapat
up way
nag-play
more
muna
than
siya dyan sa
they
Tribrush, eh.
thought with the double TPs
Gumawi,
coming
oh.
through.
Ayun, narinig ko rin yung ingay ng Rek'Sai at mag-ulti pa, mag-ano siya, eh.
Cataclysm up and available, yes.
Mag-burrow papunta dun.
Nag-snoopies muna sana sila.
Kaya
And
nga,
you
eh.
can look at the faces there, 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They know they are doing incredible work in this game.
They are. They brought this game back. They're a dragon ahead. They found the
Talon,
fight,
on!
but do not get caught out
First
now.
target.
Showering strike.
Ay, natakot.
Crashes down away. Elf, elf, elf. Bomb away.
Ay, patay! Inaabot ng Q.
With the save. The
Oh,
assassination.
nahuli pa sila ni River sa likod. Patay na si On, pre. Patay si ano. Beishwan. Oh my God.
Where were you when the LCS's third stage?
Diba? Kaya silang tuhugin ng mga ano, eh. Mga may hinang region, eh.
Yung support ng
Hindi, ano, mahina na talaga yung pagdating na ano. Ng 16 pataas na minute mark. Ang goal kasi dapat nila dyan is ano, eh. I-burst ng i-burst yung bot lane.
What the hell is happening?
Which di nila nagawa.
NA miracles are happening.
Ganyan yung ano ng ano, eh, purpose ng
The 100
elite support.
Thieves
Eh.
heist is continuing. They were
Ibaburst na
down
ibaburst
and
yung
coming
Sigs.
into playoffs. They ran the gauntlet. They got to
Kaso,
the top
nagawa
spot
ng ano, eh.
to represent the world stage.
Naalagaan ng Sigs yung ano, eh. Ayun, kung mapapansin mo, Lotus, tignan mo yung CS ng ano. Tignan mo yung CS ng bot lane.
What a performance.
Nagawa nila yung zone pero di nila na-kill.
A 5.6k gold lead. Dragon in a minute's time.
Kanina 20 CS
And
din,
BLG,
20 to
you said
30.
at the start, Asterix, this was a composition that kind of needed to snowball a little
Tapos
bit. to
2-0
get the
yung
value from
Caitlyn
the
kanina,
game.
tapos walang kill yung ano, Ziggs.
She's nearly at 3 items.
Eh kaso
Finally
lumagpas
needs
na
that
ng
port to
15
really
minute
deal the
mark.
damage.
Wala na. Mahina na yung ano
Found
niyan.
the sweet spot where they're finding picks, they're finding access.
Mahina na yung Elise.
BLG, Elk, I think he's too far up.
Oh my God. Layo mo, Elk.
Quid on the way in. Ayla as well as the engagement at level 16 Aurora.
Beishwan, bakit tayo nag-right click pa harap? Ano yun? Why?
And Quid is 8-0 and 5.
Ay, ay, ay.
They talked about this guy putting on the last hurrah for the organization, who is in their last
Para
stages
saan
of
yun,
hurrah
pre?
from the LTA as well. FBI takes a big chunk, but there's more where that came from as Elf gets hit hard by FBI too. 100 Thieves, they got in a turret, they're now looking for more bot. As this Red
Oh
Bull
my
Baron
God,
power
7K
play
gold
is
lead.
definitely away. 4,000 gold for them.
100 Thieves want to go out with a bang to blow the doors off of Worlds and say, hello, LPL,
Bag.
we are here.
Bag.
Double decimating smash.
Bag. Patay si Knight. Never mind, boy pa.
Kapag Knight gets out this time around, but look at the goal that's once again given over. 7,500.
Wala, di nila nagambala yung Sigs.
Is looking like they're about to get to 10 soon.
I mean, look at the items that
Di
they have
sumakses,
completed.
man.
The Rabadon's death cap now working with that juke, or not the juke.
Nakapag-lane swap, nakapag-lane swap kanina.
Fairly soon as well. You've got the Bloodletter's curse completed for Quid as well.
Umiikot pa si Quid kanina.
So much of that magic is crucial
Kaya ang ganda rin, eh.
for members like FBI. Like, this is prime position for 100 Thieves, and
H1. He went for the invade here, but FBI.
Oh my God.
Bomb, bouncing bomb. What
Naku,
is that
ide-detret ka
guy
na,
doing?
Beishwan. Nasa China ka, rerektahin ka na.
0-5 on the Java here.
Nadya ka.
And caught out. I mean, that once again opens up another avenue. There's 35 seconds left of the Baron. There's no jungler for a flanking play from BLG. And while River gets Dragon, top is the next siege for 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves, they get to keep, as you say, the pressure up. They want to just wait
Uy,
until
uy, uy.
this
Game
wave is
statement.
brought in by Quid, and they can look to continue
Ang
pushing
hirap.
forward. Dokla on mid-wave. to try to
Tinalo
nullify
kayo
the
ng North
pressure.
American team pre, third place.
If they move Dokla across, I think they could
Aray nyo.
drive the BLG members under the structure.
Okay, nice wall.
Use the wall defensively,
Ayun, no?
trying to pull off this
Wall
last
of China,
wave.
man.
He does so successfully, but not all the minions taken away.
Wala, walang
Dokla
kwento.
not gonna take much damage here. Off the
Kunat.
side as he zones off for a BLG. River is getting mid by himself.
So
At
far,
the end of that
100%
Baron
win
power
rate si
play,
Sion
it
pre
was
kung
like
mananalo to.
5,000 almost or 4. It's enough gold to show you now that 100 Thieves, with 9,000 in the lead, have this game under their wing. How they close it out will be impressive, but how they got here, I think, will be a story to tell.
And the Hextech Dragon, the soul, is going to be available for this team.
How good is that for the
It's
team?
so disgusting.
Yeah, it's the most
so
disgusting soul.
This is perfect for 100 Thieves. It feels like the stars have aligned in this game.
Ay, ay, ay.
And they've played it so incredibly well. The
Hextech
early
Soul pa man.
skirmishing, they found their
Kawawa
success.
sila sa Sigs
The
dyan,
Ziggs
pre.
coming out to shut down and keep Elk somewhat, I will say, in check.
Pati sa ano,
But it's been spectacular
Aurora.
team fights that have been the core of 100 Thieves'
Yes.
identity. And BLG
Nando
just
cover.
look like they have no answer for them here as Elk.
Ipitan muna.
Spotted Quid.
sikit ka muna pre, gising ka paglaban na ng T1! Patay na si Elk! Never mind, nabuhay. Yun lang, na-auto-attack.
Auto is enough. A bit of an overcommit for
Aray
100
mo.
Thieves, but who cares? They're so far ahead. There's a cocoon, but On is also
Wala, walang
caught out.
magagawa si
He
On dyan,
repels up. He's looking for a target.
Nice turnaround, pwede na yun. Kaso wala, kulang ng damage talaga.
Naka-SKT pala, naka-SKT. In.
Ay, ah.
There's a shutdown there, but meanwhile Knight flash away.
Night
from
run,
Dokla.
di mo kaya yan.
Under a turret, who's
Fuck, sinigaw sa tower pre. Oh,
mid laner
oh.
of the East right
Mm.
now.
Ooh,
Flash
gee.
away, no. Dokla.
Oh, giingay si
just solo
Dokla.
Knight.
100 Thieves are in the base.
Aray mo.
100 Thieves
Kumakatok.
are about to take down BLG.
Okay, di na 100% win rate ng blue side.
There's nothing. The LPL
Diba? Ang hina ng China ngayon, sobra. Like, yung buong split, kung sino-sino na nag-champion.
After getting defeated by VKS, after everyone
AL,
saying they're a
TES, tapos
failure of a
BLG.
team,
Gulo ng state nila sa
100
China.
Just beat the crap out of the LPL.
Tuhog.
Ayla.
And oh,
Tuhog.
Ito na, may FBI pala
100 Thieves
kasama.
will find
Omsim.
themselves
FBI yung pangalan ng
moving
ano man.
into tomorrow.
Marksman.
Very few people thought that they could do it, but they have just
Maybe.
struck fear into every
O
team.
BLG.
Raz,
Wala yan, 0-1 pa lang naman.
you shouldn't have flip-flopped. You were right in the beginning.
Laglag na agad, di ba?
Hindi pa. BO1s. Pagandahan pa lang ng stats. Yung sa'yo ni Dokla.
Who needs practice? Who needs visas? There's a reason the Korean military are calling it
5 games yan
back.
sila,
He's the
pagkakatanda
general
ko
of
4
the
games.
map.
I mean, it's not so much that they win.
Sarap
it's that
yan,
they're
confidence yan sa 100 teams, pre.
Styling. It started with a mind control.
Talo nila yung number 1 ng China.
Just tunneling through the turret because guess why? It was
Second
better
strongest
designed
region,
turret than
tapos
that
sa
Dokla himself. He knew it was
pang
coming.
ano lang sila, pang third lang sila sa NA.
Don't infect me with your European energy, all right?
This is the worst day.
You can smile. Oh my god, you can smile, 100 Thieves. You deserve that one. An eventful year. Swaps, visa issues,
Paldo.
no practice, very in shambles. They do it. They take down the first seed of the LPL here in their first year of
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Thought the BLG would win too.
No, there's no evidence to support this. There's no evidence to support this at all.
Okay, di na ako magugulat kung matalo T1 ngayon. Pag BO1, mahirap talaga.
Until they woke up.
Sino ba blue
Great
side?
fight at the third Drake, and they just turned everything around. And from there was just free wins.
Yes, I mean the game was very slow, and a lot of it was I was concerned. I'm like,
Sobrang
okay,
bagal
going
nung
up
game
against
nun.
Galen,
Diyos
maybe
ko
there's
Lord.
gonna be an issue around
Like,
the
di
dive,
magawa
but
ni
I
ano,
felt
di magawa
like
ni
it
On
was
yung
very
kailangan
close.
niyang gawin sa
But it was
buong
like
game.
a combination of both the Aurora ultimate and the Ziggs
Hirap
ultimate
abutin
that
ng
we couldn't
Ziggs.
really deal with. And so this part right here, look at Quid. He sees the angle.
Yan
He's
yung
looking for
purpose
a
ng
different
Elise support
target.
eh.
It's the trio that he goes for. And so it turns into a reset. He W's again. He goes for On. And I just love the fact that they played this out so patiently.
So
Wala, umabot ng 15 minutes, wala pang det yung Sigs. GG!
we're reminded of.
Okay.
Like, nagkalid lang si Elk ng 30 CS, kaso nahabol din.
So if this bot lane doesn't get ahead,
Yeah.
then they don't have a bot lane. And so I think this is a great example
Ayun yung
of a
plano.
team utilizing momentum so effectively.
Like wala kayong bot lane kung di nyo magagawa yung ano nun, yung combo nun. Kasing useless talaga nun, sa totoo lang. 50-50 yun eh.
And 100 Thieves got even more kills off the back of it. So they killed Knight again, they killed Pin again, and those extra
Durog din
kills,
si
they
Knight sa
went
mid.
back and pretty much bought a full item.
Na mid dip
So then
din
when
si
you
Knight.
come back out onto the map, you have to make sure that you keep that momentum going, and they did that beautifully. They literally took the book and they said, bang, 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 bang. We're gonna teach you how to play some fast League of Legends, and they did a great job.
They absolutely did. They were packing their wallets and then just straight hitting them with it. Just straight hitting them with it. No, please, okay, I actually believed them. But yes, and it was actually, it felt like BLG was tilting to a point because Jarvan gets killed in the mid lane and then, okay, gray screen, that's completely fine, then goes into the Raptors, dies there, but it was a focus we said in the pregame, Quid and River. Of course, we're looking at Quid and how he was able to perform and
Paldo si Quid.
It was also FBI. Both Quid and FBI, the carries were so strong. The scaling really did hit.
But I also just remember last year.
Grabing damage per minute yan, 848.
And it was he who
Huh?
felt like that once the lights got bright, he kind of cracked under the pressure.
That did happen, yes.
And so to have a performance like this in your debut at Worlds
Debut sa Worlds,
is
man.
really awesome because he really did perform extremely well. And
Galing, galing, galing.
he just made Aurora look absolutely giga broken.
And just remember the context behind this
Paldo.
day. Because 100 Thieves couldn't get good practice. River was in Korea, and we didn't even know if River was going to be playing today based off of like visa issues. So like all of this was happening. We're like, oh, it's going to happen again. To your point, last year at Worlds was disastrous for 100 Thieves. We thought it was going to be starting even worse this time around, going up against BLG, the LPL champions, and it was insane to see them be able to come with poise like this. So quite happy. Yeah, let's wrap that up.
It is the best way for 100 Thieves to start their run at Worlds here. I'm going to allow you to review your expectations next time maybe because it's time for us to head into break. We're gonna
Break
come
time.
back right after this with a Dokla interview before we
Interview
head
mo ni
into
Dokla.
Black versus Timon. So hold on.
All right, we'll do. All right, I'm holding it.
Hey, no flash.
You know?
Next time? CSP. K no flash, K no flash, K no flash. K no flash? Yeah, K no flash. Tell it. K up here, no flash. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna take that. Yep. Nice. We can do out of time.
Ganda ng comms nila. Clear comms lang.
Out of the LPL.
Like grabe yung comms nila, pre.
The greatest players in the world are here.
Ina-advertise pa rin yung EWC. What the hell?
You are going to see them like you've never
Kailan, break time guys. Wait.
doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Welcome back to the 100 Thieves Fan Desk. Sorry, Worlds 2025. We are still getting that Doku interview ready. So in the meantime, Raz, you get to continue to gloat. But after this, I want to hear nothing else about this.
What do you mean? I get to continue to gloat. We get to continue to gloat.
No, I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. I can't.
North America
I got one
all
more
the
team.
way.
Just because 2 teams collapsed doesn't mean the third one will.
I was thinking, because despite this loss, BLG still, generally a scary opponent, but they're 0-1 now, and I was thinking, what other teams are 0-1?
No, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. No, please.
Can you remind us what teams are 0-1?
Fnatic.
Oh, it was Fnatic, wasn't it? Who else was there?
It was MKOI.
Oh, so you're saying they could draw BLG now in the 0-1, like they could match.
Yeah.
They could match against each other. Oh, I didn't realize. I wouldn't have brought it up if
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm really appreciative that I have such genius analysts here. Now we have informed. We're just a little bit delays with the Doku interview. We'll get to hear from him at the end of the day. So in the meantime, shifting our attention now ahead to our next NA contender, of course, looking at FlyQuest versus T1. Fly, dominant.
Very dominant, especially like in Split 3, but Split 2, of course, finding ways to come back into impossible situations within the finals against C9. Like, when they are ahead, they steamroll. When they're behind, they claw their way back in. A lot of the times, you're looking towards people like Inspired, who's had an incredible year, got Player of the Year within the LTA. But also, I think Busio had a major step up in his performance. If there was a split-wide MVP, I think Busio would have been able to get it with his
sa win rate.
So only can sing praises for this team.
Global rank ni
That
Lopers.
said, while they've been, close to taking
Sa
down
stats,
these
sa win
LCK
rate,
LPL teams,
taas
they've quite
80.
been able to push it over the line, and they are going up
Oh
against
my God.
T1 today.
Diba? Nakakatakot man.
Technically, they're a Play-ins team. And I think
Ayun na
they've
si
beaten
Buipo.
Play-ins teams before, but Play-ins is
Fly
very
chasing
different
demons.
this
Lost
year.
at Worlds 24 in game 5 Genji.
Hindi magkakasama kasi talaga sila.
Omsim. Ayun, giname 5 din nila yung BLG nung MSI. Ayayay.
domestically, and also the win rate they've had when they've had an early lead has been insane. If they're ahead coming into the mid game, they have just so consistently won games, and I think a lot of people have been
Lock
weighing this
in.
in favor of FlyQuest more than you initially think, especially after T1's performance yesterday, where it wasn't completely clear cut they were going to win that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, like, going up against T1,
Iwan, ayan na sila.
especially at
Ayan
Worlds,
na. Malakas sa play yung jungler eh.
prior experiences when they went up against Gen G,
Bakit may pink yan?
Oh, yung mouse niya. No,
Baba
kaya
yan?
I don't even want to be
Ano yan? Signature color niya.
right? And so when you look
Ano yung pre tawag dito? Yung customize niyang keyboard like ano? Tayo to? Dalawa yun eh. Yung ibang keys na iba kulay, pangalan niya, tapos ano, yung design ng keyboard parang ano, Newgen something. Tapos may Korean team na like blue and red.
I would probably say so. I think he's kind of,
Fully customized yung keyboard niya, pre.
I feel like Will does well
Nilipot na akong PC eh, no?
But I'd say based on what we've seen so far, I'd say yeah.
And it's not just because Raz randomly put a FlyQuest scarf around you.
Baby.
It does look pretty good. It looks pretty good. And you know what? Actually, I'm inclined to agree. This man has been an absolute demon. I think undisputed #1 in the region. And when I look at the fact that he bodied G2 last time around, I can't really dispute
And you see
anymore.
career MVPs and player of the years. This also includes the MVP that he had in Europe, like or like the domestic titles that he had in North America, but the career MVPs that he had in Europe. So like somebody who had dominance in, of course, when he was
Si
in
Inspire,
Europe,
mamawan.
brings that over to North America, continues
Sobra.
that. A lot of faith is there. He was able to show that last international where people really kind of pooled in that faith there. So I'm interested to see how he goes up against T1.
I think it's a very good question in our featured matchup, of course, presented by Mercedes-Benz. Owner versus Inspired. A lot to be excited for here.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FlyQuest Inspired faces off against T1's owner, a clash between two of the world's best junglers, each carrying the pride of their region. Inspired, the
Bye po.
prodigy, has brought NA's FlyQuest to new heights. Since joining the LCS, he's never finished a season below 4th place, and in 2025 he's already lifted 3 trophies. From his debut in 2019 when he earned Rookie of the Split, nearly every year of his career has been marked by MVP titles. Most recently, being crowned as the first ever LTA Player of the Year.
Grabe. Lakas talaga niyan, pre. Ano, jungle train do. Inspired. Putik yan.
Standing across from him is
Eh kaso mas magaling to, syempre. Mas magaling to. 2-time world champion to eh.
T1 hasn't claimed a single LCK title.
Ano palagman?
His championship as the 4th seed.
Ano palagman?
Forced into a high-stakes elimination match against Invictus Gaming. But once again, T1 proved that under the pressure of
Wala
Worlds,
kasi yun pa
they
Judy
won't
Boy yan
break.
eh.
And
Si
Oda
Juni yan eh.
rise to the challenge over and over
Juni Boy
again,
na yan, man.
defeating IG 3-1
Penoy
to secure
pride.
their spot in the Swiss stage. FlyQuest and T1 have met only once internationally,
Diba?
MSI in 2024. Where Owner showed that no Western jungler could stand against him. Now, both teams meet again on the biggest stage of them all. Which jungler will lead his team to victory? Inspired or Owner, the world's reigning champion?
For me, this is such a hype matchup because not only are both junglers in such incredible form, but the meta at the moment is shaped so heavily by junglers. I feel like when somebody picks, not only do you have so much early impact, you dictating the pace of the game, but also you get that first time spike, you get the Sundered Sky, and you're just a menace in those team fights, in those skirmishes. So if one of these players gets the edge, I feel like they can just take over the game.
Yeah, we got to see that from Owner just last series against IG. I felt like he was really showcasing how strong he was in particular. Faker had some iffy games, but Owner I felt like was able to cover for him in a lot of cases. So like for me, T1, it is about Owner, Guma, and
Let's
Carrier
go,
for sure are players to watch out
T1.
for. Doran is an interesting one because we said this just yesterday. At Worlds, he's had issues, but this year has been a real showing for him. At MSI, he looked incredible, so I want to see that carry over. Not in this game, but of course, just carry over in the tournament.
And something that you brought up before, Ox, is that T1 is a team that tends to ramp up over the course of the tournament. It feels like they're hitting the ground
Nanalo
running
sila dito
by
kapag
beating
nabot
IG,
deep.
and now you're going up against a FlyQuest who might be a bit cold.
Ayan no,
hasn't had
locked
that time
in
on
man.
stage, hasn't felt that pressure quite
Naka-lock
yet.
in
When
si
you bring up,
Loads,
like,
man.
might not have had the Faker is Faker.
Yeah.
It's 10 years. There's so many years of Faker to look
Grabe,
back to.
oh.
Part of the reason that T1
For the
feel
10th time in his
invaluable is
career,
because,
Faker will be
well, they
present at
basically
the
have
Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, Faker always finds his way to lock
10-year
in,
participation, man. Grabe yung most, oh my god, Hakot Awards, man.
those big plays when the team needs. And you know, Kerry was saying yesterday in his interview that they went into that IG matchup treating it like a knockout game, treating it like it was a quarter, a semi, or a final.
Milky!
If they lost,
Huwag
they
ka dyan,
were out.
pre.
So I feel like, you know, they normally are a ramp-up team. They
Mapapatay
ramped
mo
up over
PC
the
ko,
course
man.
of that series, and they might just be warmed up for
10
this
years
match
sa
today.
Worlds, pre.
Yeah, and if I
Sarap.
look at the FlyQuest side, especially the bot lane, experience is going to be a question mark, but I look at Faker, and that's just a career.
He's a lot of experience.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, good amount, I'd say.
A ton. That's a concern that I have.
Maraming experience yan, pre.
But yeah, all of that is there, and it's good for him. Guma, as a player, has been someone that has been ultra reliable for this team. So I'm just worried about him. I'm worried about going after Guma.
And I think the interesting thing tracking over the year, talking to you a lot as well, Ox, it's kind of who has been the carry on T1 has changed. We saw a lot of series domestically where it was Owner who really had to step up. Yesterday we saw some great performances from Guma. And the fact
Guma
that they kind
susi?
of draw names out of a hat, it feels like at certain moments in the tournament.
Grabe yung
does
KDA ni
give credit
Guma
to
nung
their
ano,
marketing
series ng
There's a lot of
IG.
people who can really step up. And yesterday, I mean, Guma
10
on the
deaths
Sivir
lang.
was a massive piece. You saw IG trying to focus him down, but also the Ashe as well. Arrows just hitting so consistently.
Yung
and
Ashe niya last
able
game,
to hit
paldo.
them. It was almost targeted at times, setting up plays for the team.
He's just a ticking time bomb. When they're in a deficit, you can always trust in Guma to farm excellently, find moments. If they're able to claw it back, it's Guma that's going to be the reason for it.
Yeah. And now for FlyQuest. Raz, what are you looking
Ayun na.
You've already gotten one. You flip-flop
Stretching
once.
na si Idol, man.
I don't know if you're. What did you predict? You predicted T1, didn't you? you little flip flopper. You want to flop it? You want to flip again? You want to flip again? You're 1 for 1 on the flips.
Tanda na si Idol, pre. Exercise na kailangan.
Just look at what I'm
You
saying.
voted on a poll. That doesn't.
I don't know what you're
Who did you
talking
predict
about.
for this match? Because
I predicted FlyQuest, of course.
I'm shocked because you know I feel like you don't have.
Pili ko sagad na ni Faker sa karir niya yung 33 years.
Give me back that scarf.
3 kilos nga yung
33 years
sirado.
old, not sure.
3 kilos yan.
Naglaro hanggang 36, GG.
Like he did with the IG.
No.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah, he's
He would wear it,
besmirching the merch.
and then the game would come off. He just throw it on the floor.
Nikita
I don't know
Bijan.
what you're talking about, okay? It's getting a little too hot.
Mo
in the
gagawin
vein.
niya
Oh
po.
yeah.
Yung?
Okay, as much as Raz
Ng
flip-flopping is great, I do want to know, FlyQuest, they feel like the strongest representative of the LEC and LTI teams.
Ano kaya magiging future ng league pag nawala si
Yep, there's a lot
Faker?
of hope
Eh.
riding on FlyQuest. What does this game mean? If they win, are we like full confidence they're going to best of 5, they're dominating? What is this game really going to tell us regardless of result?
If they win based off this, I mean, it really does showcase a
Siguro
large
magiging
level of
face ng
skill,
league
because
si
this is what
Chovy
they
na.
have been fighting for. They talk about internationals constantly. When you go into interviews and they just beaten like Cloud9 or something, they're like, we are focusing on getting better for Worlds. That's all they've ever really cared about.
Okay,
And so
owner yan si
that's
Peter
where, if
ng
we're talking
league.
about improvement, to answer your last question,
Ganyan. Ayan na yung ano, actually sa
Lucio.
buong esports na games, eh, siya na yung pinaka ano eh.
kind of compared to in
The
the
best
sense of, like,
talaga,
Lil
hindi lang sa
Keria or
league.
NA Keria, like we hype him up in that case, but Keria is obviously a
Achievements pa
support
lang
goat.
man.
And so a lot of that comes into his flexibility and his championship.
Grabe pa
and
yung
also
ugali.
being everywhere at
Yayay.
the same time. Busio has kind of taken up that mantle. So the number one rule in this game,
Taong
it
di mo
doesn't matter for
masisiraan
both
yan,
teams,
pre.
Bard is banned. For both players, it's not being seen.
Napaka-humble.
We're contesting for the Bard ban.
Here's my question though,
Yeah?
because FlyQuest on blue side, do you think they leave it open and fierce pick it? Because we've seen Genji, HLeague yesterday. We saw IG.
Ay, natawa ko kahapon yung gumawa sila ng video sa ano, greetings kay Keria na sa birthday. Balagbag ng salitaan ng sinabi niya.
That is happening. I think we're just
Parehas pa sila ni Guma eh, mag-uncle talaga eh.
first pick. I don't know what to believe
All I'm
in.
saying, Caitlyn is coming back. We saw Elise earlier, even though Elise didn't look great. I guess BLG just did lose. But Caitlyn is coming back at the very least. There's a chance. The return, the Guma Keria, weird stuff in the
Guma
bottom.
Keria bot lane? What if?
Keria even said that like he will ruin Inspired's day if he gets his bard. So if you leave it open, you know.
Keria, ito na yun, no? Kung sakaling mag-champion kayo. Lux game? What if? Dito na maganda mag-Lux, pre. I-pick mo na yung Lux para pwede mo kunin. What if?
You'll just see how it goes. How much is resting on this win from T1?
I mean, I think
Lungkot ni Keria, di niya nakuha yung Lux skin na gusto niya eh. Bawal eh.
I think Fly are a strong team, so I think
Ba't bawal,
regardless, it's more about the
Bawal sila pumili ng champion na ano, gagawin nilang skin kapag di nila na-pick sa buong worlds.
Okay.
Kailangan nagamit nila, kahit one time.
What's interesting to me, of course, is like the change in playstyles for FlyQuest in particular. Like they can play.
Nung time kasi na nag-champion sila, ano eh.
Like an MSI.
Di na, ano eh.
Whippo is a player that
Like,
is very
ang
much
hina
like,
na nung ginagawa nila sa bot lane noong 2022.
if he sees an angle and he's strong,
Kung
he's
ano-ano
going to
lang
walk
sinusupport niya sa bot
forward.
lane man.
Whereas Doran is a very strong like
Varus
player,
support,
and
o kaya
that's something
si
where
Guma
in those
magbabarus.
traditional picks that we've seen all year long, we haven't really seen that
O kaya
from
si Guma
Whippo. So
magki-Caitlyn
I
or si
wonder
Keria
straight from the
magki-Caitlyn.
draft what the priority is going to be.
Maglalak si
'Cause
Keria.
they
Lakas
wanna go for a
tama.
counter pick, whereas Doran is somebody that you can blind for him, and I think he can do well in those circumstances. So top lane is very interesting for me.
Ay na, pinalis na ba yung mga player?
Ano meron sa ano? Alam mo yung sa monitor? May ibang ano? Yung
Yeah.
locals? Locals na shotcaster?
Ano meron?
Dito sa ano? Sa likod ng monitor? Yung mga may tatlo din na ano?
Oo, sa broadcast ng China yata.
Okay.
Ayun na, natakot ako sa player. Si Bui po, ang ngiti po.
Ganda ng shirt nila bro.
Oo, ganda ng jersey nila. Kahit yung last year, gaganda ng jersey nila.
That is of course Kobe, as Draco said, and we get to start this one off with the tallest task
Ayan na.
that FlyQuest has been tasked with thus
Ang iksi talaga tignan ng ano nila, jacket nila this year. Ang sikip. Ako'y nasisikipan man.
And it is a warmed up T1. T1 got to warm up on stage versus IG yesterday, Flowers. And we could see it in real
Dami ng
time.
tao.
We've seen those games. The first couple of games, Owner, had not woken up yet, and there was a very big difference when he did wake up.
Grabe naman mag-art yun.
And so, it is a tough task for FlyQuest because T1 are coming.
Oh my God! Captain Flowers yung caster man! Kobe and Captain Flowers man! Paldo!
They took down BLG, so I'm already.
Kulang na lang si Kadrel kaso wala eh.
I am super ready for this now. 100 Thieves doing us proud over there, taking down BLG, the LPL #1 seed, and now FlyQuest here going versus T1. The
Chinese fan na ano.
the back-to-back world champions.
Ng T1.
But we've got confidence now.
I mean, the NA
Oh my God, Coach Tom. My goat. Grabe yung coaching staff ng T1, putik. Tom, Roach, tapos Coma. Ay, ay, ay.
But Gasp was talking about it a little bit, but specifically the matchup in the jungle. The reigning world champion Owner.
Si Mata pa naman, isa sa mga kinukonsider ang greatest of all time na support.
I think it's going to be so exciting.
It definitely should be. Especially with how, Owner kind of, as we said, ramped up in the series yesterday. We'll see because it involves a lot more too, especially
May nakikita pa ba tong mid laner ng Fly?
about supports in the current meta. And something we also saw yesterday in the series was a lot of lane swaps, from T1 and IG. and supports like laning mid even. We had mid lane lane swap duo lanes from Mako and Keria, and so a lot of the spotlight as well with these junglers is going to be shared with the support.
Okay, drafting na guys.
On FlyQuest has risen in stardom here, and his bar
Autoban yung buy, di nakuha yung buy.
is one of the big champ select topics
Ay.
that we've had, because Busio is our mini North American Keria.
Yeah, he's our Bard boy.
Ano ba ng fly?
He's our Bard boy. So since they're blue
Caitlyn?
side, everyone's like, all right, in a best
Caitlyn
of one,
Rakan.
would you really want to first pick Bard?
Or Xin
Probably
Zhao.
not. Maybe in like a Fearless full best of series, where then it's like, oh, it would be like fearlessly banned for the rest of the time.
Caitlyn or Rakan? Ay, Caitlyn yung binan.
But I don't think, well, maybe, okay.
Okay.
It looks like it is at least going to get through from the FlyQuest
Pwede
side.
Sion.
They are not banning Bard as
T1.
almost all teams have done versus T1, so maybe they are considering a first pick Bard.
Ori,
and
okay.
take it for Busio.
It's not banned at all. It's Ambessa, Vi, and the Caitlyn that we've seen a lot of priority on so far throughout the day.
Kaisa.
Banned out by FlyQuest. Other side going to be Azir, Orianna, and Yunara banned out by T1. Now, of course, we have the typical Whippo Kaisa hover. This is not going to be the first pick. But let's see what they really do end up going with. I love this Bard question, but no.
Ay, Jarvan pinik nila pre.
Yeah, maybe if it's like fearless and you get extra value of it being permaban later on.
Inumata may goat.
Not quite in a best of one. We'll stick to the Jarvan here.
What if Sylas?
You mentioned the Caitlyn though, and we really are, it seems like, very quickly entering this Caitlyn meta.
Yeah.
If we're in Caitlyn meta, you do not definitely give Caitlyn to Guma Yushi. It's still going to be dangerous because Guma also
Okay,
showed,
Monkey.
the buffs to Ashe were very real. The attack damage on level, and his Ashe was very good as well. So
Monkey.
Guma's got plenty of champions in the current meta that look really good for him. And we're just going to go right down the normal jungle tier list here. And
Aurora
there it is.
Faker.
We have
Ayun yung
the
Bard!
copy pasta ready.
Bard!
Because Keria gave
What do you got for
Keria gave one of those,
Man, Keria Bard na to, man.
before this matchup. Sheep Esports interviewed him. We'll wait till they lock the Bard
Okay,
in. But
the
we know
Bard is
they're
locked
going
in
to.
for Keria.
Yeah, we know they're going to. And
Vas.
Keria starts it off. So
Ay,
now
iyak
it's
lang.
like FlyQuest. They're a very strong
Oh,
team.
Nidalee.
Support is really good. They're one of the strong
Nidalee.
teams. Teams need to watch out for Inspired the most. And then he goes on to say, but if we face them, my Bard is the best in the world. If they let Bard through, Inspired won't be able to step on the Rift. So they let Bard through. Keria has the Bard now.
Huh?
Now Inspired's got to be able to still step on the Rift with Jarvan. They first picked the Jarvan, so...
Okay. And we're also going to see the Kaisa locked in next to the Jarvan. We know Jarvan for those big explosive engages from a long way away. Who better to follow it up with than the AD carry that's built to dive alongside, and they'll also lock in the Nico right next to it.
And since there is a lot of Caitlyn talk going on right now with all the Caitlyn in the last couple of games, the other really successful one, and one that people already had their eyes on coming into the tournament, were lots of Kaisa comps. Kaisa is going to be strong. Dive comps are
Melo.
really
Ay, kinuha yung Nico.
applicable for a lot of
Oy,
teams.
Bard Saya.
FlyQuest are just kind of leveraging that.
Swerte.
They banned the Caitlyn themselves, and they're saying, we're going to go right into a Kaisa comp, and we're going to go right into Guma Yushi's Zaya and Keria's Bard.
And I really like
Ban
the
Rice?
look of the Zaya drafted against the dive that you're already seeing out of the
Rakan ban.
West, right? Jarvan the big diver. Kaisa wants to fly in next to him.
Or
You know how
Nautilus.
Nico likes to use those sneaky pop blossoms to get in the back line and really just cause havoc.
Or Nautilus.
So this is a
Oh,
good pick
Rumble.
for some defensive capability, while the Bard and the Wukong and whatever else they want to draft.
Fly, kayo na lang magban nung ano.
Yeah, I mean, Guma Yushi
Aurora.
Zaya is famous. Kaisa Zaya is one of the most seen
Huwag na
matchups
magban.
in the history of
Nanonood ka ba?
in League of Legends. So
Huwag na
let's
magban.
move on though
Huwag
to
na
the
magban.
top lane.
Pwede na yan.
Rumble, the first big
Ban Obsidia, tsaka Hylos. Ayan, binan niya Aurora. Binan niya Aurora. Tas last ban ng T1 is... Support ulit. Nautilus. Lock in yan, Nautilus. Sure ball.
Another big blind one is
Nautilus.
Renekton, another big blind one.
Nautilus.
Of course, he can blind Scion and stuff too. That's been
Nautilus.
popular here.
Or
So,
not.
like, those are the kind of ones we're sifting through here.
Nautilus, come on. Nautilus, show me the Nautilus.
They will go Faker's champion first, but they could give Faker counter pick as well if they want to.
Oh, Renekton. Okay, sige, sige.
Yeah, there you go.
Fair,
The
fair,
other
fair,
blind
fair.
pick that you're expecting you're talking about. So maybe Whipple is just, it's like a Scion Whipple game.
Never mind. Ba't pala ban Nautilus? Sorry guys. Support na nga pala yung Nico. My bad, my bad. Sa akin, sa akin.
here by FlyQuest. They know they
Lutang ako man, may Nico na nga pala.
lanes on the side of T1. Ban on a champion that, you know, could go either one of those lanes. Get some extra value out of that. And the last
Ay,
man
binan yung Tiba.
Annie.
Okay, yeah.
Tiba.
Faker had a pretty good Akali game yesterday as well.
Oof. Top lane mo na pick nyo, wag mo na mid.
Good burst combination.
Sion, pwede rin. Or Kesante.
See what they end up going with on the side of T1, but probably
Kesante.
does look for the engages, does look for the flanks.
Pwedeng Camille. Yan, Kesante. Lock in na, Kesante. Okay, di ba? Kesante. Tapos sa FlyQuest is pwede silang mag-Sion. FlyQuest, baka gusto nyo Sion. Open yung Sion. Oh, Morde? Oh, nalaking yung Mordekaiser. Oh my god. Bane?
Let's see how it turns out this time.
Hell nah.
And what is Quad gonna blind? Quad is basically always control mage. So hidden blind picking is not like the biggest issue for FlyQuest because they pretty much always have him on the safer. You know, his farm.
Rice yan? Hindi binan yung Rice eh. Oh, Rice.
Rice is a great choice here for
Oh,
blind.
Rice.
And
Rice.
that's even been first picks by quite a few. So definitely like
Okay,
this
Rice.
one into Faker.
Okay, we've got some powerful tanky AP solo
Talia Galio.
here on the side of FlyQuest.
Faker.
Go alongside that
Talia Galio man.
from the Jarvan. That is your big main engage unless
Talia Galio man.
but again, usually
Baka gusto mo lang.
angle, she requires a little bit more setup.
Baka gusto
So
mo lang
pressure
idol,
on Inspired,
Talia
but I feel
Galio.
like if you're FlyQuest and somebody's got to have some pressure on her to make
Or
sure
Akali.
Inspired's a guy you're going to trust to do that.
Certainly. So he has done so much for this FlyQuest team.
Ay, Talia. Talia.
They have stuck together, and we just get okay. So
Ay, ay, ay.
we have some big seismic shoves
Easy.
the other day as well with the Talia. So maybe he
Raptors,
continues
Lolers.
with that off of the ramp up. The beginnings of that game were not great for him, though. You know, did get into a bit of a deficit. And so we'll see this time around. I mean, we are obviously like
Easy.
super hyped up right now off the previous game, the 100 Thieves ones. But FlyQuest here going into T1, this one is going to be hyped. Don't let the seeds fool you here as well.
That's, I was going to say, it's a little bit
Don't look at those too
dishonest. You know,
closely.
you come in, you think,
Grabe sila Faker, report seed. Ay, ay, ay.
They're only the winningest organization in the history of the game. They're not only the only team with back-to-back Worlds wins, but with two different back-to-back Worlds wins. They're not only the team that has the best player to ever play the game in mid, you know, they're also the LCK number 4 seed.
Yeah,
That's,
so
it's
so
a little bit
easy
dishonest.
1-0 for FlyQuest then, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's definitely going to be a challenge here for the FlyQuest side.
But for all of us who have been watching North American competition throughout the year, this has been such an exciting team to watch, such an exciting team to follow, and kind of what
Uy, sana all naka-iPhone 16.
back on the desk. They're a team that
Paldo.
wants international success. They've come so close twice now, nearly beating Gen G in a best of 5, going all the way to Game 5 at last year's Worlds. Then at this year's MSI, going 5 games against BLG,
Di ka pa uwi,
but
pre?
again, falling short.
Hindi ko,
We're
wala
not
pong
into
ano.
the best of 5 stage here at Worlds
Hindi ko nag-chat si
2025.
What time uwi mo?
Just on day 1, but FlyQuest
Mamaya,
are
mga
hungry
around
to
6
prove
siguro.
themselves internationally.
Okay,
And if
good
you want
comms.
to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I'll tell you
Ayan
what,
na.
Kobe, historically,
Ay.
T1 are the
Thank you, sir.
best.
And the crowd erupts as usual for T1. Let's see. Keria got barred. I don't think we'll say that a
Keria
lot this
barred.
tournament, Flowers.
Probably not.
So let's get it out of the way now. Keria got barred. It is into Busio. It is into FlyQuest. Let's see what FlyQuest's plan is here because definitely playing with fire.
So we do have the Summoner Spellbook on the side of Keria and T1, but not on the side of Busio and FlyQuest. So Busio just going for the extra flaming power, the extra little bit of damage there with the Comet compared to the utility that Keria will have throughout the game with the use of the extra Summoners. Doesn't look like either side wants to do anything particularly creative here at the level 1, so minions are going to collide and we'll just get straight into laning phase.
Alright, 5 moving up.
25-10 yung standing ni ano sa board, oh. Keria.
Both junglers here starting top sides will be passing down towards that barred lane. Busio and Masu. Let's see
Okay, lock in. T1 game, man.
here with the early push. Should be able to push them off here. They've got rush control. They have their ward down after the first one was cleared out by Keria, sweeper. So they're able to gain control of the wave though.
Here in topside, these two will
Ganda na skin ni Buipo. Zan
I
Ozal.
honestly expect these guys to try and get a little bit aggressive with one another
San Ozal.
early on in the game. And
Ayun na! Ay! Ano yun, Doran? Anong Q yun? Aray mo naman. Lugi tuloy sa trade. Ba't ganun yung Q niya?
Got the level up as Doran goes in.
Sobrang layo kahit sabi mo kung sa sidestep si Buipo.
Okay, so talking about our junglers, because Wukong, we know, he doesn't have the greatest early ganks. He generally likes to power farm
Oh
till
my
6
god,
because he
napabarrier
has
agad.
until then. Hold on, never mind. Maybe we can't talk about junglers. Whippo marching forward. All right, cool, we're fine. What I was going to ask, Wukong, we generally think more of for power farming. Jarvan is one of the early game gankers in League of Legends. What are you expecting to see out of this path?
Yeah, well, you definitely still want to remain efficient, even with the possibility.
Lakas ng echo ng China broadcast.
As you can see, is doing the full clear as well. Both of them kind of saving their buffs here, and so pick those up. And then, I mean, you can go for the mid lane pressure.
Sinisiga na yung
Faker
kids.
can try and burn the flash early. Ryze does have good setup. Jarvan.
Alam mo ba, 6 years old ka pa lang nung naglalaro na ako ng League.
The bottom lane, you know, this is going to be a big focus for both. So, as you're pushing bottom lane here for FlyQuest,
Sabi ni Faker yun, man.
Goes for the pushing bottom lane, bot side Scuttlecrab, because right now he's actually traversing to the other side, and an owner's just going to be able to grab that one. It's because their bottom lane wants to go for their reset right now, so bottom lane playing for the reset, and easy swap on the Scuttlecrabs here does mean Quad should be hovering to the top side here where his jungler is. Good job by him.
There we go.
Doesn't want to give owner the possibility of getting any sort of early damage. Of course, it probably wouldn't, you know, threaten lethal or anything, but doesn't want
Okay,
to
okay.
with that free
Good
time
game
to get
state.
damage, and so nicely done here. Good even trade so far, Flowers. Both of them just
Okay,
trade
Buipo.
scuttles and trade the wards onto Raptors. Very standard here. Is going to see the second clears and give everybody some calm information.
300 international game?
Nothing crazy, nothing
Wow, crazy.
here in the first clear for either one of our junglers. As Masu and
Maka
Busio
50 international game ka nga lang, ang hirap na eh.
here against Gumayusi and Keria, their wave is going to get the
300 pa sa'yo, paldo.
as Doran continually
Grabe
pushes
talaga si
Whippo in
Faker,
up here
man.
in the top side, but he's not really choking Whippo out of
Like,
a lot of
oh my god, holy crap.
Honestly, all the lanes going pretty even.
Yeah. Congratulations to the GOAT, Faker. 300th international game, as you saw there. And doing just fine in the opener.
Okay. A bit of a catch
Ay,
there.
ay, ay.
Nice
Ang
tango
kati
bar
ng
from
Nico
Busio
support,
to
man.
Put some damage onto Gumayusi as they crash the wave into the turret. Now Busio will be able to potentially look to clear out some wards or establish some vision, but no, instead just going to be another recall here. The double recall from Masu and Busio just to make sure that they can get that purchase in while they're
Bagal na ng teleport.
And now everybody, rightly so, hypes up Bard roams, but Nico roams are huge as well. And so off of this early reset,
Ayun na,
it
mag-roam na si
usually
Keria,
works
man.
for, both sides. So they're honestly
Ay, lane
with
swap,
the,
okay.
with the tunnel making up the extra couple of seconds.
Eh, actually, pabor kay Doran yung lane swap sa bot lane. Ay no, lamang yung creep sa baba yo. Tapos mapupush para sa kanya.
Masu here though before he goes for his resets. Just leave those right there. So that is going to generate a slow push for FlyQuest. And let's see how they use this, because this is also going to mean the junglers are going to reset up to this side of the map too. Inspired here. Inspired actually heading out through
Lane Keria, Bard, man.
instead of heading back towards the top side immediately. So keeping his options.
Keria ni Bard.
Owner opts for the control ward on Dragon first before going for his delayed recall. And looks like they are
Tagal ng exciting part, man.
Yeah, early Earth Dragon
Ay,
being
kumapit
number
yun.
one here generally dissuades super early dragon takes just because of the tankiness of that objective compared to other dragons. Inspired will go ahead though and drop the flag inside of the pit, clear out that control ward, but then immediately back away. They know that there might be a couple of problems around here, so they're taking their time, but no. Okay, just dragging it out slightly. Quad waiting around this area to see if Faker's going to walk anywhere close to that brush. Doran's making his way over though, and Whippo's ready to
may
follow.
info na si Doran.
Okay,
Yun na si owner pati si Faker. Medyo maaga si Doran pero kaya. Ay na, nag-teleport si Kerio. Tingnan mo yung yung support nag-teleport oh. Hello! Apat kami. Flash, Wipo. Quad, flash. Take DR. Nice wall. Oh my god, Faker. Kulong man, kulong si Quad. Okay, napag-Realm Warp. Oh, na-cancel ni Doran. Nice. Oh, tatlong flash pre. Pabor.
Somehow nobody's dead
Paldo.
either way, but the extra man for T1 gives them control and wins them this dragon.
Ang pangit ng flash ni Doran. Ewan ko nakita mo yung character niya na stuck sa wall ni Faker.
Initially, the Mordekaiser ult onto the Cassante allows them to peel. Quad's able to survive. Then some antics here with their flashes on the Dragon Pit. They actually do all survive in the end, despite the Summoner Spellbook teleport being a big difference maker there for T1, getting the extra numbers. FlyQuest still all get out alive, as you say. And since it resets the dragon, and it's a mountain dragon, which is so
Di niya maka-cancel recall ni Faker.
it would ruin your tempo, your timing on the map to stick around for it. And so they all go for resets in the aftermath.
And the reason that tempo and timing is so important, my friend, is because everybody's favorite early game objective, the Grubs, just about to spawn here in 5 seconds. You can see a T1 ward in the Grub pit already, but
May
Inspired
ward na agad yung T1 sa Grubs.
You've also got Busio up here, disguised as Masu number 2, well, Masu number 3, now there's also a clone. Owner has arrived, though,
Which
on
one's
the
your favorite?
Wukong. I like all of them.
I like the original.
Oh, yeah, you're going with the original.
Anti-trippings pa yung mga caster eh. Nag-habban pa eh. Pero pag late game yung tignan mo. Yan yung nagkasalita ngayon. Tingnan mo, mag-rap yan mamaya pre. Grabe, may clip siya pre, ano. Kinakas niya yung ano. Yung nangyayari sa bot lane pati sa top lane, parehas may clash. Napagsabay niya. Grabe. Pa sobrang bilis, parang Eminem. Paano nagpa-process yung utak mo nun? Binabanggit niya yung kada skill pati yung kada nangyayari sa ano, both sides. Top lane pati ano. Yan, yung nagsasalita ng Captain Flowers. Grabe. Goated caster yan, all time.
Could mean that if they get some early tempo in this game, they get some early push in the side lanes, they could really cause some problems.
Ewan ko kung makahanap ka ng ganyan sa ibang game.
That has a Talia, that has a Bard, that has these champions that can really provide threat from a long
Kaya
way
patayin si
away.
Faker. Ay, sayang.
Could be in a good spot to set up some good turrets.
Ayun lang, tinamaan ng Ploso mo. Oy, grabe yung ulti ng Bird. Grabe talaga si Kerio.
This is support gameplay, Flowers. Busio makes a play mid lane. Kerio throws the Bard ultimate.
Yung si Kerio, lakad-lakad lang, bully-bully. Lapag-lapag ng tsa. Ay, gamit niya pala yung skin niya. Keria. Piniplex yung world skin niya, man. Balagbag.
Ayos.
May press up. So far, pre, ganda ng laning ni Doran, man. Si Doran pinapanood ko dito eh. Kasi itong apat may connection na to eh.
Yung gamit ni Doran, talagang ang sakit talaga.
Uy, grabe si Gumo. Spacing.
Ang galing ni Guma mag-ano.
Favorite ko sa kanya sa ano eh. Favorite ko sa kanya sa utilization ng ulti. Hindi siya nag-hesitate mag-ulti. Ayun, yun yung part na yun. Dapat may ulti siya dun. Yun lang. Boy! Boy! Na-bait si Wipo pre. Na-rage bait. Na-rage bait, man.
Not today.
Not today, indeed. Nakita mo yun? Like, nilapagan na ni Keria ng ano, ng portal, di pa rin tinake. Pumipre-hit pa din. Walang pakialam.
Wala, di niya alam na lumalim si Wipo eh. Gago yan.
Ay. Aggressive si Wipo kay Saya pre. Babae si Saya eh. Ay, sorry. Ito ni Wipo eh.
Ayaw sa babae, gusto sa lalaki.
Galit sa ano man. Galit sa babae man.
Badinga, boy.
Pero malakas din talaga na player yan. Ay no, hinintay niya yung ano eh. Hinintay niya yung stun ni ano, ng Nico. Ang dami ng pants man. Oh, na-cancel. Alang accord tuloy. Isang wave pa tuloy.
get something afterwards there.
Oh, kahit isang segundo lang na delay man, nagbabago isip nila.
T1, you gotta be sure when you go in on those plays. Gumayushi waiting until the last possible second to use the barrier, and it's just
Keria,
enough to save
Bard.
it from that last auto attack that Whippo was able to land. Then getting away with the help of Keria, you love to
Ito yung
see
mali
it.
nyo, pre. Binigay nyo yung Bard, yung ano, yung Keria ni Bard.
And that's what you expect from, you know, the players on T1 on the international stage. Guma's like, yeah, I still have my flash. I'm chilling here. You know, you can get close. I'm not going to go down, though. I can calculate your damage. You know, I'm going to just be able to avoid this.
Ang ganda naman, no? Sinet ng TP doon talaga.
Totoo.
Talagang nilapit talaga. Talagang nilapit sa company yung
Nakakatawa hindi pa inan eh. Hindi tinake.
Borde.
Pumrihit pa si Keria eh. Ay si ano eh, Guma eh. Confident na confident man.
Ano?
Ni rage bait eh.
Ang galing humawak ng skill. Nagsaya akong hirap ako gumamit ng skill ni Saya.
Ang questionable na mga third skill ni Faker. What the hell? Huli! First skill stun. Delay! Tiga mo yung support. Maabante sa tatlo man.
I want to point out that
Pakialam.
are split pushing during this time, so they're actually getting some leverage on the bottom side.
Hindi ko nakikita yung ayun pala, yung pala si Faker.
Sa top lane. Nakatawa nga ako sa mga third skill niya. Parang basta lapag lang eh.
Yeah, he wants to get it, but Inspired has the better smite. Now Busio using the pop.
Okay, Maso, good set, pero wala eh.
Galing ng
Ay, sayang. Pero pwede go. Ay, sayang yung Q-flash ni Keria. Pero tumama naman yung WE ni Faker. Goods din.
Galing.
Tumama din. Kanina puro awkward nung WE niya. Sa crucial pa tumama, swerte. Oh, Masu, papalag ka ba? Oh. Papalag ka ba man? May bitaw ka ba tol? Oh, skill checking kayo ni Guma pre oh.
If you lock these in, you got to be ready to play aggro when you know you're stronger, and that's what I love to see. What I was saying before we got the fight, I guess I'll say it after the
Yan, tignan mo yung WE ni Faker dyan. Di na naman tumama. Actually, nag-flash pala. Pero yeah.
uses the ultimate, but Owner just cyclones on him. They take him down immediately there, and then
Sakto lang yung
Keria not able to hit the flash there.
Yung Q-flash, sayang. Pero nakill naman. Not bad.
On Inspired, they get the extra kill as well.
Okay, so 15 seconds until the Herald spawns. Both junglers got those first items completed. Masu versus Gumayushi here in the mid lane. Guma down to about 30% HP.
Oh.
Void Seeker knocks him down to
Grabe yun,
300.
skill checking.
Also losing his HP down to
Ting!
400.
Okay.
Flashing away from
Dash.
the Tempered Fate, recognizing that would have surely been a death sentence if he gets caught in it and they can set up after.
Yeah, really good stuff here from T1. You know, Guma setting up the possibility of Keria using
Tas control 2. Ah, di niya na control 2 para sa vision.
trade heavily. Guma once again not scared. And in the end, Keria comes in. Bard ultimate for Kai'Sa.
Grabe, I'm so proud of Doran pre. Ganda lumaining ni Doran simula kahapon. Ayayay. Nag-lock in.
Ulit yung nag-kill city.
Nag-lock in man. Home sim. Nakakatakot lang sa international eh. Wala siya experience talaga. Domestic.
Pasok sa Worlds ngayon, no? Dating HLE.
Ah.
Ay, hindi.
Pasok HLE yan. Ayun o. Boom. Wala, patay na yan. Wala, walang pang stun. Keria malalim. Pero kaya. Faker! Ay, nag-ulti! Tas tanggal, uy, Faker, tagal! Takot ako kay Faker, ang tagal tanggalin ng wall. Oh my god, Doran, you beauty.
What?
Oh.
Gagawin sakit ni Faker.
Oh. Oh, no gagawin man. Oh! Ayun lang.
Not today, brother.
No way, ma-outplay niya pa sa loob ng realm. Oh. Grabe. Sayang. Wala ko maano.
post-death realm is very powerful,
Mga
but he
outplay.
already used his flash. He cannot catch up.
Yan na, may...
Pop Blossom. Di umabot yung third skill ni Buipo. Si Kerio, lumakad lang oh. Gusto ko yung support. Gusto ko yung support.
Let's go! Natori si Buipo gag.
Tatawa kay Keria. Gusto ko yung support man. Bahala ka dyan.
They did on quad. They kind of trapped quad, and then Keria played it really well on Bard.
Wala, mali nyo. Binigay nyo yung Bard man.
So Keria camps the Realm Warp, and he uses his
Para maaga pa. 17 pa lang.
He does not immediately cosmic
Bong.
binding. He uses the exhaust, waits
Sayang,
for
di
the
nyo
slow,
nasalo.
delays so that the rest of T1 can come help with the dives. Meanwhile though, Doran here.
May all out ba si Doran? Walang all out si Doran. So far, chillers lang si owner Taga-respo lang siya, hindi siya taga-engage.
Again getting back up from his team. T1 is so good at making sure that whoever's going to be under
Naunaan niya pa. Buti na ni Guma ipok yung bot. Oh, may ano na sila. May objectives na sila.
Oh my god, Doran. Let's go, man.
Being smacked around by Doran here a little bit, does not want to deal with that melee range Cassante. This is one of the problems with picking the Mordekaiser and the Rise as the two solo.
Oh my god, Doran!
First item has so much
Oh, holy.
and it just allows Doran to play so aggressively because the enemy
Parang di ko ramdam yung race nila.
Tunay.
May first item no. Wala pa rin dami.
Kala ko nga sila magtataliya yung play. All out! Yun lang. Hindi na kailangan. W na lang.
Sayang yung flash ni...
Kala ni Keria tatapon Tatapon pa punta sa queue niya yung
T1's warmed up like you said. They already got their practice in. They are ready to go.
They certainly are. A lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these side lane plays, even with Keria throwing out some of these cosmic binding splashes, doesn't matter. They still find the kill in the end.
Oh, sabi.
Oh, Keria is just messing with him at this point. Busio jumping forward, looks for the pop blossom.
Ayun lang, may kalamutay.
Bit of a problem for
Di ko alam
Whippo.
yun,
At
man.
least they got the shutdown onto Keria up in the top side at the same time. Whippo wants to try to get one kill before
Grabe yung timing ni Faker.
gonna happen. The grasp can't quite find
Saktong pagtanggal ng ulti ng Morde. Kita niyo yun, yung WE. Nag-oo, yung WE. Pagkatulak sabay third skill, paldo. Ganda ka nang ginawa lang sa third skill niya, ni Talia ngayon. Hindi katulad ng dati. Yung damage yung sa pagkabato.
Ang ganda nung timing ni Talia doon kay Morde. So may step doon sa ini Morde.
Ay, clear ng words. Thumbs up ka kay-inspired.
Ganda talaga ng skinny kay Sante.
Buti nga nakuha ko yun Peperaman ko na lang yun. Shit. Paldo.
Faker's Talia, however, still ahead in gold. 2-1 and 3 on that pick. Still deathless for Owner on the Wukong here too, doing very well into this Jarvan that remember was first pick for the side of FlyQuest and inspired the playmaker. Right?
Hindi nila kinuha yung red buff. Ano ba yan? Walang kumukuha ng red buff sa kanila.
0-1 and 0 on the Jarvan has not been able to find those angles. Not been able to find
Ayun,
those
sayang,
plays in these first 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I think a lot of them have been just team pressure from T1.
Pressure ng pinipressure sila ng Bird.
Skirmishes, and now it's resulted in all three of these outer
Ay, may
towers down
kumuha na.
flower, so there's not a lot of room to work with for
Nakuha
FlyQuest.
niya,
The map
Nakuha ni
is
Inspired.
quickly going under T1 control.
Nice wall kay Faker,
T1 trying to force their way further into the enemy jungle, but the Realm Warp into the immediate blossom. It finds Owner, but nobody else. Now Gumayusi under a little bit of pressure here on the side. Inspired.
Boy, si Guma, pre.
Busio's first to die.
Si Owner, mamamatay.
Still trying to get away. Flashes into the brush to buy a little bit more time, but Acadian Rain gets up. T1
Nasa loob si Keria, pati si Buipo. Mag-1v1. Paglabas ni Buipo, wala na siyang kakampi. Ay, Keria, sayang, di nakapasok.
Ubos, gago, ubos.
Paldo. May hinahanap man. Ayun na. Oh, spacing.
The rest of
Spacing.
T1 are going for the Otacon, Masu going for the execute. Or getting for the escape.
Yeah,
Escape.
Get away, good. All right. Well, as long as he doesn't greedy recall, he gets stuck somewhere.
Yeah, he's chilling. Meanwhile, the Otacon, as you can see, being taken by Faker and Guma.
Andun, sa isang pixel ng brush. Alam niya ano yan. Alam ni Doran yan, man. Ay, sayang. Ang laki. Pero kung yung maliit lang yun na blast cone.
It was close. The Doran nearly finding Masu on the escape there. But that is Otacon secured for T1.
Easy Atakan, pre. Oh. Ayun yung buong ano. So far sa Worlds, pinaka-easy na Atakan.
FlyQuest aside, you know what? This is our moment to try and make a counterplay. They have overcommitted into our jungle. Let's Realm Warp. We try and do Realm Warp, Nico ultimate.
Nung nilabas yung Atakan, dalawa yung Atakan na nilalabas. Ay, hindi. Pareho lang.
Hindi, dalawa talaga Atakan, pre. Rare yung isa.
Yung nasa top, no?
Hindi. Kahit saan. Ano kasi ang ano ng Atakan is kung ano yung pinaka-chaotic na lane. Doon siya nag-i-spawn. Kunwari, yung top lane, both sides, kunwari, 3 ano. Like kung sino yung mas maraming deaths or kills na lane, doon nag-i-spawn yung Atakan.
Sabagay. Atakan dati, yung Atakan doon sa top tsaka sa bot, iba yung mga effects eh.
Same lang siya, depende lang sa
lang nung Atakan.
Nag-i-spawn siya depende sa kung saan yung lane na pinakamaraming deaths pati kills. Kung saan pinakamagulo. Tapos dalawa talaga yung variant ng ano, Atakan. Yung isa yung revive, tas yung isa yung buff. Rare yung isa dun eh, like di nakikita. Ewan ko, sobrang rare man. Madalas lumalabas yung ano, stats.
Kasi ang ano eh, ang laban eh.
Tunay. Wala. Binigay kasi yung Bard pre. Lakas eh.
Busio and Inspire trying to pull a little pincer here.
Yung sa inyo na yan, Jarvan man, tas ban yung Xin Xiao. Amin na yung Bard. Grabe yung ano, third skill ni Keria dun, no? Reposition agad. Pak, wala nang kwenta yung ano, Kai'Sa. O, na-stun pa ni Keria. Easy.
Talaga. Lang damage yung Kai'Sa. Pagi, second item.
Oh, third item na si Guma. Ay, wait, tama ba nakikita ko?
Third item si Guma.
Di, naka-conqueror si Guma. Palo.
Ayun, mali.
Wala.
Inultihan. Doon siya lang.
Okay, Doran. Pwede na yan, kahit mamatay ka. Guma versus Buipo.
Grabe, sakit ni Buipo.
Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god, Buipo.
Sakit ni Buipo.
Grabe si Buipo, man.
As we have 3 dead on either side.
I like that FlyQuest are refusing to stop.
Ayaw nila sumuko, pre. Sumasagot sila, man. Gusto ko.
Bwipo getting the double kill, running through and killing Guma again, opens up the opportunity, even though they're going to lose his Dragon Flowers. It is only the second Dragon for T1, so that's a long timer towards the Dragon Soul. And with objective bounties up, it means that Quad is able to capitalize that as a solo tower for the Rise.
Ba't ganun yung countdown ng ano kanina, ng Baron? Pagbaba ng 5 seconds, nag-4, tapos bumalik ng 6, 5, 4, 6, 5, 4, tapos naging 3. Lala ng production sa China, man. Ano yun? Lakas. Ay, tingnan nyo yung timer ng DR. Nagbiblink minsan. Wait nyo. Ayun, no? Wait na, titigan nyo lang yung timer ng DR. Sa top, sa ano, top left. Kaliwang kaliwa. Sa taas, tingnan nyo. Nagbabag. Wait lang, di na naulit ha, teka. Oh, umayos. Kanina naglulog eh.
Ayos mukha.
Ayos mukha.
Oo, nag-lock in man. 3, 2, ayan, dyan. Baka mag-visual bag ulit. Natawa kayo, nagbiblink eh. Ayun, laki mo tayo, nag-1v1.
It does provide a lot of threat, and he's using that to go towards Guma, and then he even is hitting these claws to get
third item niya, no? Buipo.
So, I mean, he's going for it on Doran here.
Yung ano, yung bagong item na pang AP na medyo tanky din. Nakalimutan ko yung pangalan. Ayun, pagdating ng 20 mark, nagbabag. Teka. Natawa ko kanina na pumipitik eh. Ayaw na, nag-ayos mo ka.
who tries to gank him, and then you go at least.
Okay, nag-ayos mo kanin timer, bro.
Extra resources towards you usually means that your team can get something on the other side.
So Baron's up now, no dragon for the next 3 minutes. This is probably going to be our next battlefield, but that
3 minutes
battlefield is
pa yung
very interesting because the death cap is completed for Quad's Rise. You've got the arm guard.
Ay, may death cap na si ano, si Quad.
To be able to make those haphazard engages without the immediate consequence. But at the same time, Owner's about got Guardian Angel. The Wukong can fly in there without worrying about dying. There's so many powerful tools that have been recently purchased for both sides. This fight, however it happens, I feel like there's going to be a lot of gray screens.
Yep, and
Ayan na.
T1 want to force
Baron
the
sneak
issue here
naman.
to start up the
Force Baron.
They've got some big advantages. Faker as well has a lot, 9 stacks on his Dark Seal. Can he get a seismic shove? They're actually burning the Baron down.
The Baron's going to go down. The Pop Blossom lands. They found some
Patay si Faker, ang awkward.
who's already assassinated him, but the Baron is gone.
Hindi na ko yung Baron.
The rest of T1 trying to get away with their Baron.
Nakuha nila.
Relmort wants to bring him in. A seismic shove to stop it. Owner's going to be
Pwede mag-turn around, pre!
re-engage on Masu. He's alone behind the
Kaso nasobrahan si Owner, man.
and more damage from Whippo is going to at least get his Guardian Angel. Now T1, the remaining 3 players scattering back away.
Tumagos. Tumagos yung W, pre. Namatay siya habang nakatalon, eh. Binigay pa din ng league. Ganun pala yun. Okay. Tignan nyo, wait nyo replay. Nag-W si ano eh, si Owner, bago mamatay. Tapos pagka-spawn, tumagos pa rin yung W. Akala ko babalik siya sa ano, sa clone. Kanya, wait nyo replay. Tignan nyo. Tumagos pa din. Sana pakita. Akala ko hindi natatagos.
Napitawan niya yung skill.
Wait nyo. Tignan nyo. Yung Wukong dun. Ayan. Pag nahuli yung Wukong, si Owner. Tignan nyo. Bago siya mamatay, nag-W siya. 3, 2, 1. Ayun, W. Ayun, no?
Tagos siya.
Doon siya sa gitna. Oo. Kaya siya tinapon pa, ano? Pared. Akala ko ibabalik siya. Ay.
Nakatagos siya na nung bago siya mamatay.
Kasi nung pagka-spawn niya, bigla siyang gumanon, eh. Umangat diretso, eh. Ay, si Doran, man. Wag. Grabe yung si, ano pre, XPD po. Tiga mo, 17 tas 15. 17 years old na si Doran, man. 15 pa lang si Bui po.
Yep, I would say he accomplished that goal, Flowers. He took almost 0 damage. They barely got through the Kenny Crooked shield.
Oh my god, pre, ka-level lang ni Kerry yung ano, ADC ng Fly. Tignan nyo yung XP. Level 13 tas 14. Oh my god.
Ayun, ang lalim ni ano.
And FlyQuest are looking for a little bit more. The chase is continuing, but they can't quite find any angle here. The Realm Warp is available, but it's not quite the range. Now carry the target here from Whippo. Tempered Fate hits nobody. Whippo in the middle of everything. He dies
Patay.
before he can find
Kuha
the
pa ni
shield.
Kyria yun, ah.
Pre, ka-level lang ng support. Ka-level lang ni Kerry si ano, si Masu. Yung ADC ng Fly.
Gap na gap yung ano, ADC nila.
Yay.
That was great from Keria, just using his own body to create that play. He knows Mordekaiser ult just was used to kill off Owner, and so he goes in and he actually makes it a 1-for-1, allowing T1 to answer. But now, the Dragon.
Okay. Dragon started by FlyQuest, but immediately responded by T1. Another size.
Okay, walang kwenta yun. Oh! Nakuha ni Guma! Guma na naman. Okay, patay na si Quad. Not yet. May ano pa pala siya. Not yet. Sayang, di tinamaan ng stun. Oh, balagbag si Kisanti, man. Uy, nakulong yung dalawa sa ano. All out. May all out ba si ano? Doran? Walang all out si Doran. Meron pala. Never mind. Si Faker nahuli.
Patay si Faker. Ayan na, ubos. Patay.
Buy po. Makakatalon si Owner dyan. Pabalik sa fight.
Masu continues to run on the third and Tofo strike doesn't hit, but T1 still has the push.
T1 chasing them across the map, and now they're inside
Grabe,
the
TP
base.
naman yun.
Flowers finally.
Pampalo.
24 kills to T1, and they will be able to take the inhibitor.
Durug na durug. Akala ko mga 12-24 pre. Ano to, rank game? Ayun ano? Sweep play?
The rest of the team is right behind them. They'll shove up
Classic
this
game man.
the extra power, those void grubs that we talked about earlier, allowing them to just bulldoze.
Wala, bigay nyo na yung ano.
Parang ang lambot ni Doran
Oo. Bigay nyo na yung price man. Put the price in the bag na pre.
2-2 turret remains alive as well. Lucio taking a decent little chunk of damage there.
Puro AP ba sila? Puro AP na.
Puro AP. Kaya nalalambot si ano.
Single time it looks like FlyQuest might be getting something. T1
Kaya pala, no?
gets something back. Let's take another look at how
Kaya pala.
Kaya Makati pre. Oh, na-steal pa ni Gumo. Nag-stock ng ano, Feather. Bag! In-outsmite pre! Gamit third. Grabe talaga si Guma mag-steal pre. Kahit saan, pati sa ano. Sayang ang i-steal. Eh, kung tumama yun, insta ni Pega. Nahanap ni Keria si Masu eh. Oh!
Patay. Putang ina na yun.
Ano yun? Na-one tap yung support.
Bakit ni Keria to na?
Na-one tap ng support? Anong item ni Keria? Di ko nakita eh.
Bakit eh?
Ano yun? Na-one tap yung Nico man.
Hindi, yung ano, Kai'Sa.
Ay, Kai'Sa pala.
Na-support item nga lang eh, oh.
What?
Ano ba, ano?
Ay, hindi. Baka ano nga yun, low health na Nico. Kasi may clone sa bush eh, sa kabila. Low health na Nico. Ay, ay, eh. Nakita si ano doon. Nakita si Faker doon. Sa ward. Alam nila na may tao doon. Hindi lang alam nila sure kung ano doon din yung monkey.
Gamit na gamit yung control ward daw. Baron na naman sila.
Easy. Baron sneak. Nice! Natulak ni Faker si Bwipo. Paldo.
Ayan na. Ubos na si Bwipo.
Ay, ganda na ginawa ni ano doon. Ano, Busyo. Masu. Wala. Gap na gap eh. Pak! Ubus. Hi, Pao.
Hello.
Pre, durog. Grabe sila, Faker, man.
March na.
12-29. Ano, pre? Yes, man. Panalo naman. Teka mo yung score, pre. 12-29. What the hell?
Ubus.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yapa.
Oh, customize yan kay Keria, man. Kinostomize niya. My goat. Faker. Lock in.
Ano tawag na sa Faker? Yung itsura, hindi nag-iisip.
Omsim. Clanker yan si Faker, man.
Gusto ko yung jacket nila.
Ang ganda ng jacket nila ngayon.
Sige na.
Wow.
Parang ano parang yung 23 ah.
GG! Oo, yung kulay. GG! Ano pa? Puputol-putol ka man.
17. Ginagamit ni Fate.
Nagano siya kanina pre, Talia. Yung may bato. Yung ano, si Ang.
Oh, yeah.
May dingding.
Yung may mahabang dingding.
Yung may Great Wall of China man.
Banbard.
Banbard na. Inopen niya yung bird ah. Inopen niya yung bird ah. Inopen niya yung carrier ni Bard. Hindi si Keria gumagamit ng Bard eh. Ginagamit siya ni Bard. Ginagamit siya ng hero man. Pinipik siya. Ay, Lotus spray.
Keria ni Bird.
Keria ni Bird man. si Keria yung ginagamit ni Bird pre. Ay. GG. Ay man, ay nangyari man. Support America pa man.
Wait lang balik ako.
Okay na? Okay na, Pao?
Yung.
So he gets paid to
Paayos?
Tapos, ay, i-ano yung parang na yun. Yan pala.
Ay, kaklanking time ba?
Yeah. Bumili lang kami ng LCD.
W.
Di ba, may labor fee pa. Eh, di kaya naman.
Oo.
Gay. Balik ka.
Game pre. Thank you. Ingat man, ingat. Enjoy. Enjoy sa lakad pre. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Grabe, ang dilim na. Alas 6 pa lang.
Tunay.
Ninibago ako.
Looking at his screen to make sure he puts the portal in the exact right position so when he comes out, it's just an easy right click.
Nakatawa lang ako sa buong game na yun. Like, yung pinakamagandang impact na nagagawa ni Faker sa Clash yung wall lang talaga. Tas bato-bato lang siya ng ano. Hindi siya nakaka-burst eh. Nakaka-ano lang si Faker buong game eh. Like, nakakapag-ano lang. Nakakapag-out of position ng character.
Level ni Nico ang baba.
Tunay. Gap na gap man.
Halos walang damage kapag nakakapag-set eh.
Ayun pa naman yung mahirap sa Nico support pag di ka nagka-lead. Or di ka makasabay sa ano.
Sa item.
Okay. Check natin yung sked. Ano ang natitirang games? HLEAL. Oh my god, puro paldo lahat to pre.
Did you see what skin he used, by the way? I did. Yeah, what skin was it?
Kahit ano yung tsura ng DPM. Di ako nakapag-pick'ems dito sa DPM pre.
What did he do to get that skin? I don't know.
Mali ako dito sa dalawa. Di ko kasi kilala to parehas eh.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Bibo kayo yun.
lang kasi mga ano. Team na
yung BLG na tuhog.
Secret tapos ano.
Man, kayo binote ko man. Talo kayo. Ito, G2 inano ko dito. Uwi ka na pre?
Uwi na ako pre.
Okay pre.
See you later.
Later man. Oy, Queen, what's up? Yan si Queen man.
Ay, Queen.
Harap pre. Ingat man. Andyan na si Kim. Pasundo naman.
Thank you pre, thank you.
Later ulit man.
Bye later ulit.
Put
this as my monitor and
bye pre. Ingat man.
Sige, bye-bye.
Ingat. Harap Queen. Wait lang mga quiz. Ako ihilang. Break time pa naman ng game man. Teka.
Triple kill for Guma, and T1 Team Fighting takes them down.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ay, ay, ay.
Legends, di ba?
Wait, teka.
Pwede mo pa-request. Yan yung alam ko.
Yun, ba't may, ano kayo, charger? Akala ko may gas-gas. Akala ko gas-gas. Akala ko may scratch.
Ano yan? Ay, sige, thank you.
Oh, diyan ka na naman, Queen. Stars back. Nakamute ka, pre, kung nagsasalita ka man. Pabili po. Pabili po. Starbucks, stick Milo.
Hindi, may kinita kasi ako.
Yun, may kinikita ka naman, ha? Paldo.
Hindi, ano yung babae?
Swerte.
Gusto mo?
No.
Meron ka na.
Meron ka na. Source. Interview na naman si Faker, man. Lahat tayo niyan, man.
Si ano?
Paldo. Teka.
Ayaw ko lang mag-aral, so ako na.
What? Ano ayaw, man? Teka.
Parang magpa-pandemic na naman eh.
Uy ba?
Dami may sakit.
Uy. Pre, magmask ka naman habang maaga pa.
Dami ko talagang face mo sa bag. Di ko lang
Suot mo.
Pwede maalis yan mga yan. Tapon na yan.
Magmask ka na, pre. Tas alcohol, man. Daily cards, man. Paparara. Ay, teka nga guys. AFK lang ulit ako. Di wala pa naman. Teka. Baba muna ako saglit. Ay. Wait lang, chat.
상대팀에서는 캐리어 선수의 바드를 풀었어요. 그 당시에 선수분들 반응은 어땠나요?
솔직히 요즘엔 좀 많이 밴을 해가지고 예상을 하지 못했었는데 또 캐리아 선수가 워낙 바들이 잘하니까 또 믿고 팀에서 픽을 하자고 얘기를 했던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I didn't see it coming because recently a lot of teams have been target banning Bard, but it was let through, and we have a huge faith in Kyrie's Bard play, so we wanted to give him a go. And this is Faker's 10th Worlds. Your 10th World here in 2025, have hosted in China. What does this 10th Worlds mean to you, and how would you like to look back at your legacy of decade?
뭐 10번이나 월제 왔다는 게 사실 뭐 그렇게까지 신경을 쓰고 있진 않았는데 또 들으니까 또 오래 했구나라는 생각이 드는 것 같고 그만큼 또 응원해 주시고 축하해 주시는 팬분들이 항상 계시다는 게 굉장히 감사한 것 같습니다.
그리고 10년을 한번 돌아본다면 좀 어떤 소회가 드시나요?
많이 했구나. 네.
Honestly, I was not aware that this was my 10th Worlds, but after a lot of people mentioned it, I kind of realized, whoa, I've been out here for a long time, and I'm really, really grateful to have so many fans always supporting and celebrating my kind of records and milestones together. So I asked him one more time, so how would you like to look back at your 10-year-long legacy? It was like, whoa, I was out here for a long time, and that was it. Thank you, Faker, one more time for the interview, and I'm going to toss it to the analyst desk. Thank you.
I love everything about that. It's just another year, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's a year.
Been a long time.
It just keeps going. That's why he's the GOAT.
Put the trophy in the bag.
Yeah. And there is a Chinese side
about Faker, Chinese comments about Faker, talking about he is the tallest mountain of League of Legends, and he is the longest river of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like he's pretty indomitable. Welcome, Hwainan, from the LPL broadcast. A caster who I'm sure... Dude, I'm sure you're popping off, although I'm sad that I don't understand Mandarin. Raz, is he good? I know you're
damn good.
Damn good. We got one of the best casters in the biz from the LPL broadcast. And who better to introduce us to this AL lineup than you? And especially, we want to talk a little bit about that jungle position.
Okay, the jungle position. I think Tarzan is a good player. Also, the Peanut is a good player. And the junglers of this matchup is just so crucial today. Still, I need to calm myself down because of the BLG slots.
Completely understandable. I mean, it's funny that both of these junglers have like kind of different objectives where like all of anyone's legends pull the resources into Tarzan. Tarzan is like honestly a goat of a jungler, whereas Peanut's trying to calm the boys down like a reasonable force.
Yeah, be careful about his Xin Zhao and be careful about his Trundle. I think that is the two champions that can respect himself most.
Yeah.
And for Tarzan, he made it for the 5th time in the Worlds with 4 different organizations, with 19 different teammates. He's changing himself every year.
Yeah, and it feels like the evolution of that player, he just continues to look better and better, which is awesome. A guy who obviously struggled for a little bit in the career to have that big impact. But Ox, I want to know on the opposite side, Peanut, how are we looking at this matchup? Because these are both guys who make
Japanese class.
a lot of early games live or die on both.
Ay. Good luck, man.
Nakakalimutan mo klase mo, Lotus.
Actually, naalala ko kanina, nakalimutan ko lang ulit. T1 kasi. Dapat wala silang laban ngayon eh.
Kasalanan nila to, man. Oh my God, Zeus. Di ko pa rin tanggap, pre. Pero kailangan na mag-move on, man. Wala na situation din. Aray.
Against Genji, against T1, and against Genji at EWC. And also, they beat HLE at EWC as well.
They did. Hindi siya bagay sa HLE.
But actually, they struggled a lot in Split 3 and LPL. They went back
Super
to
team
China
sila sa HLE, man.
2
Reminds me of pre, 2016 SKT.
That's a pretty rough one. Is that changing the face?
2017?
Yeah, what are you thinking? Everybody was expecting they dominate LPL
Hindi
up
si
and
Peanut.
coming back from
Huni Peanut Pager bang.
but they
Wolf.
just didn't.
So why do you think they struggled?
Grabe yung roster din,
What do you
putik.
think went wrong?
I think it's mainly because of Shanks. And
Puro palo.
If you don't dominate the mid lane, you just can't dominate the lane.
Kaso
with your
na-choke yung
playstyle,
finals,
because
man.
They need to invade the jungle, and that really need the
Iyak
mid
si Pager eh.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, when you have that dominant lane, it makes it so much easier
Si
for a
Dora.
player like Tarzan to really pop off.
Yes, sir.
Ox on the opposite side, HLE, a team that showed up at first stand.
Gawa siguro na
And
experience.
then we kind of saw that
Mhm.
high, and they haven't really
Tunay.
gotten back to that high. So what should we
Pero
be
sayang lang kasi, 3 years na kayo sila magkakasama. 4 years na sana sila eh.
I feel we've seen them at absolutely massive highs. First stand was a huge achievement for them. After that, we were thinking, hey, this swap.
Sila nga pala champion ng first stand.
This is the team to beat for the year. And they continued that high up until that road to MSI qualifier where they
achievement
suffered a
na
rough
siya.
defeat. They suffered a really painful loss to Genji where they got reverse
champion.
swept and then they got swept.
Grabing lineup. Grabing lineup yan, pre. Oh. Viper Delight. Zeka Peanut pa sa Zeus.
A bit of resurgence in form. I
Yeah,
think for
yeah.
me, the main character's really been Viper. There's been so many games of he's been that defining
Super
force.
team, man.
We sometimes called them Viper Life Esports again because when the team was struggling, it was about that carry position, which is funny to me because so much of AL is about Tarzan, so much of HLE is about Viper. It's that Griffin reunion tour sort of thing going on.
Definitely is. A Viper, obvious player who's no stranger to the LPL in these kind of matches. But I do want to check in with the fans. Let's see how they voted. At MasterCard GG on X, the MasterCard fan vote. They're calling the match HLE 77.1.
Oh, wow.
Why not? What
I don't think they know. They just don't know AL yet. You give them some time.
Yes, 3 months ago.
Grabe,
AL
taas.
beat
HLE 77.
And now 3 months after, they thought 77%.
Ox, you're the LCK representative. How Delulu is the 77%? Is it fair?
I don't think that's. I think it'd be a lot closer than that. You know, I think even me, who's LCK biased, I'd say like 60, 40, 55, 55, 45 is a bit close.
Any final thoughts before we get smashed? Anything on one to look out for on the side of the AL?
Fighting AL.
Honestly,
Let's go!
That's all we need. Let's send it back to Flowers and Kobe to get us into this absolute banger.
Let's go. Papalag tong AL man. Sarap na ito pre, Shanks versus Zeka.
Game number 5 was a dominant showing by the reigning world champions, and now we're going to get to see HLE and AL go head-to-head. And you know what, I have to agree, I think what they were talking about with the fans just don't know enough about AL because this isn't one of those super well-known LPL teams like Top Esports or like BLG or like IG. People are just like, wait a second, who's this? Who are these guys with a cool panda? What's going on over here? I'm going to vote for HLE because they won first stand. But I do think after seeing anyone's legend at MSI, I'm excited to see what they've got here at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, people are excited to see if they can get back to that level because they have been slumping, and especially as they pointed out on the desk, you know, Shanks definitely hasn't been up to his MSI level. So we'll see. Both Shanks and Zeka are mid laners that people have questions about and what their form is going to be like at this particular moment in time, because that is what matters now.
Galing din ng mga casters, man.
3 months ago either for these teams. It matters how you show up on the world stage at the moment here, and I honestly agree with them too. I want to see a lot of fighting. I hope that we get a lot of action. You usually get a lot of fighting.
Oh my God! Nakakamiss si Tabe. Huling note ko kay Tabe, Miss Aipa.
We will continue on with that, and for me, of course, I am.
Grabe yung interview nila kay interview niya kay K-Drill. Napakagandang interview yan. Ganda rin ng mga choices na questions ni K-Drill.
You know, so many emotions there. He's been playing for so long. Such a legacy for this guy, and he really is. He can be such a really big playmaker. On the other side, he's playing in
Grabe, tulog nila sa AL 4 hours lang. 4 or 6 hours yung max.
An actual jungle carry. So it's a very interesting clash of styles here between
Drafting
the two,
pace.
and a lot riding on it for both of them.
All right, let's get into
Kiana,
it.
Sion, Orianna, Azir. Ay, maban ba ng Rakan? Sa HLE o kukunin nila? Rakan, Poppy, or Yunara?
I can see Arnold's tweet now.
Arnold is getting the Twitter fingers
Poppy.
ready to go. It's okay. We've got
Okay,
the
Monkey.
Kiana, the Sion, and the Wukong.
Oo nga pala, HLE pala tong Blue Side. Kaya pala maangki yung binan.
It's Azir and Orianna targeted for the mid lane pool.
I was just talking about jungle carries, flowers, and
Papi,
you do
Papi
have to
ban.
ban Kiana against
Oh, nyari.
LPL junglers, and you do have to ban Kiana versus Tarzan. I like that.
Anyari.
Definitely the respect shown there. I hope we don't have anything too big
Anyari.
here. Okay, we're still good.
All right, we're back.
We're still into
What?
it. Just looking at the graphics.
Okay, Aurora.
Catch up here. So. We do have continue focus, so Tarzan getting the respect with both the Kiana as well as the Wukong being laid down there for jungle bans, and that does set up Peanut for some more possible picks, you know, Poppy Realm type of stuff.
Oh,
Best of ones are so much
Poppy.
different from drafting though, from the fearless best of fives that we have
Jarvan
going,
or
so
Xin Xiao?
let's get into it here as far
Or
as
Rice.
our picks that are up. You know, you've got the
Ikaw
Jarvan,
first
you've
pick.
got the normal
Okay,
junglers.
Jarvan.
Okay, there you go.
There he goes.
Lots of playmaking available with this champion. And
Xin
it's
Xiao.
available early on in the game too. Even though FlyQuest didn't necessarily get that in the previous
Xin Xiao
game.
Pantheon.
If Peanut can do it. I mean, Peanut does like to go for 3 camp ganks as well. He likes to go for level 3 stuff.
Pwede ring Sid.
Jarvan's even capable of going for level 2
Ay, na
stuff.
Yunara.
So
Sila
we'll
na kumuha ng
All
Yunara.
right, I'm excited for some early game Jarvan. When I see Jarvan locked in, I put him in that same kind of bucket as like Lee Sin or Nidalee, where I
Ay,
wanna see
AL.
active
AL,
early
Vi.
in the match.
Pwede.
A full clear into a full clear, I'm not feeling Jarvan on that.
Vi,
I wanna see
Xin
some more
Xiao.
creativity, and hopefully we'll get that out of Peanut. Over on the other side, though, Yunara, this is one of those bans that we're often
Ay, pernayo yung
seeing in the
Nico.
first
Okay.
6 in a lot of these games.
Kinuha yung Nico.
Not so much here in this one, so that means that
Di mo na sila
AL is going
magja-jungle.
to lock it first and foremost here for Hope, and Kyle will pilot the Nico beside it.
Yeah, I like complementing
Kaisa.
him with a Nico because it puts a lot of
Kaisa o
pressure,
Caitlyn?
Level 1 Yunara with the Q
Victor
power,
Poison
and then
lang,
having
HLE.
Nico with you puts a lot of threat in whatever,
Kaisa nin?
you know,
Pwede
dueling
nin? Yan na,
lane you're
yan na.
going to focus towards. Plus, gives you a lot of playmaking for later. So, when you want to fight a lot, that is looking like a good way to do it.
Yan.
Get Kyle on that Nico early
Lulu.
on. Meanwhile, HLE answering
Lulu.
with Viper.
Lulu.
Kaisa here very quickly.
Lulu
What
Rel.
support do we want to answer? So,
Or pwede rin
Tarzan is
Poppy.
gonna put the light on that engage champ that you kind of
Uy,
expect, or let engage
kinuha yung
drop
Rice.
later. Of course, as we said, just best of 1, so he's got all the engage champs you could possibly want.
Pag
for
kinuha
later,
nila yung Rice,
still
autoban
will
na
be
yung ano.
available.
Lev.
Looking at Zeka first here. He's hovering some exciting
Galio,
ones. We'll wait, though.
Akali.
We'll wait.
Wala, Ryze nin.
Ryze has been a very popular early pick, and we do go with the Ryze once again here.
Casio,
It's a
ew!
Cassiopeia, though, answer. Fast. All right, Shanks
Ang bilis,
Casio.
nilak.
Once again, we did see this one as well previously. So
Wala,
into the
ban na yung
Ryze,
Lulu.
The matchup not necessarily
Ban
such a
Lulu.
big counter anymore, but is still a very common answer pick here, and does give you a lot of AoE for the team fights here. For
Lulu ba na
AL.
yung...
Let's see as we look at the
Nag-iisipan pa ba yung pre? Luluban na yun, man.
that one is dropped. Do AO want to ban out some Delight champions for bottom lane too, since they could whittle down
Oh,
here on
Leona.
the possibility to pair
Leona,
with
man.
Kai'Sa. Yeah, you think the Leona type stuff with the
Leona yung
Nautilus
binan,
as
man.
well, options here, but it is gonna
Oh, binan yung Zin. Ma-surprise ako na di kinuha yung Sin siya agad. Priority kasi nila yung ano eh. Yunara Nico.
He can play a more facilitatory role. If he gets ahead, he can also carry pretty hard from the jungle, and that kind of goes along with what we were talking about with Tarzan being a man who can
Ban
carry
Rumble.
from the jungle. So taking that out, not super surprised to see. As what is our last ban of the draft going to be here for?
Ay, rin ano, Orn. Pili ko di ba yung Kisante? Ambesa yun. Open pala yung Ambesa.
It is hard if you're like trying to target Tarzan. You gotta cover a lot of bases. So
Pwede gamitin ng HLE yung ano, Kisante. Di nila baban yan.
structure to the fights and is problematic to fight around with the ultimate, buying so much time. And kind of forcing you to
Pwede sila
commit
magban
in
ng ano.
closer, and they don't want to have to commit in
Ang jungler
closer
ulit.
when you're playing
Pantheon.
Casio and Nico. It provides like, you're like
Or Vi.
well, we want to like, you know, it's a trap. Can't really deal with the Xin as well.
Ay,
as,
Vi nga.
Nico
Ay, ay, ay.
Casio as far as these team fights, and so they do take
Good
that one
choice.
out. All right, throwing out the Vi as well for the point and click.
That is
Ooh, Napiri, Lisin.
Tarzan's pretty good.
Yeah, turns
Paresya mo yun.
when you're
Sed.
up against this
Hover
guy,
mo na yung
you
Sed,
wanna
man.
put some
Pang-pipe
pressure
lang. Ay, yung
on
Papi.
that.
Lumabas na yung
But I
Papi.
do want to see what they lock in here. I would expect this to be their jungle pick so that they can have counter pick for the top lane there on 5. So, anyone's legend.
Ayun na yung Pantheon. Tatlo lang yung choice dyan eh.
Pantheon is another powerful choice there in the jungle. So much playmaking potential, so much ability
Ay,
to
ano yung
instantly appear to fight and turn the tide.
Pantheon Papi Sid lang yung choice ni ano eh. Tarzan.
One of the teams from the LPL that can play the map better
Pwede na ba tayo mag-pick ng Rumble? What if?
other teams that you would think of when the LPL comes to mind.
Kasante pala.
Locking in a choice like Pantheon
Ayan.
that has so much map presence for a player that has so much game presence like Tarzan. I really like this.
na.
Yeah, point and click
Yes,
stun
sir.
available to him as well. So,
Tapos Lulu last
can
pick
have
ng ano.
answers. You're always thinking
Hanwha.
about how do we deal with Viper? And since Viper is on Kai'Sa,
Alistar, oo, open din pala. Okay. Sige.
having some point and click helps out as well. In addition to
Open yung
having
Alistar.
AoE.
Open yung Alistar. Di na ba yung Alistar? Surprising, man.
Always like that, and
Binan kasi yung Sion eh. Pero hindi binan yung Sion. Malamang Alistar yung ban.
You know what? I was just thinking. I've been missing Freak. You know, we'll keep him here in
Kasante pa rin
spirit.
naman yung top.
Talk to him every now and then. Little
Ganun din eh, no? Lakas din eh.
have some
Lakas mong ulul eh.
friendly reminders. All right, so we get the blind Cassante.
Ay, ay, ay.
What is it going to be here, Alondra?
Wait!
Working well, of course, into a lot of different matchups. Generally super favorable into anything that's going to be a tank, since you can just become a tank normally, and also not a tank later on in the
Ayun yung Rumble, AL.
Also, a pretty common match.
Ay, Rek'Sai. Open din pala Rek'Sai.
into him, but Rek'Sai with the obnoxious top lane healing.
Okay.
That's going to be the choice instead here for
Rek'Sai.
Flandra. This
Rek'Sai Kisante na naman. Pangatlo na to.
not go away or die. So tricky
Ay, ay, ay.
to catch Rek'Sai and punish her.
All great points, Flowers. You know why I love Rek'Sai?
Because you get the big tunnels.
Well, no, because at this tournament we have seen
No.
Shy on Rek'Sai and we've seen Bin on Rek'Sai,
Ala.
and both of them have trolled
Ay,
tower
ayun.
shots and given away kills with digging tunnels.
Ewan ko lang dito sa Cassiopeia. Pero maganda kasi Casio rin sa Rice eh. Dares, medyo hirap na yung Casio.
This tournament, and I
Pero sa bagay, may ano sila. May Yunara ano sila. Yunara Nico pala sila. Tapos Pantheon. Ayun, magsasalba kay siyang.
funny enters, funny deaths.
Hindi ko lang trip sa pick ng HLE yung ano.
I hope we get some more of them.
Yung...
Let me ask you then, and you're not
Kaso
allowed
kailangan
to
kasi
factor
Jarvan.
humor into your answer. Which draft
So, ganda sana kung Xin Xiao na kinuha nila.
excluding Rek'Sai?
You can't say
No, it's excluding Rek'Sai funniness. You cannot include that as a factor.
Oo, binan nila. Di nila pinik.
case, I like the HLE side of it. Okay.
Di nila prinayo. Pagka-pick nila ng ano, pagka-pick nila ng Jarvan, binan na nila yung ano.
But AL, let's see. I want this one to live up to the combined kills per minute stats hype, the bloodiness hype. I want the action to deliver as promised.
Well, I'm hoping we get that action out of our junglers, especially talking about how exciting this is. Peanut, a jungler who has been playing for so long. The dude who has wins with the most LCK teams of anybody. And this, we're talking about like the most difficult league to win. That's a pretty tall, like, title to have. Very impressive stuff from him going up against Tarzan.
Wait, hindi ba nila na-trigger yung lane swap?
Exactly. Huge jungle matchup here. Peanut, it is just every time we talk about it, so emotional.
Pwede ba yun?
With him going to military service next year, so very important tournament here for him. Last one, the legacy. And HLE.
Okay.
What can they do? So
hanggang pag-spawn pa yata ng creeps eh.
Really early adopters of lane swaps, as we
1-5.
saw so many people up on top side. By the way,
105.
you know, everybody talking about the WE one doing it first, but HLE were very quick as well right after that. They brought a lot of eyes to it because they did it in the LCK, obviously, and they were one of the early adopters of it. So looks like
hey,
going to
na right click
continue
man.
with that strategy. Viper helping Peanut here take over the jungle first, and we are going to get the AD carry swap, of course.
Ang awkward nito kung maghihintay si Flandre. Ay, hindi naghihintay. Hinayahan si Viper tumoid. First kill.
4 minutes here for the lane swap detection lockout.
Alright, Viper versus Flandre here, as the Acadian Rain so very effective at farming up those minions and getting that early push. Yes,
Viper, gandaan mo kay Day mo man. Ikaw pinik Ems ko man.
Getting really good positioning there and able to push the Rek'Sai back off the wave. Blasted all the minions.
Nagawang kayo ng camp.
Get a little harassment while you're doing it. And it's just so confident because Peanut has split the map, taken away the jungle on that side. They leave behind multiple wards over there. Tarzan, of course, you can see on the split screen. In the split jungle, and everybody mid.
Oh!
Immediately they go for the gang. That's what we're talking about with the Jarvan, the EQ level 2.
Yung maganda talaga sa Jarvan eh. Yung ano talaga eh. Yung gank talaga, yung gank potential ng Jarvan. Kaso naka-response agad yung AL.
Shanks healing back up to 200 HP thanks to the potions. HLE looking for a little bit more, but there's the tangle barbs. Tarzan not
Okay, na-turn around pa. Man, pabor sa ano, AL yung ganyan situation eh. Oh. Pinaka-aggressive na team yun sa China.
The difference between a level 1 support and a level 2 support is huge, especially when one of those supports is an Alistar. So if you don't instantly get the kill onto Shanks, and they didn't have enough damage to finish it, it looked great, right? You know, coming from 3 angles, you're just all of you converging on the Cassio, trying to get the early kill. But since they knock him out to the other side, they can't finish him off. They don't have any extra damage. And then Kyle gets to come over. He was already level 2. So AL, even though Shanks received so much damage to him early on, they still get the 2 kills and they're already living up.
Lanin, sana yung nasisayo sa ganyan situation sa ano, lane swap.
Peanut comes, level 2 Jarvan, just as we wanted from Champion Select. And they go for it. Flash, flash, flash. All 3 of them invested. Oh, great. But, oops, we headbutted him and he's still got his flash. So Shanks actually gets away into the healing arms of Kyle. And even though Shanks has only 200 HP, which is the reason why HLE are like, fine.
Pero kung di level to si Kyle dyan, panalo sila dyan eh. Nakapag-2 eh. Grabe no, pagka-flash auto-attack, tas Q, paldo. 3, 2, 1. Up na yung Q. Yes! Sumasaya si Tabe. Oh my god.
It's gonna be overdrive now.
Maalo pa yun. Maalo pa lang.
What you would want there. If you get ganked at level 1, turned it around beautifully. Good stop from AL. As Delight is trying to hold top up here, but that's a level 2 Alistar versus a level 5 Rek'Sai, so he's got to be a little bit careful with how aggressively he wants to try to hold this wave. He does it well enough for Viper to show up, but you always got to be a little bit concerned. Nice Void Seeker to just knock Flandre off his tempo a little bit, as you could see.
Flandre.
Tarzan moving back up towards this top side of the jungle. Just wanted to check the Krugs, it looks like. Now going to go ahead and recall Shanks with the Cassiopeia with that early kill, like you mentioned. Going to have that extra power, even if the Cassiopeia isn't the old school hard counter to the Rise that it used to be. Still a super comfortable matchup, still very scary for Zeka if Shanks continues to build a lead.
Yeah,
Ayun
and
na yung Zeus ni
because of
Kisante
the
man.
early play, the early attempt on his life, and him actually getting the kill credit there.
Ang cute talaga ng skin ni Rice na yun pag nagpa-first kill. Canon yung animation.
Really set this Cassio up into a great position. So AL, with that early success, are going to be able to start
Dati pa lang
early
yung
dragon
banyang
stacking
Rice eh.
flowers, and that's going to be
Ha?
great for this comp.
Dati pa lang yung banyang
Is
Rice.
going to be
Omsim.
easy burn for
Laki kasi
them.
ng value kahit sobrang nanot eh.
Overcheck. Peanut,
Same sa
after the early
Kisante.
kind of,
Simula nung pumasok yung Kisante sa
failure there
ano,
from HLE on the first
Prayo
play is
pick
to
tsaka
say, you know what,
Prayo
we're gonna
ban na
farm
lagi.
mode, trying to farm right back up.
I mean, it's kind of hard to continue trying to be super aggressive and make plays when both Peanut and Zeka and even Delight all had to spend their flashes to make that
Ang
play.
nakakagulat
They
lang sa
still
Rice ngayon,
lost
di na rin
0-2.
masyado pinipik sa top
Like,
eh.
Rise is really
Meta
vulnerable
kayo sa
now.
top
It's
ngayon,
hard
puro
for Zeka
bruiser
to
na lang.
participate in fights. Peanut lost a big playmaking
Fighter
tool
tsaka
in that
bruisers.
flash. Delight might still try something a little wacky here, but it looks like
Alam ni
Shanks
Shanks
has no
eh.
intention of walking
Kasi
in.
nag-hover si ano eh.
Now down here in the bottom lane.
Nag-hover si Zeka eh. Tinitignan ko na doon. Ayun na ulit. Yun lang. Nagkasamang Jarvan. Tinulak ni ano, tinulak ni Delight sa plug and drag ni ano, Peanut. Si Shanks tatargetin nila dyan kasi yan talaga eh. Very good dyan eh. Hindi naman nila pwede hanap-hanapin si Tarzan lagi sa jungle.
Forget about the first attempt and all that went down, but they did get it, and they're doing it again. 3 people, it's a teleport up.
Oh my god, top side ulit. TP yung support man. Kaya is ano, i-flash Q. Ayun oh. Ba? Grabe. Easy. Ayun, kinagandaan ng ano. Kaya pala din nila pinik yung ano, Sid Xiao. Para sa Alistar.
Peanut and Delight, it's fine if you miss the first swing. They go and they keep creating the kills themselves here.
Dapat nung prinayo pick na rin ng AL yung Yunara ano eh. Binan na nila yung Kalabaw.
Two correct, you know, jungle support ganks and only one failure. Not too bad. That's good. That's a 66% win rate. It's just that okay, 2 of them died in the first one, so.
Daya talaga ng Kisante. Ayun.
Not the important part, right?
Bawat mata.
Hindi na i-stun pag nagda-double yun.
Like you already mentioned, gonna feel great for AL grabbing that one super early. 20 seconds on the clock until we get our Void Grub spawn. Was going to be interested to see if Zeus wanted to commit the teleport to get right back down to bottom lane or try to maybe use it for a Void Grub play. Does just immediately commit down here to the bottom side. Flandra trying to get away. Does escape that third in Tofo strike. Of course, still probably wouldn't be in any mortal danger since Zeus does not have the all-out ready to go yet again. So, feeling just fine on the
Pinakakilala kong sanay na sanay sa ganyan tempo ng game. Si Zeus talaga. Putik. Mga lanes of lane swap. Pati si ano, pati si Bin. Actually, pati si ano, si Kin, top laner ng Genji.
Tunneled his way all the way over here. That's going to give them the numbers, and HLE are like, okay, fine.
Yep. And that's kind of what I was thinking when I saw the teleport from Zeus down to the bottom lane when there was only 20 seconds on Cubs. It makes it a little bit difficult to try to fight for those if AL's on top of it.
Oh no! Delikado yun!
Delight is not in a
Delight.
very good spot, okay? Looks like it's beef for dinner. Feet of warfare claim for AL.
Sabi ko na eh. Timingan, bre. Pero ano eh, may info sila eh. Na kakatapos lang ng ano eh. Ganyan din yan si Delight eh. Sakit ni Delight yan, pareho sila ni On. Si On naman sa China, si Delight sa Korea. Like gambling yung performance. Di mo alam kung gagawin maganda o ano eh. Pangit yung gagawin eh.
Anyways, we'll continue farming. You know, honestly, it's not likely crazy.
Angas talaga pag nagkakisi ano. Erase sa skin yan.
Is still going to be determined by the team fights. And we'll see, you know, going to have a lot more options once we get these supports to
Swerte ni Grix, lumabas sa your shop niya yan eh.
You know, on Nico,
Pag next time nga na may your shop, mag-i-spam ako ng rice. Sana lumabas yan.
this jungle invade though, it's moving quickly. It's a realm warp over for
Realm Warp. Tower dive. Boom. Grabe, lahat ng kill nila, ano? Laging laging tatlo, apat yung ano.
Is not in time to try to save his teammate. And yeah, Shanks even going to use the teleport to get up here, but they're both too late. And HLE with these constant
Actually, ganyan yung playstyle ng AL eh.
Yeah, the speed of that one.
Kaya hindi ko lang trip yung Casio kasi walang ano eh, tulad nun walang panghabol sa Ryze.
Starting the realm warp, stealing away Raptors right before they go for it. Nicely done from HLE.
Maganda lang siya sa lane eh. Pero kapag yung magro-roam, talong-talo siya sa Ryze eh.
Is having a terrible time, Flowers.
Kaya akala ko magtataliya sila. Gulat ako sa Casio autolock.
You wanted him to be digging through
Wala rin
tunnels
kasing
and
boots eh. Diba?
Pero yung passive niya naman.
But it is
Kada
really good
level up.
target, and Flandre is
MS.
going to be a squishy Rek'Sai here because he is very far
Pag magkaki yung Ryze ang cute. Angas, taig na.
inventory full of just components for Titanic Hydra, and it's not even like the big tanky, like nice components. It's a bunch of long swords. So definitely gonna take him a little bit of time to catch up here, as Zeus has his Bramble Vest alongside his Chain Vest, so very tanky against these AD threats on the enemy side, against the Rex side, the Panther,
Grabe si
Nara,
CS eh.
as now Zeka
Pak, Zeka. Omsim. Diba? Galing yan sa ganyan, sa lane swap. Sanay na sanay. Sila ni ano, si Bean, si Kin, at si Zeus. Mamaw sa lane swap.
So this will be them getting a nice early Drake stack going on.
Yep, continue the stack. Should be effortless for them. They just had a reset timer for Viper.
Alam nila yung gagawin sa lane
As they
swap.
said on the desk, is really
Flandre.
very focused for
Pangat lang ng hero niya.
getting his Kraken Slayer done. He's in a fairly good position
Pero
here.
kaya naman kasi sumabay ni Rek'Sai sa ano.
Players on the team that can apply.
Nagagank lang siya eh.
Look for dives. Flandre already though. Look at Jarvan.
Dinadive siya ng tatlo lagi. Nagagawin. Ayan na naman, speaking of the devil.
Tunnel just used here for Flandre.
Uy, nakita niyo yun.
Peanut destroying the extra ones, but don't want to risk
Yun, no?
anything
Kita niya sa
else here,
passive.
going for it.
Pag naka-burrow.
And means that bottom side of the map, they also have to be a little bit.
Naalala ko yung kahapon na game sa T1 pati sa ano.
Back off, you know, let the
IG.
push come to them, take away some of the
King ko yan sa Hex Portal.
and everybody staying fairly safe.
Everybody except for Flandre most of the time on the map. He's been the target multiple times now. Honestly, I like the fact that HLE just has this game plan and they're going for it again and again and again and again. Of course, one thing that does end up punishing them here a little bit is the fact that since they didn't get the Void Grubs earlier because of the fact that Zeus was in the bottom lane, because he didn't have the teleport, that means that the alone time they end up getting in these side lanes on these turrets, when they get the picks from overloads, they're not able to take the plates as fast. But now Kyle looking to maybe catch out Peanut. He's in the middle of 3. He's in the enemy jungle.
Oh my God!
There. He goes the EQ out, but the spear over the wall.
Walang takas, nakita ko si Shank sa baba.
And it's AL picking up kill number 4.
Peanut, one too many invades there. AL say, finally, we are going to defend our territory.
Bottom
This
screen.
Jarvan has been running all over the map, right through our jungle. They close down on the punish, though. Nice little catch from them to actually punish this time around. It allows counter jungle now for Tarzan. Tarzan moves in. Or actually, no, they've got Kyle himself taking Tarzan's form to go get the vision set up. The Raptor camps for Peanut remain safe.
Always got to be careful with Nico, man. I'm so glad it says, like, it doesn't say the other player's name when she's transformed anymore now. That used to throw me off.
Shit, panoorin ko ba yung mga next games? Inaantok ako.
Still, the slightest of gold leads. I don't think
Fucker.
we've seen a 1,000 gold lead for either side so far in the first almost 14 minutes here, despite the fact
Okay
that
na
it's been
ako
so
eh.
action-packed.
Tapos na
Because both
kasi
sides
T1 eh.
just keep finding advantage back and
Ganda na kasi ng next game. Gusto ko makita G2. Gitising ko na hanggang Genji game.
Because of the dragon stacking of AL, HLE will have
Kakaping ako after ng game na to.
Zeka on the rise, on the side lane, does want to be split pushing, and you know, Rod of Ages is stacking up. Doesn't have the tier though, so not gonna have the double stacking. Meanwhile, the fight over Vision is getting a little bit heavy here.
Peanut and Delight will have time to clear out that ward before AL can continue stepping further forward. Everybody's gathering around this area because it's 30 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. You're talking about, okay, the skirmishes have been going pretty even back and forth, so it's going to come down to the team fights.
Rift Herald is commonly where you'll see those bigger team fights for the first time in the game, the 4v4s, the 5v5s, and I'm hoping that's what we end up getting here in the next 15 seconds as Zeka will manage to push up that next wave up here in the top side. Is level 11 now, does have Realm Warp available, does have his Flash available, checking in on Summoner spells, looking at everything on the side of HLE. It's only Zeka's teleport that's not around, but he's already in the area for the Herald. Over on the other side, everybody's pretty much got everything, so the next fight should be pretty explosive.
Just like a Cassante Rek'Sai battle, Flowers. Explosive.
Yeah, explosive. A true summer blockbuster down here in the top lane, bottom lane matchup.
While we wait, they provide the entertainment. All right. So Rift Herald is on
Ay,
the
hindi ko
map,
napanoorin yung
but,
next game.
Dragon is only
Panoorin
1
ko na
minute
lyric
away,
play.
and the Dragon is going to have a lot more leverage in the actual game. So while we could see some efforts used here, and Peanut's heading right over to it to at least destroy some of the tunnels, the vision is on it for both teams. So if they decide to commit to it, it's going to take some extra resources. Let's see, both top laners do have their teleports, so we'll see though. Would rather invest more resources in Dragon. Dragon number 3 is actually quite pivotal because it's you know, fairly early into the game as far as the Dragon stacking actually started for AL. And once you get to the Soul Point, it does put a lot more leverage on, like, ooh, are you going to hit a smite fight steal or something later? Huge rewards, could get dangerous. You know, AL do have Cassiopeia, and so they could melt through objectives later on. You have to be very careful about giving over too many dragons to this team. A Cassio and a Yunara would be dangerous.
Okay, our top lane battle continues raging down here, but that dragon spawning in 5 seconds, you can already see Tarzan pathing straight towards the location. Viper and Delight just continue to try to clear out waves at the same time, but Flandre and Tarzan have pretty decent DPS to take this thing out without the rest of the team needing to show up. However, Peanut, Viper, and Delight all heading over. Teleport also coming in now from the side of HLE. Dragon at about 60% health. And anyone's legend. They've still got control over the area for now. Another TP coming in, ready to reinforce HLE. Drake down to 3,500. Tarzan putting a little bit more damage into it. Delight gets bound up. There's your Pop Blossom. Finds its way out of 2 as Kael has to try to...
Oh my god, ang ganda ng pasok ni Delight!
Viper goes on a kill.
Paldo!
Tarzan goes back over the wall.
Viper! Viper time! Grabe yung W flash Q ni ano? Oh my god. Delight.
Flandre takes one back, and Viper takes revenge. It might have been a Drake
KDA machine talaga si Viper. Holy crap.
Life Esports just obliterated the fight.
Viper Life is looking pretty good, but it is Delight. Look at this 3-person combo. So,
pagtapos ng Pop Blossom, oh. Pagka-flash ni Kael, oh. W flash Q. Paldo.
I get 3 for the knockup to set up Viper here. So he got Hope initially. They force Hope's flash. As soon as Viper sees that, goes all in. They can chase on through. Really good engage there from
Ganda rin ng cleanse ni Viper dun, man.
To get the extra kills, and Viper collecting all of them here, collecting all of this money. That's exactly where they want it all, so that he can carry the team fights later on in the game. And Flowers, you said it. All right, they got the dragon, which can pay off if you get some sort of
sila ng flash ng
crazy soul
Nico.
fight and, you know, you can steal it or something. But all of that focused money into Viper, that is a dangerous game to play.
Huge
Wala eh. Kapag
engage
Nico
there
support,
from
kailangan
Delight,
makaano eh.
capitalized on by Viper. And when you think
Makasabay.
about HLE, when you think about how this team has struggled after their initial explosive start to the year with winning first stand, even in the games where they've had problems, even in the games where it looks like they might be losing, it's
papahinga
Viper
ko
who
na nga
puts on
lang to.
performances that ends up clutching it and
Pinapanoorin yung
turning
next
the
3
game
games.
around. This is the guy that they can count on to be that shining light when the rest of the team
Sakit ako ng
might be
ulo ngayon.
underperforming.
Ay.
Fortunately for him in this one, it's not like the rest of the team is underperforming, right? You look at Delight and you look at Peanut, and they both have 100% kill participation.
Run, Peanut, run.
HLE is feeling great about this game state.
They certainly are. As long as they can
Diri,
control the
diri,
objectives as we
Pwede na yan.
progress further into the game. That is the one thing
Lakad pa rin naman ng lane yan, eh.
AL are gonna try and upset this
Kasi di na
pathway for
masasakyan
AL,
ulit.
For HLE with the Rift Hold has crashed and has made its way over to Shanks. Goodbye, Rift Herald.
I like the attempt at the long con on the Rift Herald, crashing it into the ditch and letting it walk up to the top lane turret, but AL was ready. Shanks will stop it.
Just extending her life, you know. She was going to go down earlier, so give her a little bit more of a scenic route towards death.
Towards death. Well, that's the end of the Herald. That's still a 3,000 gold lead for the side of HLE, but they will have that responsibility of stopping every Drake hereafter. It is a Hex Soul. It is very powerful. If anyone's Legend can secure it, now with 2 minutes on the clock till that spawns and Otacon alive, I don't know, maybe we'll see an Otacon fight instead.
Well, we'll see about the setup first. Peanut going to start that vision work.
Ano, parang ang ganda talaga ng ano, Yunara Lulu tapos Talia na lang. Ay.
You of course would love your real flash, as we saw in the last fight. It allows you to do stuff like the headbutt into flash pull, for those really long, good-looking plays. But you can still be serviceable just with a Hex Flash, as long as you get your control wards down, you get your vision control there, give them some areas to be able to Hex Flash from.
Well, HLE will finally get the last little bit of damage they need on this top lane tier 1 turret here. I feel like generally you want to make sure
Aban ba yung Galio? Ganda rin ng Galio sa ano ng AL.
before you begin. The Otacon can make things very difficult, but HLE are
Maalala.
now going to start up that objective.
Ayun, nakuha na yung ano ng Rise. Dead stock, ay Roa. Zeus, my goat! Same spot! Diyan ka nabuhay sa tatlo! Matay si Viper! Delight? Kahit sino, basta may mabunggo ka. Pwede na yan, Nico. Ayun lang, naubos. Okay, ayun na.
Shanks comes in, he saves the day there at the end with the Casio ult up against
Yung
the wall.
Casio value man, pag hindi siya napofocus.
Look at how it started out, because you look at the top side of the fight. Zeus here goes right onto Hope.
Pag di sa kanya nag-lock in yung Jarvan pati ano eh. Paldo eh.
Zeus makes it look really good, so Viper goes in. They
Ayun, nakakaano siya.
But then they actually take down Viper here. It is
Diba? Turog sa kanya yung Rise dyan. Basta wala lang yung ano talaga, wala lang yung Jarvan. Makakahinga yung ano, makakahinga yung ahas.
Shanks makes his way all the way around. He was able to slither all the way through after dealing with the other side of the fight, wraps around, flashes in to be able to close the distance and help Tarzan off of the play that Tarzan had started there to be able to finish. And now, here they go. Remember, Flowers, it was the objectives for AL, and they claimed the Otacon after all of those kills.
It went from a what, 3,000, 4,000 gold lead down to 500, and now the Drake Soul is alive. If anyone's Legend take this, they're going to be in a fantastic spot to win this game. Kill count 9 to 10, very close in that regard. The gold just so close as HLE still have control of this bottom side river for now. Anyone's Legend trying to grab themselves this blue buff. Make sure they got plenty of mana for the upcoming fight. Honey Fruit's already procced. Scryer's Bloom trying to
Ano ba bibuild ni Viper like semi-AP?
A Peanut versus Tarzan smite fight. Sounds
Ano
like
pure
one way
on-hit
to
AD?
determine how this game is
Okay, ang katay ng W, may AP yan. Panigurado. Oh my god, yung tunnel nung ano.
I'm not gonna lie, you got me there. Anyone's Legend, HLE, both squaring off around the Dragon. Peanut's gonna get caught by Flandre here off the side. Dragon loses some patience.
Pwede ka na bumalik, Flandre.
But now, Delight's looking for some kind of an angle here.
Flandre, pasok ka sa kabila! Huwag ka dyan! Bilis! Ang dami mong ano.
Anyone's Legend have taken out the enemy support, but they need more because they've lost
Oh!
the Drake.
Seka, bakit?
But Shane CC bursts him down.
Bakit, Seka?
To the Nico of all people, as Zeus, Peanut, and Viper all try to get
Sayang,
away.
walang abot.
Tarzan wants the Grand Starfall to try to get something back, but he can't quite get
Okay,
the
AP
distance in
nga.
time.
AL collecting kills, collecting more flower petals with the value with their Otacon. So even though HLE do get the Dragon, AL will be pretty happy with the extra gold afterwards, take down the tower, get the 2 kills for themselves. All right, HLE do stall the soul, but it is going to be a tense one. Once again, grabbing that kill on Delight, taking down Zeka here through the chase as well. Want to see if they're going to be able to play the map afterwards, because taking down mid lanes after tower, think of
Pinapakita pa rin.
the nest, the Rek'Sai nest.
That really, canonically, I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, it wasn't super important, but it did look weird.
It intimidated them. It intimidated their enemies. That's why they could get the kills and then the turret after. So it is still a 3-1 Drake advantage for AL. They've got the Otacon and the flower petals like you're talking about. They're up about 1,000 gold, but the win expectancy here, you can see how it just goes red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. This game has been back and forth like that, just blow for blow.
Yeah, and if it is, a game like that, the team with Otacon here, as it progresses, is going to be feeling pretty good. Of course, you're going to keep running up against these timers on Soul as well. As they're just farming out these kind of lulls, you've got 3 minutes, a little bit over 3 minutes until the next one. HLE say, you know what? We're not going to actually wait. We're going to clear the vision on Baron and teleport out to it to apply some pressure first. AL currently are soaking both side waves right now, with both Cassio as well as Rek'Sai. So Flandre is pushing, but HLE are forcing the issue. They want to get that teleport out. They're just going to burn.
This is a really risky thing. They're going to look to take the Baron.
Okay.
Secured by Peanut, but now AL's coming in to look to take the fight. The light gets bound up here by the
Ayun na, nag-grab na si Flowers, pre. Viper time, kaso natalo na ni Hope. Oh, nakuha ni Zeus si Hope. Kaso patay si Viper. Never mind. Nashildan ng Kisante. Kaya pa yun, Zeus. Naniniwala ka sa'yo, man. Oh my God, Zeus. Si Shanks, pre. Ay, si Kael.
And they can immediately push. That is the two solo laners. Zeka.
Isang singan na lang, man.
Zeus is almost already at the inhibitor turret. Actually, mid lane was already heavily pushed. He's
Pwede push mo muna yung wave, brother.
Doesn't have his teleport, so decides to push one more wave, but
Land
they
TP.
will retain the Baron. That is critical for both solo laners. It allows you to split push with Baron later. Still
Oh
retains
my God.
most of the value of the buff, and they just burned through it so quickly with Viper's damage on this one. Flowers, HLE get the objective, and then the fight afterwards, they all go
Ganda rin ng pwesto ni Shanks, oh.
here. So even though the ulti goes off, the EQ from Peanut already lands, and so he goes
Grabe
through
si Zeus
stun,
dun.
lands the EQ, opened it up there for Viper to go through, and they barely kill him. Kael lands the Q over the wall to finish off Viper. Would have been really bad for AL if he hadn't been able to collect that last extra kill, but it was still super good for HLE bringing that back. And Flowers, another one of those dips in the gold graph. This one is actually just such a banger here between LCK number 2 and LPL number 2. Otacon to one side, Baron to the other side, and Baron on the solo laners, allowing for HLE to push 2 waves if they so choose. All right, they're keeping Zeka in mid. His teleport is ready, and he can buy a lot of time too. Not only is Ryze fairly tanky, but has the Zhonya's completed for himself. Of course, it is going to be pretty delayed. Seraph for him this time around, so you don't get the extra shield quite yet, but it'll catch up in no time, and they can just push out here for one split push, take over the jungle while they do it.
Okay, Anyone's Legend on the defense now with HLE having 45 seconds left on their Red Bull Baron power play to try to push, get something off the map here, grab some of this standing gold in turrets. Of course, the only turret standing outside of the enemy base is this bottom lane tier 2, so that's where they're going to put the pressure. Why they steal away enemy buffs at the same time. Zeka and Peanut working on that one. Cool, whole team gets the blue buff, but it doesn't look like they've got a whole lot to try to force over this tier 2 grid. Next minion wave is about to arrive though. Flandre, currently the only one defending. Tarzan making his way down here, but it looks like Anyone's Legend going to decide no, it's not worth it. Trying to protect that tier 2 turret. We can let that one go. So as soon as that falls, it's going to climb the gold lead up to about 4,000 again for HLE. And the problem for Anyone's Legend, Kobe, is that the dragon is spawning right now, right as the Baron ends, and it means that it's free to take for HLE. So again, they missed their chance at the soul.
Yeah, good methodical setup there from HLE. Push out mid, rotate over through jungle, get all your vision, push on bottom, bring over Ryze even, so that you don't even give the opportunity for them to try and go for a quick numbers play. Just have everybody there, full 5, take the bottom tower, realm warp over, take the objective.
Oh my God, sakit ng ulo ko. Nyari.
The benefits of the earlier play, the benefits of that Baron. So after they've been able to really clean the map here, HLE once again moving in tandem here into the jungle, take over the vision first.
Well, one thing that I'm also looking at here, my friend, double Zhonya's Hourglass for the 2 carries on HLE. And I feel like
Naka-Zonya sa si Viper.
against Cassiopeia, because of the fact that one of Cassiopeia's biggest tools is grounding you through the miasma, it disables a lot of escape mechanisms. Well, Zhonya's isn't any kind of a dash, and it's a very powerful defense mechanism, so I'm feeling like the target selection on AL is going to need to be very specific and very bursty if they want to try to win these fights now, as HLE will continue moving up and stealing jungle resources.
I think you're spot on the money, Flowers, and that burst that you mentioned also has to be targeted burst. It has to go into Viper. Like Viper, speaking of money, he's pretty wealthy. It's almost 5,000 gold individually ahead.
Yep.
You know,
almost full
4.5 basically. Yep. So, yeah, it's definitely the issue. The rise cannot be ignored though. So even though it is not like popping up on screen quite as big, it is also still going to be an issue. It is not like this is just a single carry comp, but it is one of these carries is richer than the other. So yeah, we'll see about that. Viper here. Also, it always poses problems because when Kai'Sa gets fed like this and you have the AP to do it, you know, the Void Seekers really become a problem. Like the poke is annoying. So HLE have the options. Like our split pushers are in good form, so we can get our side lanes going, and then you constantly are having to dodge these Void Seekers from Viper as well, and it provides a lot of problems where the minion waves are something you have to deal with, and then the poke dodge, and then you really have to choose your moment, and you have to be ready to pull the trigger and perform well in the fight without giving a lot of leeway. The Guardian Angel is quite nice for Tarzan though, really is a game changer as far as the Pantheon, since you can like fully commit in there, use the ultimate super deep, you know, you can point and click and try and force out the first set of defensives from Viper. He's got Flash, he's got Cleanse, and he's got that Zhonya's, as you mentioned, so it's going to take a while to really, you know, actually take him down, but you got to use a couple of waves of engage.
Well, we've got our Baron spawning here yet again. 31.5 minutes into the game, and it's HLE taking control over the enemy red side jungle just to make it so dark, so scary to try to approach this Baron, to try to stop HLE from securing another objective. Worth noting also Shanks having the Seeker's arm guard ready to go on his Cassiopeia, but now it's Zeka putting a decent amount of damage into Flandra as they encounter one another at the Raptor Bush. Tarzan's got to back away from this one. Zeus, tail end of the retreat here from HLE as they back out of the enemy jungle. AL will force them back towards the river now. Looks like nobody's going to go for the Baron start here just yet. Instead, more of those Void Seekers you were talking about getting fired out, just trying to look for a little bit of poke as AL still feels the pressure to continue to move forward, place down that vision, and make sure that HLE isn't going from an early Baron.
Okay, there's a moment here where Flandra has to teleport back. That teleport is a decent amount of a cooldown. Shanks actually opening up some room for him though. Miasma's used. Small cooldown.
Redemption coming in. Zeus takes a little bit of damage. Delight tries to counterattack here. Finds Shanks immediately into the stasis there for the AL mid with the Pop Blossom. Also creating space for anyone's legend. The targeting everywhere. Zeus the first to die. Flandra's grabbing the kill. Anyone's legend's gonna run over the fight. Viper's gonna get all the way out of town, and Delight is dead.
Oh my god.
It's 3 kills over to
Patalo
AL.
pa HLE, man.
Attempted flash for the Unara W to take out Viper, misses as Viper continues retreating.
Hinabol ni Flandre si Viper.
Packs him with a Prey Seeker, but the Rek'Sai ulti had already been used. There's no execute. Peanuts in the enemy jungle. He's all alone behind enemy lines. Another Twin Fang connects. He wants to... What? What?
Wanted to Hexgate.
Oh, I was trying to Hexgate, but the poison ticked on him and he couldn't activate it, so Peanut falls. And when it looked like HLE was in such a powerful position, it's anyone's legends going in for the fight, out team fighting him and earning a Baron as a reward. And Kobe, look at that in the top left.
Viper's
the
going.
Dragon Timer is also just about to proc, and that's where Viper's heading.
Yeah, he's gonna burn it down. And since they're going for the recall, I think he gets away. It's just gonna be Nico support.
All right,
just finish it, Viper.
Kyle's got to try to stop him. I don't think it's gonna, unless he Pop Blossom steals it.
Ah! Nakuha!
Kyle with the mirror.
Nakuha ni Kyle! What the fuck? Ah!
Steal it away.
Na-steal yung TR kay Viper. Oh
Gusto nangyari
no.
sa ano, HLE.
Oh no.
Tambak nila.
Kaya nga eh.
Still chasing after the Kaisa.
Oh my god! Na-steal yung DR, man.
Keeps him alive a moment longer. Delight will be your next casualty. Tarzan takes him out with the spear.
Nagising ako dun, ah.
But he's running.
Oh shit, sumakatulot yung ulo ko. What the hell?
It's a 2-for-1 that favors anyone's legend alongside securing that.
Sorry guys, sakit yata sa tega ng sigaw ko. Nagulat ako. Ay.
Patay. They have beds.
Oh my god, lalo sumakit yung ulo ko sa sigaw ko. Yung ginagawa ko. Gulat ako dun. Ayun o, na-steal o. Sakto na-stun si Viper, tapos Q. Q! Oh my god.
With that soul, that should be so much extra power for AL to finish this game out.
Grabe naman yung malupit niya. Unbelievable.
A little bit scrappy, and Zeus is able, to actually take down Hope. So there's a little something there, but majority is going to just be massive.
Oh my god, ang saya ni Tabe.
Tabe is popping off, baby. Living his best life right now. I actually just
Chinese ba yung ano, AL?
No, China.
super amped up and runs on stage, but
Ayo.
AL with that, with Dragon Soul on top of everything that they have with the permanent
Tas ang pagkakalam ko si Tarzan, Korean.
now really is the time here for them.
Sa AL?
Ano ko magano sila eh, magkasama sila ni Chovy sa Griffin dati. Ito ang pagkakatanda ko. Sila nila Delight. Nasa Hanwha Life, yan.
After Shanks had used the miasma,
Pati yata si Viper.
could not actually fully follow up. And anyways, that's too far in the past. Let's get a look at this siege.
Mga Griffin boys.
And presently, anyone's legend is forced
Aruki sila nun eh.
straight down top lane. HLE scrambling to try to defend 4,000 gold lead. Dragon
Check ko
Soul
nga later
out
after
there,
ng game na to.
everything AL could need. They have the Baron, however, about to
Ano
expire.
ma-recall eh.
Rico Baron power play,
Tagal na rin kasi nun.
4,500 gold.
Palipat-lipat na rin sila ng
Massive
teams.
swing here for the LPL number 2 seed as they'll head back to their own side of the river. There are no objectives to fight over for about the next 3 minutes, but critically, they're both going to spawn at right about the same time, and it's Baron and Elder. And these are some of the most intense game states in League of Legends.
And this has been one of the most intense games. Like this thing has gone back and forth constantly. Quite the banger
Oof,
already.
paano na to?
HLE are still
X-Tech,
capable of
X-Tech man.
They just
X-Tech
finished
Soul.
Death Cap on Zeka. Viper is full build Kaisa. So while AL have the permanent buffs of the Hextech Soul, while they have the Otacon buff, another slowing on death kill effect for themselves, there still are windows where HLE, if they can come up with the dream team fight, they could still see a way to possibly pull it back. But AL, they have so much in their favor at the moment, and again, they will rip through these objectives once they pop up. They can just burn down Baron so effectively, and HLE will have
Ayun na yung unli clone ng Nico.
Ibalik mo muna doon sa
HLE is going to come back into the game again. It's got to be another big Viper moment. This has been so much of their comebacks as this game has pendulum swung back and forth and back and forth. Minute 45 until that Elder spawns.
Oof!
Zeka gets slowed a little bit by the Hextech Soul. One's Legend not going to overcommit onto anything. Not with Shanks up there in the top side. They do not want to toss away this lead that they have now re-earned for themselves. Baron in 75 seconds now as well. Still a massive gold lead for
Guys,
Viper.
tapusin nyo na please. At anong ulo ko man. Ewan kung bakit. Sinakatan ako ng ulo.
Yeah. As long as he's permanently drinking elixirs,
Hindi naman ako naiinitan,
best you
something.
can do is like change some items every once in a while, which doesn't really help that much, but does have a void staff as well. So maybe the play is to land every single void seeker and get a bunch of poke, but you're playing against a team that has
You know,
Hextech,
kaya
and
limited na yung clone
your
ng
Rek'Sai
Nico.
Qs can be really annoying as well. So we'll
2-1, clone ulit. Pwede na't mag-clone.
value there. Hextech providing some nice
Ayun,
value
totoong
already.
Nico yun.
Get a flash.
Nag-Hextech man.
Big flash off of Zeka's rise. So that mobility now eliminated.
Uy, Sayos?
Going on a
Oh no?
attempted pincer attack. Now trying to turn around back onto Shanks. But now it's Kael forcing out the early.
Si Viper, nahuli ni Flandre.
Flandre buying time off on the right while Zeka continues to tank damage. Zeyu's going to be the first to die as Hope continues firing after him. Secures the kill there for the Unara, and it's right 5 seconds before the Baron spawns. You talk about how fast these guys do the Baron, well now HLE aren't going to do anything about it.
Yeah, I think that one might be the nail in the coffin, Flowers. Baron for AL, Elder Dragon really soon here though, so 4v5, the last hopes of HLE. If they can somehow steal the Elder, and make a miracle. That is their
And disappearing.
They've got the Baron, they have the extra player advantage.
Gusto ko mag-rest. Matulo ko.
Big smite here. Anyone's legend.
Just go for the fight. Anyone's legend. Just go for the fight.
There they go. They're diving in. Delight's going to be the first target, and he already lost 80% of his HP. Unbreakable
Oh my God, Delight.
will not live up to the name. Shanks put the
Peanut!
the rest of the team is ready to follow.
Kuhanin na yung Elder.
And he cannot use his cataclysm to buy
Hindi
any
ba?
time.
Ay, hindi.
Petrifying gaze onto Zeka. Anyone's
Ala.
legend just cleaned up.
GG.
Zeus has respond, but now it's only 2 players alive on HLE. They're trying to
Bagsak ang
make a catch on
HLE.
Shanks as he teleports in. They find some good burst, but he's still got the stasis. Kael defends him. Kael goes on a rampage. Anyone's legend looking to push down mid and win the game.
They're gonna do it, Flowers. Should be easy.
Oh.
Target's looking for one more kill onto Viper, but it's actually going
Patay.
0 ng HLE.
Stands tall for anyone's legend. It was a brutal 41-minute battle back and forth between the number 2 seeds of the top 2
GG.
regions at Worlds
Patay.
2025. But anyone's legend comes out on top.
GG's, man.
Wow, that was a fun one. Analysts, I hope you had fun watching that one.
Okay, ayoko na pre. Papahinga ako sa ulo ko bigla.
Sige lang. Sige.
Isiga muna ako, man. Thank you.
Sige, salamat.
Welcome pre. Thank you din, man. Teka. Higa ako pre.
After that though, what a turn from AL to hold on in this game to bring it
Okay,
back.
chat. AL victory, man.
Like Wainan said, he was talking about them being Teamfight Kings. We got to see that at MSI.
Matan ako
We
ng
got
ulo
to see
bigla.
that
Papanoorin ko
the
pa sana
first
yung
piece of
games.
that here at
Sayang
Worlds.
yung ano man.
I think we saw them
Sayang,
working
no?
so well as a unit. It felt like at times HLE
G2
were a bit
test,
disjointed. It really came
TS,
down to
pati
Viper trying to make things
Genji.
happen in these fights, but it felt like, especially the objective play early, the fact they
Di
got
ko na
those early
kaya,
dragons
man.
sort of gave them that route to the Hextech Soul, which
Eh,
you saw Kael able to
yaman na,
secure later.
panoorin ko na lang yung replay.
The fight set up the comeback into the
Okay,
game.
chat.
It
Anyways,
felt like the coordination.
head out na ako, man. Bye!